Well, if that's the case, how come some predictions are wrong? That is, that they never happen.
Because the psychic has not predicted the future, merely offered a glimpse of one of the possibilities observed in the eternal moment of now. It is always the subject of the psychic reading who has made the choice. He could just as easily make another choice, a choice not in concert with the prediction. The eternal moment contains all possible possibilities. As I've explained now several times, everything has already happened in a million different ways. All that's left is for you to make some perception choices. It's all a question of perception. When you change your perception, you change your thought, and your thought creates your reality. Whatever outcome you could anticipate in any situation is already there for you. All you have to do is perceive it, know it. This is what is meant by even before you ask, I will have answered. In truth, your prayers are answered before the prayer is offered.
Then how come we don't all get what we pray for?
This was covered in Book 1. You don't always get what you ask, but you always get what you create. Creation follows thought, which follows perception.
This is mind-boggling. Even though we've been over this before, this is still mind-boggling.
Isn't it, though? That's why it's good to keep going over it. Hearing it several times gives you a chance to wrap your mind around it. Then your mind gets unboggled.
Well, if everything is all happening now, what dictates which part of it all I'm experiencing in my moment of now?
Your choices and your belief in your choices. That belief will be created by your thoughts on a particular subject, and those thoughts arise out of your perceptions, that is, the way you look at it. So the psychic sees the choice you are now making about tomorrow and sees that played out. But a true psychic will always tell you it doesn't have to be that way. You can choose again and change the outcome.
In effect, I'd be changing the experience I've already had.
Exactly. Now you're getting it. Now you're understanding how to live in the paradox.
But if it's already happened, to whom has it happened? And if I change it, who is the me that experiences the change?
There is more than one of you moving down the timeline. This was all described in detail in Book 2. I'm going to suggest that you go over that. Then combine what's there with what's here for a richer understanding.
Okay, fair enough, but I would like to talk about this psychic stuff a while longer. A lot of people claim to be psychic. How can I tell the real from the fake?
Well, everyone is psychic, so they're all real. What you want to look for is their purpose. Are they seeking to help you or to enrich themselves? Psychics, so-called professional psychics, who are seeking to enrich themselves, often promise to do things with their psychic power, return a lost lover, bring wealth and fame, even help you lose weight. They promise they can do all this, but only for a fee. They'll even do a reading on another, your boss, your lover, a friend, and tell you all about them. They'll say, bring me something, a scarf, a picture, a sample of their handwriting. And they can tell you about the other, often quite a bit. Because everyone leaves a trace, a psychic fingerprint, an energy trail, and a true sensitive can feel this. But a sincere intuitive will never offer to cause another to come back to you, get a person to change his mind, or create any result whatsoever with her psychic power. A true psychic, one who has given her life to the development and use of this gift, knows that another's free will is never to be tampered with, and that another's thoughts are never to be invaded, and that another's psychic space is never to be violated.
I thought you said there is no right and wrong. What are all these nevers all of a sudden?
Every time I lay down an always or a never, it is within the context of what I know you are seeking to accomplish, what it is you are trying to do. I know that you are all seeking to evolve, to grow spiritually, to return to the oneness. You are seeking
to experience yourself as the grandest version of the greatest vision you ever had about who you are. You are seeking this individually and as a race. Now there are no rights and wrongs, no do's and don'ts in my world, as I have said many times. And you do not burn in the everlasting fires of hell if you make a bad choice, because neither bad nor hell exists, unless, of course, you think that it does. Still, there are natural laws that have been built into the physical universe, and one of those is the law of cause and effect. One of the most important laws of cause and effect is this: all caused effect is ultimately experienced by the self.
What does that mean?
Whatever you cause another to experience, you will one day experience. Members of your New Age community have a more colorful way of putting it.
What goes around comes around.
Right. Others know this as the Jesus injunction. Do unto others as you would have it done unto you. Jesus was teaching the law of cause and effect. It is what might be called the prime law, somewhat like the prime directive given to Kirk, Picard, and Janeway.
Hey, God is a Trekkie.
Are you kidding? I wrote half the episodes.
Better not let Gene hear you say that.
Come on. Gene told me to say that.
You were in touch with Gene Roddenberry?
And Carl Sagan, and Bob Heinlein, and the whole gang up here.
You know, we shouldn't get around like this. It takes away from the believability of the whole dialogue.
I see. A conversation with Gunn has to be serious.
Well, at least believable.
It's not believable that I've got Gene, Carl, and Bob right here.
Well,
I'll have to tell them that. Well, back to how you can tell a true psychic from a fake one. A true psychic knows and lives the prime directive. That's why if you ask her to bring back a long-lost love or read the aura of another person whose handkerchief or letter you have, a true psychic will tell you, "I'm sorry, but I won't do that. I will never interfere with, intervene in, or look in on the path walked by another. I will not attempt to affect, direct, or impact their choices in any way. And I will not divulge to you information about any individual that is personal or private. If a person offers to perform one of these services for you, that person is what you would call a shyster, using your own human weaknesses and vulnerabilities to extract money from you."
but what about psychics who help people locate a missing loved one? A child who was abducted, a teenager who ran away and has too much pride to call home even though they desperately want to. Or how about the classic case of locating a person, dead or alive, for the police?
Of course. These questions all answer themselves. What the true psychic always avoids is imposing his will upon another. She is there only to serve.
Is it okay to ask a psychic to contact the dead? Should we attempt to reach out to those who have gone before?
Why would you want to?
Well, to see if they have something they want to say to us, to tell us.
If somebody from the other side has something they want you to know, they'll find a way to cause you to know it. Don't worry. The aunt, the uncle, the brother, the sister, the father, the mother, the spouse, and lover who have gone before are continuing their own journey, experiencing complete joy, moving toward total understanding. If part of what they want to do is to come back to you, to see how you are, to bring you an awareness that they're all right, whatever, trust that they'll do that. Then watch for the sign and catch it. Don't dismiss it as just your imagination, wishful thinking, or coincidence. Watch for the message and receive it.
I know a lady who was nursing her dying husband, and she begged him, if he had to go, please come back to her and let her know that he was all right. Well, he promised he would, and died 2 days later. Not a week went by when the lady was awakened one night by the feeling that someone had just sat down on the bed beside her. When she opened her eyes, she could have sworn she saw her husband sitting at the foot of the bed, smiling at her. But when she blinked and looked again, he was gone. She told me this story later, saying then that she must have been hallucinating.
Yes, that's very common. You receive signs, irrefutable, obvious signs, and you ignore them, or dismiss them as your own mind playing tricks on you. You have the same choice now with this book.
Why do we do that? Why do we ask for something like the wisdom contained in these 3 books, then refuse to believe it when we receive it?
Because you doubt the greater glory of God.
Because you what?
Because you doubt the greater glory of God. Capiche?
I got it.
Like Thomas, you have to see, feel, touch before you will believe. Yet that which you wish to know cannot be seen, felt, or touched. It is of another realm, and you are not open to that. You are not ready. Yet do not fret. When the student is ready, the teacher will appear.
So, you're saying then, to get back to the original line of questioning, that we should not go to a psychic or a seance seeking to contact those on the other side?
I'm not saying that you should or shouldn't do anything. I'm just not sure what the point would be.
Well, supposing you had something you wanted to say to the other rather than something you wanted to hear from them.
Do you imagine that you could say it and they not hear it? The slightest thought having to do with a being existing on what you call the other side brings that being's consciousness flying to you. You cannot have a thought or an idea about a person who is what you call deceased without that person's essence becoming completely aware of it. It is not necessary to use a medium to produce such communication. Love is the best medium of communication.
But how about two-way communication? Would a medium be helpful there, or is such communication even possible? Is it all hogwash? Is it dangerous?
You are talking now about communication with spirits.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, such communication is possible. Is it dangerous? Virtually everything is dangerous if you are afraid. What you fear, you create. Yet there is really nothing to be afraid of. Loved ones are never far from you, never more than a thought away. They will always be there if you need them, ready with counsel or comfort or advice. If there's a high level of stress on your part about a loved one being okay, they will send you a sign, a signal, a little message that will allow you to know everything's fine. You won't even have to call on them because souls who loved you in this life are drawn to you, pulled to you, fly to you, the moment they sense the slightest trouble or disturbance in your auric field. One of their first opportunities as they learn about the possibilities of their new existence is to provide aid and comfort to those they love, and you will feel their comforting presence if you are really open to them.
So the stories we hear of people who could have sworn that a deceased loved one was in the room could be true.
Most assuredly. One might smell the loved one's perfume or cologne, or get a whiff of the cigar they smoked, or faintly hear a song they used to hum. Or out of nowhere, some personal possession of theirs may suddenly appear. A handkerchief, or a wallet, or some cufflink or piece of jewelry just shows up for no reason. It's found in a chair cushion, or under a stack of old magazines. There it is. A picture. A photograph of a special moment. Just when you are missing that person and thinking about them and feeling sad about their death. These things don't just happen. These kinds of things don't just appear at just the right moment by chance. I tell you this, there are no coincidences in the universe. This is very common, very common. Now back to your question. Do you need a so-called medium or channel to communicate with beings out of the body? No. Is it sometimes helpful? Sometimes. So much depends again on the psychic or medium and on their motivation. If someone refuses to work in this way with you, or to do any kind of channeling or go-between work without high compensation, run. Don't walk the other way. That person may be in it only for the money. Don't be surprised if you get hooked into returning time and time again for weeks or months or even years as they play on your need or desire for contact with the spirit world. A person who is only there as the spirit is there to help asks nothing for himself except what is needed to continue to do the work they seek to do. If a psychic or medium is coming from that place when she agrees to help you, make sure you offer all the help in return that you can. Don't take advantage of such extraordinary generosity of the spirit by giving little or not at all when you know you could do more. Look to see who is truly serving the world, truly seeking to share wisdom and knowledge, insight and understanding, caring and compassion. Provide for those people, and provide grandly. Pay them the highest honor. Give them the largest amount. For these are the bringers of the light.
Will you speak to me about reincarnation?
Sure.
Many religions say that reincarnation is a false doctrine, that we get only one life here, one chance.
I know. That is not accurate.
How can they be so wrong about something so important? How can they not know the truth about something so basic?
You must understand that humans have many fear-based religions whose teachings surround a doctrine of a God who is to be worshipped and feared. It was through fear that your entire Earth society reformed itself from the matriarchy to the patriarchy. It was through fear that the early priests got people to mend their wicked ways and heed the word of the Lord. It was through fear that churches gained and controlled their membership. One church even insisted that God would punish you if you did not go to church every Sunday. Not going to church was declared a sin, and not just any church. One had to attend one particular church. If you went to a church of a different denomination, that too was a sin. This was an attempt at control, pure and simple, using fear. The amazing thing is, it worked. Hell, it still works.
Say, you're God. Don't swear.
Who is swearing? I was making a statement of fact. I said, hell, it still works. People will always believe in hell and in a God who would send them there as long as they believe that God is like man, ruthless, self-serving, unforgiving, and vengeful. In days past, most people could not imagine a God who might rise above all of that. So they accepted the teaching of many churches to fear the terrible vengeance of the Lord. It was as if people couldn't trust themselves to be good, to act appropriately on their own for their own built-in reasons. So they had to create a religion that taught the doctrine of an angry, retributive God in order to keep themselves in line. Now, the idea of reincarnation threw a monkey wrench into all of that.
How so? What made that doctrine so threatening?
The church was proclaiming that you'd better be nice or else, and along came the reincarnationists saying, you'll have another chance after this, and another chance after that, and still more chances. So don't worry, do the best you can. Don't become so paralyzed with fear that you can't budge. Promise yourself to do better and get on with it. Naturally, the early church couldn't hear of such a thing, so it did two things. First, it denounced the doctrine of reincarnation as heretical. Then it created the sacrament of confession. Confession could do for the churchgoer what reincarnation promised. That is, give him another chance.
So then we had a setup where God would punish you for your sins unless you confessed them. In that case, you could feel safe, knowing that God had heard your confession and had forgiven you.
Yes, but there was a catch.
Oh?
This absolution could not come directly from God. It had to flow through the church, whose priests pronounced penances which had to be performed. These were usually prayers which were required of the sinner. So now you had two reasons to keep up your membership. The church found confession to be such a good drawing card that soon it declared it to be a sin not to go to confession. Everybody had to do it at least once a year. If they didn't, God would have another reason to be angry. More and more rules, many of them arbitrary and capricious, began to be promulgated by the church, each rule having the power of God's eternal condemnation behind it, unless, of course, failure was confessed. Then the person was forgiven by God and condemnation avoided. But now there was another problem. People figured out that this must mean they could do anything as long as they confessed it. The church was in a quandary. Fear had left the hearts of the people. Church attendance and membership dropped. People came to confess once a year, said their penances, were absolved of their sins, and went on with their lives. There was no question about it. A way had to be found to strike fear into the heart again. So, purgatory was invented.
Purgatory?
Purgatory. This was described as a place something like hell, but not eternal. This new doctrine declared that God would make you suffer for your sins, even if you confess them.
Oh.
Under the doctrine, a certain amount of suffering was decreed by God for each non-perfect soul, based on the number and type of sins committed. There were mortal sins and venial sins. Mortal sins would send you right to hell if not confessed before death. Once more, church attendance shot up. Collections were up too, and especially contributions. For the doctrine of purgatory also included a way one could buy one's way out of the suffering.
I'm sorry?
According to the Church's teaching, one could receive a special indulgence, but again, not directly from God, only from an official of the Church. These special indulgences freed one from the suffering in purgatory which they had earned with their sins, or at least part of it.
Something like time off for good behavior.
Yes, but of course these reprieves were granted to very few. Generally, those who made a conspicuous contribution to the Church. For a really huge sum, one could obtain a plenary indulgence. This meant no time in purgatory at all. It was a non-stop ticket straight to heaven. This special favor from God was available for even fewer. Royalty, perhaps, and the super rich. The amount of money, jewels, and land given to the Church in exchange for these plenary indulgences was enormous. But the exclusivity of all this brought great frustration and resentment to the masses. No pun intended. The poorest peasant hadn't a hope of gaining a bishop's indulgence, and so the rank and file lost faith in the system, with attendance threatening to drop once again.
Well, now what did they do?
They brought in the novena candles. People could come to the church and light a novena candle for the poor souls in purgatory, and by saying a novena, a series of prayers in a particular order that took some time to complete, they could knock years off the sentence of the dearly departed, extricating them from purgatory sooner than God would otherwise have allowed. They couldn't do anything for themselves, but at least they could pray for mercy for the departed. Of course, it would be helpful if a coin or two were dropped through the slot for each candle lit. A lot of little candles were flickering behind a lot of red glass, and a lot of pesos and pennies were being dropped into a lot of tin boxes in an attempt to get me to ease up on the suffering being inflicted on the souls in purgatory.
Wow, man, this is unbelievable. And you mean people could not see right through all that? People didn't see it as the desperate attempt of a desperate church to keep its members desperate to do anything to protect themselves from this desperado they called God? You mean people actually bought this stuff?
Quite literally.
Huh. No wonder the church declared reincarnation to be an untruth.
Yes. Yet when I created you, I did not create you so that you could live one lifetime, an infinitesimal period, really, given the age of the universe, make the mistakes you are inevitably going to make, then hope for the best at the end? I've tried to imagine setting it up that way, but I can never figure out what my purpose would be. You could never figure it out either. That's why you've had to keep saying things like, "The Lord works in mysterious ways, his wonders to perform."
Oh, yeah.
But I don't work in mysterious ways. Everything I do has a reason, and it's perfectly clear. I've explained why I created you and the purpose of your life many times now during this trilogy. Reincarnation fits perfectly into that purpose, which is for me to create and experience who I am through you, lifetime after lifetime, and through the millions of other creatures of consciousness I have placed in the universe.
Well, then there is life on other planets.
Of course there is. Do you really believe that you are alone in this gigantic universe? But that's another topic we can get to later.
Promise?
Promise.
Okay.
So your purpose as a soul is to experience yourself as all of it. We are evolving. We are becoming. Becoming what? We do not know. We cannot know until we get there. But for us, the journey is the joy. And as soon as we get there, as soon as we create the next highest idea of who we are, we'll create a grander thought, a higher idea, and continue the joy forever. Are you with me here?
Yes, and by this time I almost could repeat this verbatim.
Good. So the point and purpose of your life is to decide and to be who you really are. You're doing that every day.
With every action, with every thought, with every word, that's what you're doing. Now, to the degree that you're pleased with that, pleased with who you are in your experience, to that degree you'll stick more or less with the creation, making only minor adjustments here and there to get it closer and closer to perfect. Paramahansa Yogananda is an example of a person who was very close to perfect as an out-picturing of what he thought of himself. He had a very clear idea about himself and about his relationship to me, and he used his life to outpicture that. He wanted to experience his idea about himself in his own reality, to know himself as that, experientially. Babe Ruth did the same thing. He had a very clear idea about himself and his relationship to me, and he used his life to outpicture that, to know himself in his own experience. Not many people live that level. Now, granted, the master and the babe had two entirely different ideas about themselves, yet they both played them out magnificently. They also both had different ideas about me, that's for sure, and were coming from different levels of consciousness about who I am and about their true relationship to me. And those levels of consciousness were reflected in their thoughts, words, and actions. One was in a place of peace and serenity most of his life and brought deep peace and serenity to others. The other was in a place of anxiousness, turmoil, and occasional anger, particularly when he couldn't get his way, and brought turmoil to the lives of those around him. Both were good-hearted, however. There was never a softer touch than the babe. And the difference between the two is that one had virtually nothing in terms of physical acquisitions, but never wanted more than what he got, while the other had everything and never got what he really wanted. If that were the end of it for George Herman, I suppose we could all feel a little sad about that. But the soul that embodied itself as Babe Ruth is far from finished with this process called evolution. It has had an opportunity to review the experiences it produced for itself, as well as the experiences it produced for others, and now gets to decide what next it would like to experience as it seeks to create and recreate itself in grander and grander versions. We'll drop our narrative regarding these two souls here because both have already made their next choice regarding what they want to now experience. And in fact, both are now experiencing that.
You mean both have already reincarnated into other bodies?
It would be a mistake to assume that reincarnating, returning to another physical body, was the only option open to them.
Well, what are the other options?
In truth, whatever they want them to be. I've already explained here what occurs after what you call your death. Some souls feel that there's a lot more they would like to know, and so they find themselves going to a school, whereas other souls, what you call old souls, teach them. And what do they teach them? That they have nothing to learn, that they never had anything to learn, that all they ever had to do was remember who and what they really are. They are taught that the experience of who they are is gained in the acting out of it, in being it. They are reminded of this by having it gently shown to them. Other souls have already remembered this by the time they get to, or soon after they get to, the other side. I'm using language now with which you are familiar, speaking in your vernacular, to keep, as much as possible, the words out of the way. These souls may then seek the immediate joy of experiencing themselves as whatever they wish to be. They may select from the million, cajillion aspects of me and choose to experience that right then and there. Some may opt to return to physical form to do that.
Any physical form?
Any.
Then it's true that souls could return as animals, that God could be a cow, and that cows really are sacred. Holy cow. I'm sorry.
You've had a whole lifetime to do stand-up comedy.
Well.
By the way, looking at your life, you've done a pretty good job of it.
Shaboom! That was a rim shot. If I had a cymbal here, I'd give you a cymbal crash.
Thank you. But seriously, folks. The answer to the question you are basically asking, can a soul return as an animal, is yes, of course. The real question is, would it? The answer is probably not.
Do animals have souls?
Anyone who has ever stared into the eyes of an animal already knows the answer to that.
Then how do I know it is not my grandmother come back as my cat?
The process we are discussing here is evolution. Self-creation and evolution. And evolution proceeds one way, upward, ever upward. The soul's greatest desire is to experience higher and higher aspects of itself. And so it seeks to move upward, not downward on the evolutionary scale, until it experiences what has been called nirvana, total oneness with the all, that is, with me.
But if the soul desires higher and higher experiences of itself, why would it even bother returning as a human being? Surely that can't be a step upward.
If the soul returns to human form, it is always in an effort to further experience, and thus further evolve. There are many levels of evolution observable and demonstrated in humans. One could come back for many lifetimes, many hundreds of lifetimes, and continue to evolve upward. Yet upward movement, the grandest desire of the soul, is not achieved with return to a lower life form. Thus, such a return does not occur. Not until the soul reaches ultimate reunion with all that is.
Well, that must mean there are new souls coming into the system every day, taking lower life forms.
No. Every soul that was ever created was created at once. We are all here, now. But as I've explained before, when a soul, a part of me, reaches ultimate realization, it has the option to start over, to literally forget everything, so that it can remember all over again and recreate itself anew once more. In this way, God continues to re-experience itself. Souls may also choose to recycle through a particular life form at a particular level as often as they like. Without reincarnation, without the ability to return to a physical form, the soul would have to accomplish everything it seeks to accomplish within one lifetime, which is 1 billion times shorter than the blink of an eye on the cosmic clock. So yes, of course, reincarnation is a fact. It's real, it's purposeful, and it's perfect.
Okay, but there's one thing I'm confused about. You said there is no such thing as time, that all things are happening right now. Is that correct?
It is.
And then you implied, and in Book 2 you went into depth on this, that we exist all the time on different levels or at various points in the space-time continuum.
That's true.
Okay, so now here's where it gets crazy. If one of the me's on the space-time continuum dies, then comes back here as another person, then who am I? I would have to be existing as two people at once. And if I kept on doing this through all eternity, which you say I do, then I'm being 100 people at once, 1,000, 1,000,000. 1,000,000 versions of 1,000,000 people at 1,000,000 points on the space-time continuum.
Yes.
Oh, I don't understand that. My mind can't grasp that.
Actually, you've done well. It's a very advanced concept, and you've done pretty well with it.
But if that's true, then I, the part of me that is immortal, must be evolving in 1 billion different ways, in 1 billion different forms at 1 billion different points on the cosmic wheel in the eternal moment of now.
Right again. That's exactly what I'm doing.
No, I said that's what I must be doing.
Right again. That's just what I said.
No, I said...
I know what you said. You said just what I said you said. The confusion here is that you still think there's more than one of us here.
There's not?
There was never more than one of us here, ever. Are you just finding that out?
You mean I've just been talking to myself here?
Something like that.
You mean you're not God?
That's not what I said.
You mean you are God?
That's what I said.
But if you're God, and you're me, and I'm you, then I'm God.
Thou art God. Yes, that is correct. You grok it in fullness.
But I'm not only God. I'm also everyone else.
Yes.
But does that mean that no one and nothing else exists but me?
Have I not said, I and my Father are one?
Yes, but...
And have I not said, we are all one?
Yes, but I didn't know you meant that literally. I thought you meant that figuratively. I thought it was more of a philosophical statement, not a statement of fact.
It's a statement of fact. We are all one. That is what is meant by, whatsoever ye do unto the least of these, ye do unto me. Do you understand now?
Yes.
Ah, at last. At long last.
But, and you'll forgive me for arguing this, but when I'm with another, my spouse, for instance, or my children, it feels that I am separate from them, that they are other than me.
Consciousness is a marvelous thing. It can be divided into 1,000 pieces, 1,000,000, 1,000,000 times 1,000,000. I've divided myself into an infinite number of pieces so that each piece of me could look back on itself and behold the wonder of who and what I am.
But why do I have to go through this period of forgetfulness, of disbelief? I'm still not totally believing. I'm still hanging out in forgetfulness.
Don't be so hard on yourself. That's part of the process. It's okay that it's happening this way.
Well, then why are you telling me all this now?
Because you were starting not to have fun. Life was beginning not to be a joy anymore. You were starting to get so caught up in the process that you forgot it was just a process. And so you called out to me. You asked me to come to you, to help you understand, to show you the divine truth, to reveal to you the greatest secret, the secret you've kept from yourself, the secret of who you are. Now I have done so. Now, once again, you've been caused to remember. Will it matter? Will it change how you act tomorrow? Will it cause you to see things differently tonight? Will you now heal the hurts of the wounded, quell the anxieties of the fearful, meet the needs of the impoverished, celebrate the magnificence of the accomplished, and see the vision of me everywhere? Will this latest remembrance of truth change your life and allow you to change the lives of others? Or will you return to forgetfulness, fall back into selfishness, revisit and reside again in the smallness of who you imagined yourself to be before this awakening? Which will it be?
Life really does go on forever and ever, doesn't it?
It most certainly does.
There's no end to it.
No end.
Reincarnation is a fact.
It is. You may return to mortal form, that is, a physical form, which can die whenever and however you wish.
Do we really decide when we want to come back?
If and when, yes.
Do we also decide when we want to leave? Do we choose when we want to die?
No experience is visited upon any soul against the soul's will. That is, by definition, not possible, since the soul is creating every experience. The soul wants nothing. The soul has everything, all wisdom, all knowing, all power, all glory. The soul is the part of you which never sleeps, never forgets. Does the soul desire that the body dies? No, it is the soul's desire that you never die. Yet the soul will leave the body, change its bodily form, leaving most of the material body behind at the drop of a hat when it sees no purpose in remaining in that form.
If it's the soul's desire that we never die, why do we?
You don't. You merely change form.
Well, all right, if it's the soul's desire that we never do that, then why do we?
That is not the soul's desire. You are a shapeshifter. When there is no further usefulness in staying in a particular form, the soul changes form, willfully, voluntarily, joyfully, and moves on the cosmic wheel.
Joyfully?
With great joy.
You mean no soul dies regretfully?
No soul dies, ever.
I mean no soul has regrets that the current physical form is changing, is about to die.
The body never dies, but merely changes form with the soul. Yet I understand your meaning, so for now I use the vocabulary you have established. If you have a clear understanding of what you wish to create with regard to what you have chosen to call the afterlife, or if you have a clear set of beliefs that support an after-death experience of reuniting with God, then no, the soul never, ever has regrets over what you call death. Death in that instance is a glorious moment, a wonderful experience. Now the soul can return to its natural form, its normal state. There is an incredible lightness, a sense of total freedom, a limitlessness, and an awareness of oneness that is at once blissful and sublime. It is not possible for the soul to regret such a shift.
You're saying, then, that death is a happy experience?
For the soul that wishes it to be, yes, always.
Well, if the soul wants out of the body so bad, why doesn't it just leave it? Why is it hanging around?
I didn't say the soul wants out of the body. I said the soul is joyful when it is out. Those are two different things.
Ah.
You can be happy doing one thing and happy then doing another. The fact that you are joyful doing the second does not mean you are unhappy doing the first. The soul is not unhappy being with the body. Quite to the contrary, the soul is pleased to be you in your present form. That does not preclude the possibility that the soul might be equally pleased to be disconnected from it.
Well, there's obviously much about death I don't understand.
Yes, and that's because you don't like to think about it. Yet you must contemplate death and loss the instant you perceive any moment of life, or you will not have perceived life at all, but know only the half of it. Each moment ends the instant it begins. If you don't see this, you'll not see what is exquisite in it, and you will call the moment ordinary. Each interaction begins to end the instant it begins to begin. Only when this is truly contemplated and deeply understood does the full treasure of every moment and of life itself open to you. Life cannot give itself to you if you do not understand death. You must do more than understand it. You must love it, even as you love life. Your time with each person would be glorified if you thought it was your last time with that person. Your experience of each moment would be enhanced beyond measure if you thought it was the last such moment. Your refusal to contemplate your own death leads to your refusal to contemplate your own life. You don't see it for what it is. You miss the moment and all it holds for you. You look right past it instead of right through it. When you look deeply at something, you see right through it. To contemplate a thing deeply is to see right through it. Then the illusion ceases to exist. Then you see a thing for what it really is. Only then can you truly enjoy it, that is, place joy into it. To enjoy is to render something joyful. Even the illusion you can then enjoy, for you will know it is an illusion, and that is half the enjoyment. It is the fact that you think it is real that causes you all the pain. Nothing is painful which you understand is not real. Let me repeat that. Nothing is painful which you understand is not real. It's like a movie, a drama, played out on the stage of your mind. You are creating the situation and the characters. You are writing the lines. Nothing is painful the moment you understand that nothing is real. This is as true of death as it is of life. When you understand that death, too, is an illusion, then you can say, "O death, where is thy sting?" You can even enjoy death. You can even enjoy someone else's death. Does that seem strange? Does that seem a strange thing to say? Only if you do not understand death and life. Death is never an end, but always a beginning. A death is a door opening, not a door closing. When you understand that life is eternal, you understand that death is your illusion, keeping you very concerned with and therefore helping you believe that you are your body. Yet you are not your body, and so the destruction of your body is of no concern to you. Death should teach you that what is real is life, and life teaches you that what is unavoidable is not death, but impermanence. Impermanence is the only truth. Nothing is permanent. All is changing, in every instant, in every moment. Were anything permanent, it could not be, for even the very concept of permanence depends upon impermanence to have any meaning. Therefore, even permanence is impermanent. Look at this deeply. Contemplate this truth. Comprehend it, and you comprehend God. This is the Dharma, and this is the Buddha. This is the Buddha Dharma. This is the teaching and the teacher. This is the lesson and the master. This is the object and the observer, rolled into one. They never have been other than one. It is you who have unrolled them so that your life may unroll before you. Yet as you watch your own life roll out before you, do not yourself become unraveled. Keep yourself together. See the illusion, enjoy it, but do not become it. You are not the illusion, but the creator of it. You are in this world, but not of it. So use your illusion of death. Use it. Allow it to be the key that opens you to more of life. See the flower as dying, and you will see the flower sadly. Yet see the flower as part of a whole tree that is changing and will soon bear fruit, and you see the flower's true beauty. When you understand that the blossoming and the falling away of the flower is a sign that the tree is ready to bear fruit, then you understand life. Look at this carefully, and you will see that life is its own metaphor. Always remember, you are not the flower, nor are you even the fruit. You are the tree, and your roots are deep, embedded in me. I am the soil from which you have sprung, and both your blossoms and your fruit will return to me, creating more rich soil. Thus, life begets life and cannot know death, ever.
That is so beautiful. That is so, so beautiful. Thank you. Will you speak to me now of something that is troubling me? I need to talk about suicide. Why is there such a taboo against the ending of one's life?
Indeed. Why is there?
You mean it's not wrong to kill yourself?
The question cannot be answered to your satisfaction because the question itself contains two false concepts. It is based on two false assumptions. It contains two errors. The first false assumption is that there is such a thing as right and wrong. The second false assumption is that killing is possible. Your question itself, therefore, disintegrates the moment it is dissected. Right and wrong are philosophical polarities in a human value system which have nothing to do with ultimate reality, a point which I have made repeatedly throughout this dialogue. They are furthermore not even constant constructs within your own system, but rather values which keep shifting from time to time. You are doing the shifting, changing your mind about these values as it suits you, which rightly you should as evolving beings, yet insisting at each step along the way that you haven't done this, and that it is your unchanging values which form the core of your society's integrity. You've thus built your society on a paradox. You keep changing your values all the while proclaiming that it is unchanging values which you, well, value. The answer to the problems presented by this paradox is not to throw cold water on the sand in an attempt to make it concrete, but to celebrate the shifting of the sand. Celebrate its beauty while it holds itself in the shape of your castle, but then also celebrate the new form and shape it takes as the tide comes in. Celebrate the shifting sands as they form the new mountains you would climb, and atop which and with which you will build your new castles. Yet understand that these mountains and these castles are monuments to change, not to permanence. Glorify what you are today, yet do not condemn what you were yesterday, nor preclude what you could become tomorrow. Understand that right and wrong are figments of your imagination, and that okay and not okay are merely announcements of your latest preferences and imaginings. For example, on the question of ending one's life, it is the current imagining of the majority of people on your planet that it is not okay to do that. Similarly, many of you still insist that it is not okay to assist another who wishes to end his or her life. In both cases, you say this should be against the law. You've come to this conclusion, presumably, because the ending of the life occurs relatively quickly. Actions which end a life over a somewhat longer period of time are not against the law, even though they achieve the same result. Thus, if a person in your society kills himself with a gun, his family members lose insurance benefits. If he does so with cigarettes, they do not. If a doctor assists you in your suicide, it is called manslaughter. while if a tobacco company does, it's called commerce. With you, it seems to be merely a question of time. The legality of self-destruction, the rightness or wrongness of it, seems to have much to do with how quickly the deed is done as well as who is doing it. The faster the death, the more wrong it seems to be. The slower the death, the more it slips into okayness. Interestingly, this is the exact opposite of what a truly humane society would conclude. By any reasonable definition of what you would call humane, the shorter the death, the better. Yet your society punishes those who would seek to do the humane thing and rewards those who would do the insane. It is insane to think that endless suffering is what God requires, and that a quick, humane end to the suffering is wrong. Punish the humane, reward the insane. This is a motto which only a society of beings with limited understanding could embrace. So you poison your system by inhaling carcinogens, you poison your system by eating food treated with chemicals that over the long run kill you, and you poison your system by breathing air which you have continually polluted. You poison your system in 100 different ways over 1,000 different moments, and you do this knowing these substances are no good for you. But because it takes a longer time for them to kill you, you commit suicide with impunity. If you poison yourself with something that works faster, you are said to have done something against moral law. Now I tell you this, it is no more immoral to kill yourself quickly than it is to kill yourself slowly.
So a person who ends his own life is not punished by God?
I do not punish. I love.
What of the often heard statement that those who think they're going to escape their predicament or end their condition with suicide only find that they're facing the same predicament or condition in the afterlife, and therefore escaped and ended nothing?
Your experience in what you call the afterlife is a reflection of your consciousness at the time you enter it. Yet you are always a being of free will, and may alter your experience whenever you choose.
So loved ones who have ended their physical life are okay?
Yes, they are very okay.
There's a wonderful book on this subject called Stephen Lives by Anne Purrier. It's about her son who ended his life when he was a teenager. So many people have found it helpful.
Anne Purrier is a wonderful messenger, as is her son.
So you can recommend this book?
It is an important book. It says more on this subject than we are saying here, and those who have deep hurts or lingering issues surrounding the experience of a loved one ending their life will be open to healing through this book.
It is sad that we even have such deep hurts or issues. But much of that, I think, is a result of what our society has laid on us about suicide.
In your society, you often do not see the contradictions of your own moral constructions. The contradiction between doing things that you know full well are going to shorten your life, but doing them slowly, and doing things that will shorten your life quickly, is one of the most glaring in the human experience.
Yet they seem so obvious when you spell them out like this. Why can't we see such obvious truths on our own?
Because if you saw these truths, you would have to do something about them. This you do not wish to do, so you have no choice but to look right at something and not see it.
But why would we not want to do something about these truths if we saw them?
Because you believe that in order to do something about them, you would have to end your pleasures. And ending pleasures is something you have no desire to do. Most of the things which cause your slow deaths are things which bring you pleasure, or result from those things. And most of the things which bring you pleasure are things which satisfy the body. Indeed, this is what marks yours as a primitive society. Your lives are structured largely around seeking and experiencing pleasures of the body. Of course, all beings everywhere seek to experience pleasures. There's nothing primitive in that. In fact, it is the natural order of things. What differentiates societies and beings within societies is what they define as pleasurable. If a society is structured largely around pleasures of the body, it is operating at a different level from a society structured around pleasures of the soul. And understand, too, that this does not mean that your Puritans were right. and that all pleasures of the body should be denied. It means that in elevated societies, pleasures of the physical body do not make up the largest number of pleasures which are enjoyed. They are not the prime focus. The more elevated a society or being, the more elevated are its pleasures.
Wait a minute. That sounds like such a value judgment. I thought that you, God, didn't make value judgments.
Is it a value judgment to say that Mount Everest is higher than Mount McKinley? Is it a value judgment to say that Aunt Sarah is older than her nephew Tommy? Are these value judgments or observations? I've not said it is better to be elevated in one's consciousness. In fact, it is not, any more than it is better to be in fourth grade than in first. I am simply observing what fourth grade is.
And we are not in fourth grade on this planet. We are in first, is that it?
My child, you are not yet even in kindergarten. You are in nursery school.
Now, how can I not hear that as an insult? Why does it sound to me as if you're putting the human race down?
Because you are deeply ego-invested in being something you are not, and in not being what you are. Most people hear insults when only an observation has been made, if what is being observed is something they don't want to own. Yet until you hold a thing, you cannot let it go, and you cannot disown that which you have never owned.
You cannot change that which you do not accept.
Precisely. Enlightenment begins with acceptance, without judgment of what is. This is known as moving into the isness. It is in the isness where freedom will be found. What you resist persists. What you look at disappears. That is, it ceases to have its illusory form. You see it for what it is, and what is can always be changed. It is only what is not that cannot be changed. Therefore, to change the isness, move into it. Do not resist it. Do not deny it. What you deny, you declare. What you declare, you create. Denial of something is recreation of it, for the very act of denying something places it there. Acceptance of something places you in control of it. That which you deny you cannot control, for you have said it is not there. Therefore, what you deny controls you. The majority of your race does not want to accept that you have not yet evolved to kindergarten. It does not want to accept that the human race is still in nursery school, yet this lack of acceptance is exactly what keeps it there. You are so deeply ego-invested in being what you are not, highly evolved, that you are not being what you are, evolving. You are thus working against yourself, fighting yourself, and hence evolving very slowly. The fast track of evolution begins with admitting and accepting what is, not what is not.
And I will know that I have accepted what is when I no longer feel insulted as I hear it described.
Exactly. Are you insulted if I say you have blue eyes? So now I tell you this. The more elevated a society or being, the more elevated are its pleasures. What you call pleasure is what declares your level of evolution.
Help me, will you, with this term elevated? What do you mean by that?
Your being is the universe in microcosm. You and your whole physical body are composed of raw energy, clustered around 7 centers or chakras. Study the chakra centers and what they mean. There are hundreds of books written about this. This is wisdom I have given the human race before. What is pleasurable or stimulates your lower chakras is not the same as what is pleasurable to your higher chakras. The higher you raise the energy of life through your physical being, the more elevated will be your consciousness.
Well, here we go again. That seems to argue for celibacy. That seems to be the whole argument against expression of sexual passion. People who are elevated in their consciousness don't come from their root chakra, their first or lowest chakra, in their interactions with other humans.
That's true.
But I thought you've said throughout this dialogue that human sexuality was to be celebrated, not repressed.
That is correct.
Well, help me out here then, will you? Because we seem to have a contradiction here.
The world is full of contradictions, my son. Lack of contradictions is not a necessary ingredient in truth. Sometimes greater truth lies within the contradiction. What we have here is divine dichotomy.
Well, then help me understand the dichotomy, because all my life I've heard about how desirable it was, how elevated it was to raise the Kundalini energy out of the root chakra. This has been the chief justification for mystics living lives of sexless ecstasy. I realize we've gotten off the subject of death here, and I apologize for dragging us into this unrelated territory.
What are you apologizing for? A conversation goes where a conversation goes. The topic we are on in this whole dialogue is what it means to be fully human, and what life is about in this universe. That is the only topic, and this falls within that. Wanting to know about death is wanting to know about life, a point I made earlier. And if our exchanges lead to an expansion of our inquiry to include the very act which creates life and celebrates it magnificently, so be it. Now let's get clear again about one thing. It is not a requirement of the highly evolved that all sexual expression be muted and all sexual energy be elevated. If that were true, then there would be no highly evolved beings anywhere because all evolution would have stopped.
A rather obvious point.
Yes, and so anyone who says that the very holiest people never have sex and that this is a sign of their holiness does not understand how life was meant to work. Let me put this in very clear terms. If you want a yardstick with which to judge whether a thing is good for the human race or not, ask yourself a simple question. What would happen if everyone did it? This is a very easy measure and a very accurate one. If everyone did a thing and the result was of ultimate benefit to the human race, then that is evolved. If everyone did it and it brought disaster to the human race, then that is not a very elevated thing to recommend. Do you agree?
Of course.
Then you've just agreed that no real master will ever say that sexual celibacy is the path to mastery. Yet it is this idea that sexual abstinence is somehow the higher way and that sexual expression is a lower desire that has shamed the sexual experience and caused all manner of guilt and dysfunction to develop around it.
Yet if the reasoning against sexual abstinence is that it would prohibit procreation, couldn't it be argued that once sex has served this function, there's no more need for it?
One does not engage in sex because one realizes one's responsibility to the human race to procreate. One engages in sex because it is the natural thing to do. It is built into the genes. You obey a biological imperative.
Precisely. It's a genetic signal that drives to the question of species survival. But once the survival of the species is assured, isn't it the elevated thing to do to ignore the signal?
You misinterpret the signal. The biological imperative is not to guarantee the survival of the species, but to experience the oneness, which is the true nature of your being. Creating new life is what happens when oneness is achieved, but is not the reason oneness is sought. If procreation were the only reason for sexual expression, if it were nothing more than a delivery system, you would no longer need to engage in it with one another. You can unite the chemical elements of life in a petri dish. Yet this would not satisfy the most basic urges of the soul, which, it turns out, are much larger than mere procreation, but have to do with recreation of who and what you really are. The biological imperative is not to create more life, but to experience more life, and to experience that life as it really is, a manifestation of oneness.
That's why you never stop people from having sex, even though they've long ago stopped having children.
Of course.
Yet some say that sex should stop when people stop having children, and that those couples who continue with this activity are just caving into base physical urges.
Yes.
And that this is not elevated, but merely animalistic behavior beneath the more noble nature of man.
Well, this gets us back to the subject of chakras, or energy centers. I said earlier that the higher you raise the energy of life through your physical being, the more elevated will be your consciousness.
Yes, and that seems to say no sex.
No, it does not. Not when you understand it. Let me go back to your previous comment and make something clear. There is nothing ignoble or unholy about having sex. You've got to get that idea out of your mind and out of your culture. There is nothing base or gross or less than dignified, much less sanctified, about a passionate, desire-filled sexual experience. Physical urges are not manifestations of animalistic behavior. Those physical urges were built into the system by me. Who do you suppose created it that way? Yet physical urges are but one ingredient in a complex mixture of responses that you all have to each other. Remember, you are a three-part being with 7 chakra centers. When you respond to one another from all 3 parts and all 7 centers at the same time, then you have the peak experience you are looking for, that you have been created for. And there is nothing unholy about any of these energies, yet if you choose just one of them, that is unholy. It is not being whole. When you are not being whole, you are being less than yourself. That is what is meant by unholy.
Wow, I get it. I get it.
The admonition against sex for those who choose to be elevated was never an admonition for me. It was an invitation. An invitation is not an admonition. Yet you have made it so. And the invitation was not to stop having sex, but to stop being unwhole. Whatever you are doing, having sex or having breakfast, going to work or walking on the beach, jumping rope or reading a good book, whatever you are doing, do it as a whole being, as the whole being you are. If you are having sex from only your lower chakra center, you are operating from the root chakra alone and missing by far the most glorious part of the experience. Yet if you are being loving with another person and coming from all 7 energy centers while you are being that, now you are having a peak experience. How can this not be holy?
It can't. I'm unable to imagine such an experience, not being holy.
And so the invitation to raise the life energy through your physical being to the top chakra was never meant to be a suggestion or a demand that you disconnect from the bottom. If you have raised the energy to your heart chakra or even to your crown chakra, that doesn't mean it cannot be in your root chakra as well. Indeed, if it is not, you are disconnected. When you have raised the life energy to your higher centers, you may or may not choose to have what you would call a sexual experience with another. But if you do not, it will not be because to do so would be to violate some cosmic law on holiness, nor will it make you somehow more elevated. And if you do choose to be sexual with another, it will not lower you to a root chakra only level unless you do the opposite of disconnecting at the bottom and disconnect from the top. So here is the invitation, not an admonition, but an invitation. Raise your energy, your life force, to the highest level possible in every moment, and you will be elevated. This has nothing to do with having sex or not having sex. It has to do with raising your consciousness no matter what you are doing.
I get it. I understand. Although I don't know how to raise my consciousness, I don't think I know how to raise the life energy through my chakra centers, and I'm not sure most people even know what these centers are.
Anyone who earnestly wishes to know more about the physiology of spirituality can find out easily enough. I have sourced this information before in very clear terms.
You mean in other books, through other writers?
Yes, read the writings of Deepak Chopra. He is one of the clearest enunciators right now on your planet. He understands the mystery of spirituality and the science of it. And there are other wonderful messengers as well. Their books describe not only how to raise your life force up through your body, but also how to leave your physical body. You can remember through these additional readings how joyous it is letting the body go. Then you will understand how it could be that you might never again fear death. You will understand the dichotomy, how it is a joy to be with the body and a joy to be free of it.
You know, life must be kind of like school. I can remember being excited every fall about the first day of school, and at the end of the year, thrilled to be getting out.
Precisely, exactly. You've hit it. That's it, exactly. Only life is not a school.
Yes, I remember. You explained all of that in Book 1. Until then, I thought life was a school, and that we had to come here to learn our lessons. You helped me tremendously in Book 1 to see that this was a false doctrine.
I'm glad. That's what we're trying to do here with this trilogy, bring you to clarity. And now you're clear about why and how the soul can be overjoyed after death without necessarily ever regretting life. But you asked a larger question before, and we should revisit it.
I'm sorry?
You said, if the soul is so unhappy in the body, why doesn't it just leave?
Oh, yes.
Well, it does. And I don't mean only at death, as I just explained. But it does not leave because it is unhappy. Rather, it leaves because it wishes to regenerate, rejuvenate.
Does it do this often?
Every day.
The soul leaves the body every day? When?
When the soul yearns for its larger experience, it finds this experience rejuvenating.
It just leaves?
Yes, the soul leaves your body all the time, continually, throughout your life. That is why we invented sleep.
Oh, the soul leaves the body during sleep?
Of course, that is what sleep is. Periodically throughout your life, the soul seeks rejuvenation, refueling, if you will, so that it can continue lumbering along in this carrier you call your body. You think it is easy for your soul to inhabit your body? It is not. It may be simple, but it is not easy. It is a joy, but it is not easy. It is the most difficult thing your soul has ever done. The soul, which knows a lightness and a freedom which you can't imagine, yearns for that state of being again, just as a child who loves school can yearn for summer vacation. Just as an adult who yearns for company can also, while having company, yearn to be alone. The soul seeks the true state of being. The soul is lightness and freedom. It is also peace and joy. It is also limitlessness and painlessness, perfect wisdom and perfect love. It is all these things and more, yet it experiences precious few of these things while it is with the body. And so it made an arrangement with itself. It told itself it would stay with the body as long as it needs to in order to create and experience itself as it now chooses, but only if it could leave the body whenever it wished. It does this daily, through the experience you call sleep.
Sleep is the experience of the soul leaving the body?
Yes.
Well, I thought we fell asleep because the body needed rest.
You are mistaken. It is the other way around. The soul seeks the rest, and so causes the body to fall asleep. The soul literally drops the body, sometimes right where it is standing, when it is tired of the limits, tired of the heaviness, and lack of freedom of being with the body. It will just leave the body when it seeks refueling, when it becomes weary of all the non-truth and false reality and imagined dangers, and when it seeks once again reconnection, reassurance, restfulness, and reawakening for the mind. When the soul first embraces a body, it finds the experience extremely difficult. It is very tiring, particularly for a newly arriving soul. That is why babies sleep a lot. When the soul gets over the initial shock of being attached to a body once more, it begins to increase its tolerance for that. It stays with it more. At the same time, the part of you called your mind moves into forgetfulness, just as it was designed to do. Even the soul's flights out of the body, taken now on a less frequent, but still usually daily, basis, do not always bring the mind back to remembrance. Indeed, during these times the soul may be free, but the mind may be confused. Thus the whole being may ask, where am I? What am I creating here? These searchings may lead to fitful journeys, even frightening ones. You call these trips nightmares. Sometimes just the opposite will occur. The soul will arrive at a place of great remembering. Now the mind will have an awakening. This will fill it with peace and joy, which you will experience in your body when you return to it. The more your whole being experiences the reassurance of these rejuvenations, and the more it remembers what it is doing and trying to do with the body, the less your soul will choose to stay away from the body. For now it knows that it came to the body for a reason and with a purpose. Its desires to get on with that and to make best use of all the time with the body that it has. The person of great wisdom needs little sleep.
Are you saying that you can tell how evolved a person is by how much sleep that person needs?
Almost, yes. You could almost say that. Sometimes the soul chooses to leave the body just for the sheer joy of it, though. It may not be seeking reawakening for the mind or rejuvenation for the body. It may simply be choosing to recreate the sheer ecstasy of knowing the oneness. So it would not always be valid to say that the more sleep a person gets, the less evolved that person is. Still, it is not a coincidence that as beings become more and more aware of what they are doing with their bodies, and that they are not their bodies, but that which is with their bodies, they become willing and able to spend more and more time with their bodies, and thus appear to need less sleep. Now, some beings even choose to experience both the forgetfulness of being with the body and the oneness of the soul at once. These beings can train a part of themselves to not identify with the body while they are still with the body, thus experiencing the ecstasy of knowing who they really are without having to lose human wakefulness in order to do it.
How do they do this? How can I do this?
It is a question of awareness, of reaching a state of total awareness, as I said before. You cannot do totally aware. You can only be totally aware.
How? How? There must be some tools you can give me.
Daily meditation is one of the best tools with which to create this experience. With it, you can raise your life energy to the highest chakra, and even leave your body while you are awake. In meditation, you place yourself in a state of readiness to experience total awareness while your body is in a awakened state. This state of readiness is called true wakefulness. You do not have to be sitting in meditation to experience this. Meditation is simply a device, a tool, as you put it. But you do not have to do sitting meditation in order to experience this. You should also know that sitting meditation is not the only kind of meditation there is. There's also stopping meditation, walking meditation, doing meditation, sexual meditation. This is the state of true wakefulness. When you stop in this state, simply stop in your tracks, stop going where you are going, stop doing what you are doing. Just stop for a moment and just be right where you are. You become right exactly where you are. Stopping even just for a moment can be blessed. You look around slowly, and you notice things you did not notice while you were passing them by. The deep smell of the earth just after it rains. That curl of hair over the left ear of your beloved. How truly good it feels to see a child play. You don't have to leave your body to experience this. This is the state of true wakefulness. When you walk in this state, you breathe in every flower. You fly with every bird. You feel every crunch beneath your feet. You find beauty and wisdom, for wisdom is found wherever beauty is formed. And beauty is formed everywhere, out of all the stuff of life. You do not have to seek it. It will come to you. And you don't have to leave your body to experience this. This is the state of true wakefulness. When you do in this state, you turn whatever you are doing into a meditation, and thus into a gift, an offering from you to your soul, and from your soul to the all. Washing dishes, you enjoy the warmth of the water caressing your hands, and marvel at the wonder of both water and warmth. Working at your computer, you see the words appear on the screen in front of you in response to the command of your fingers, and exhilarate over the power of the mind and body when it is harnessed to do your bidding. Preparing dinner, you feel the love of the universe which brought you this nourishment, and as your return gift, pour into the making of this meal all the love of your being. It does not matter how extravagant or how simple the meal is. Soup can be loved into deliciousness. You don't have to leave your body to experience this. This is the state of true wakefulness. When you experience sexual energy exchange in this state, you know the highest truth of who you are. The heart of your lover becomes your home. The body of your lover becomes your own. Your soul no longer imagines itself separate from anything. You don't have to leave your body to experience this. This is the state of true wakefulness.
When you are in readiness, you are in wakefulness. A smile can take you there, a simple smile. Just stop everything for one moment and smile at nothing, just because it feels good, just because your heart knows the secret, and because your soul knows what the secret is. Smile at that. Smile a lot. It will cure whatever ails you. You are asking me for tools, and I am giving them to you. Breathe. That is another tool. Breathe long and deep. Breathe slowly and gently. Breathe in the soft, sweet nothingness of life, so full of energy, so full of love. It is God's love you are breathing. Breathe deeply, and you can feel it. Breathe very, very deeply, and the love will make you cry for joy. For you have met your God, and your God has introduced you to your soul. Once this experience has taken place, life is never the same. People talk of having been to the mountaintop or having slipped into sublime ecstasy. Their beingness is changed forever.
Thank you. I understand. It's the simple things, the simple acts, and the purest.
Yes, but know this. Some people meditate for years and never experience this. It has to do with how open one is, how willing, and also how able to move away from any expectation.
Should I meditate every day?
Oh, as in all things, there are no shoulds or shouldn'ts here. It is not a question of what you should do, but what you choose to do. Some souls seek to walk in awareness. Some recognize that in this life most people are sleepwalking, unconscious. They are going through life without consciousness. Yet souls who walk in awareness choose a different path. They choose another way. They seek to experience all the peace and joy, limitlessness and freedom, wisdom and love that oneness brings, not just when they have dropped the body and it has fallen asleep, but when they have risen the body up. It is said of a soul which creates such an experience, he is risen. Others in the so-called New Age term this a process of consciousness raising. It doesn't matter what terms you use. Words are the least reliable form of communication. It all comes down to living in awareness. And then it becomes total awareness. And what is it of which you eventually become totally aware? You eventually become totally aware of who you are. Daily meditation is one way you may achieve this, yet it requires commitment, dedication, a decision to seek inner experience, not outer reward. And remember, the silences hold the secrets. And so the sweetest sound is the sound of silence. This is the song of the soul. If you believe the noises of the world rather than the silences of your soul, you will be lost.
So daily meditation is a good idea.
A good idea? Yes. Yet know again what I have just said here. The song of the soul may be sung many ways. The sweet sound of silence may be heard many times. Some hear the silence in prayer. Some sing the song in their work. Some seek the secrets in quiet contemplation, others in less contemplative surroundings. When mastery is reached, or even intermittently experienced, the noises of the world can be muffled, the distractions quieted, even in the midst of them. All of life becomes a meditation. All of life is a meditation in which you are contemplating the divine. This is called true wakefulness or mindfulness. Experienced in this way, everything in life is blessed. There is struggle and pain and worry no more. There is only experience, which you may choose to label in any way you wish. You may choose to label all of it perfection. So use your life as a meditation and all the events in it. Walk in wakefulness, not as one asleep. Move with mindfulness, not mindlessly. And do not tarry in doubt and fear, neither in guilt nor self-recrimination, yet reside in permanent splendor in the assurance that you are grandly loved. You are always one with me. You are forever welcome. Welcome home. For your home is in my heart and mine in yours. I invite you to see this in life as you will surely see it in death. Then you will know that there is no death, and that what you have called life and death are both part of the same unending experience. We are all that is, all that ever was, and all that ever will be. World without end.
I love you. Do you know that?
Yes. And I love you. Do you know that?
I'm starting to. I'm really starting to.
Good.
Will you tell me some things about the soul, please?
Sure. I'll try to explain within your limited realm of understanding, but do not allow yourself to become frustrated if certain things don't make sense to you. Try to remember that you're bringing this information through a unique filter, a filter which has been designed by you to shield you from too much remembering.
Remind me again why I did that.
The game would be over if you remembered everything. You came here for a particular reason, and your divine purpose would be thwarted if you understood how everything is put together. Some things will always remain a mystery at this level of consciousness, and it is right that they should. So do not try to solve all the mysteries. Not at one time, anyway. Give the universe a chance. It will unfold itself in due course. Enjoy the experience of becoming.
Make haste slowly.
Exactly.
My father used to say that.
Your father was a wise and wonderful man.
Not many people would describe him that way.
Not many people knew him.
My mother did.
Yes, she did.
And she loved him.
Yes, she did.
And she forgave him.
Yes, she did.
For all of his behaviors that were hurtful.
Yes. She understood and loved and forgave. And in this she was and is a wonderful model, a blessed teacher.
Yes. So, will you tell me about the soul?
I will. What do you want to know?
Let's start with the first and obvious question. I already know the answer, but it gives us a starting point. Is there such a thing as the human soul?
Yes, it is the third aspect of your being. You are a three-part being made up of body, mind, and spirit.
Well, I know where my body is. I can see that. And I think I know where my mind is. It's in the part of my body called my head, but I'm not sure I have any idea where my...
Wait a minute. Hold it. You're wrong about something. Your mind is not in your head.
It's not?
No. Your brain is in your skull. Your mind is not.
Well, where is it, then?
In every cell of your body.
Whoa.
What you call the mind is really an energy. It is thought, and thought is an energy, not an object. Your brain is an object. It is a physical, biochemical mechanism, the largest, most sophisticated, but not the only mechanism in the human body, with which the body translates or converts the energy, which is your thought, into physical impulses. Your brain is a transformer. So is your whole body. You have little transformers in every cell. Biochemists have often remarked at how individual cells, blood cells, for instance, seem to have their own intelligence. They do, in fact.
That goes not just for cells, but for larger parts of the body. Every man on the planet knows about a particular body part that often seems to have a mind of its own.
Yes, and every woman knows how absurd men become when that is the body part they allow to influence their choices and decisions.
Some women use that knowledge to control men.
Undeniable. And some men control women through choices and decisions made from that place.
Undeniable.
Want to know how to stop the circus?
Absolutely.
This is what was meant earlier by all that talk about raising the energy of life to include all 7 chakra centers. When your choices and decisions come from a place larger than the limited locale you have described, it is impossible for women to control you, and you would never seek to control them. The only reason that women would ever resort to such means of manipulation and control is that there seems to be no other means of control, at least none nearly as effective, and without some means of control, men often become, well, uncontrollable. Yet if men would demonstrate more of their higher nature, and if women would appeal more to that part of men, the so-called battle of the sexes would be over, as would most other battles of any kind on your planet. As I have said earlier, this does not mean men and women should give up sex or that sex is part of a human being's lower nature. It means that sexual energy alone, when not raised to higher chakras and combined with the other energies that make one a whole person, produces choices and outcomes that do not reflect the whole person. These are often less than magnificent. The whole of you is magnificence itself, yet anything less than the whole of you is less than magnificent. So if you want to guarantee that you'll produce a less than magnificent choice or outcome, make a decision from your root chakra center only. Then watch the results. They are as predictable as can be.
I think I knew that.
Of course you did. The largest question facing the human race is not when will you learn, but when will you act on what you've already learned.
So the mind is in every cell?
Yes. And there are more cells in your brain than anywhere else. So it seems as though your mind is there. Yet that is just the main processing center, not the only one.
Good, I'm clear. So where is the soul?
What do you think it is?
I don't know, behind the third eye?
No.
In the middle of my chest? To the right of my heart, just beneath the breastbone?
No.
Okay, I give up.
It is everywhere.
Everywhere?
Everywhere.
Or like the mind?
Whoops. Wait a minute. The mind is not everywhere.
It's not? I thought you just said it was in every cell of the body.
That is not everywhere. There are spaces between the cells. In fact, your body is 99% space.
Ah, this is where the soul is?
The soul is everywhere, in, through, and around you. It is that which contains you.
Wait a minute. Now, you just wait a minute. I was always taught that the body is the container of my soul. Whatever happened to your body is the temple of your being?
A figure of speech.
Huh?
It is useful in helping people to understand that they are more than their bodies, that there is something larger that they are. There is, literally. The soul is larger than the body. It is not carried within the body, but carries the body within it.
I hear you, but I'm still having a hard time picturing this.
Have you ever heard of an aura?
Yes. Is this the soul?
It is as close as we can come in your language and your understanding to giving you a picture of an enormous and complex reality. The soul is that which holds you together, just as the soul of God is that which contains the universe and holds it together.
Wow. This is a complete reversal of everything I've ever thought.
Hang on, my son. The reversals have just begun.
But if the soul is, in a sense, the air in and around us, and if everyone else's soul is the same, where does one soul end and another begin? Uh-oh, don't tell me.
You see? You already know the answer.
There is no place where another soul ends and ours begins. Just like there's no place where the air in the living room stops and the air in the dining room starts. It's all the same air. It's all the same soul.
You've just discovered the secret of the universe.
And if you are that which contains the universe, just as we are that which contains our bodies, then there's no place where you end and we begin. You can clear your throat all you want, but for me this is a miraculous revelation. I mean, I knew I always understood this, but now I understand it.
That's great. Isn't that great?
You see, my problem with understanding in the past had to do with the fact that the body is a discrete container, making it possible to differentiate between, well, this body and that body. And since I always thought that the soul was housed in the body, I therefore differentiated between this soul and that soul.
Quite naturally, yes.
But if the soul is everywhere, inside and outside the body, in its aura, as you put it, then when does one aura end and another begin? And now I'm able to see for the first time really in physical terms, how it's possible that one soul does not end and another begin, and that it is physically true that we are all one.
Yippee! That's all I can say. Yippee!
I always thought that was a metaphysical truth. Now I see that it's a physical truth. Holy smoke, religion has just become science.
Don't say I didn't tell you so.
Wait a minute, if there's no place where one soul ends and another begins, does that mean there's no such thing as an individual soul?
Well, yes and no.
An answer truly befitting God.
Thank you.
But frankly, I was hoping for a little more clarity.
Give me a break here. We're moving so fast.
Yes, we are.
So let's just catch our breath here.
Okay.
Everybody relax. I'm going to explain it all to you.
Okay, go ahead. I'm ready.
You remember how I've talked to you many times now about what I've called divine dichotomy? Well, this is one of them. In fact, it's the biggest one.
I see.
It's important to learn about divine dichotomy and understand it thoroughly if you are to live in our universe with grace. Divine dichotomy holds that it is possible for two apparently contradictory truths to exist simultaneously in the same space. Now, on your planet, people find this difficult to accept. They like to have order, and anything that does not fit into their picture is automatically rejected. For this reason, when two realities begin to assert themselves, and they seem to contradict one another, the immediate assumption is that one of them must be wrong, false, untrue. It takes a great deal of maturity to see and accept that, in fact, they might both be true. Yet in the realm of the absolute, as opposed to the realm of the relative in which you live, it is very clear that the one truth, which is all there is, sometimes produces an effect which, viewed in relative terms, looks like a contradiction. This is called a divine dichotomy, and it is a very real part of the human experience. And as I've said, it's virtually impossible to live gracefully without accepting this. One is always grumbling, angry, thrashing about, vainly seeking justice, or earnestly trying to reconcile opposing forces which were never meant to be reconciled, but which, by the very nature of the tension between them, produce exactly the desired effect. The realm of the relative is, in fact, held together by just such tension. As an example, the tension between good and evil. In ultimate reality, there is no such thing as good and evil. In the realm of the absolute, all there is love. Yet in the realm of the relative, you have created the experience of what you call evil, and you have done it for a very sound reason. You wanted to experience love, not just know that love is all there is, and you cannot experience something when there is nothing else but that. And so, you created in your reality, and continue to do so every day, a polarity of good and evil, thus using one so that you might experience the other. And here we have a divine dichotomy, two seemingly contradictory truths existing simultaneously in the same place. Specifically, there is such a thing as good and evil. All there is love.
Thank you. Thank you for explaining this to me. You've touched on this before, but thank you for helping me understand divine dichotomy even better.
You're welcome. Now, as I said, the greatest divine dichotomy is the one we are looking at now. There's only one being, and hence only one soul. And there are many souls in the one being. Here's how the dichotomy works. You've just had it explained to you that there is no separation between souls. The soul is the energy of life that exists within and around as the aura of all physical objects. In a sense, it is that which is holding all physical objects in place. The soul of God holds in the universe. The soul of man holds in each individual human body.
So the body is not a container, a housing for the soul. The soul is a container for the body.
That's right.
Yet there are no dividing lines between souls. There's no place where one soul ends and another begins, and so it's really one soul holding all bodies.
Correct.
Yet the one soul feels like a bunch of individual souls.
Indeed it does. Indeed I do. By design.
Can you explain how it works?
Yes. While there is no actual separation between souls, it is true that the stuff of which the one soul is made manifests in physical reality at different speeds, producing different degrees of density.
Whoa, wait a minute. Different speeds. When did speed come in?
All of life is a vibration. That which you call life, you could just as easily call it God, is pure energy. That energy is vibrating constantly, always. It is moving in waves. The waves vibrate at different speeds, producing differing degrees of density or light. This in turn produces what you would call different effects in the physical world, actually different physical objects. Yet while the objects are different and discrete, the energy which produces them is exactly the same. Let me go back to the example that you used of the air between your living room and dining room. It was a good use of imagery that just popped right out of you. An inspiration.
From guess where?
Yes, I gave it to you. Now, you said there was no specific place between those two physical locations where the air of the living room stopped and the air of the dining room began.
Yeah.
That is true. Yet there is a place where the air of the living room becomes less dense. That is, it dissipates, becomes thinner. So too the air of the dining room. The further from the dining room you go, the less you smell dinner. Now the air in the house is the same air. There is no separate air in the dining room. Yet the air in the dining room sure seems like other air. For one thing, it smells different. So because the air has taken on different characteristics, it seems as though it is different air. But it is not. It is all the same air, seeming different. In the living room, you smell the fireplace. In the dining room, you smell dinner. You might even go into one room and say, "Phew, it's stuffy. Let's get some air in here." As if there was no air at all. And yet, of course, there's plenty of air. What you are wanting to do is change its characteristics. So you bring in some air from the outside. Yet that is the same air, too. There's only one air moving in, around, and through everything.
This is cool. This is really cool. I mean, I totally get this. I love the way you explain the universe to me in ways I can totally get.
Well, thank you. I'm trying here. So let me go on.
Please, please.
Like the air in your house, the energy of life, what we'll call the soul of God, takes on different characteristics as it surrounds different physical objects. Indeed, that energy coalesces in a particular way to form those objects. As particles of energy join together to form physical matter, they become very concentrated. Mashed up, pushed together, they begin to look like, even feel like, distinct units. That is, they begin to seem separate, different from all the other energy. Yet this is all the same energy behaving differently. It is this very act of behaving differently which makes it possible for that which is all to manifest as that which is many. As I explained in Book 1, that which is could not experience itself as what it is until it developed this ability to differentiate. So that which is all separated into that which is this and that which is that. I'm trying to make this very simple now.
Thank you.
The clumps of energy which coalesced into discrete units that held in physical beings are what you have chosen to call souls. Parts of me that have become the lot of you are what we are talking about here. Thus, the divine dichotomy. There is only one of us. There are many of us.
Whoa, this is great.
You're telling me? Shall I go on?
No, stop here. I'm bored. Yes, go on.
Okay. Now, as energy coalesces, it becomes, as I said, very concentrated. But the further one moves from the point of this concentration, the more dissipated the energy becomes. The air becomes thinner, the aura fades. The energy never completely disappears because it cannot. It is the stuff of which everything is made. It's all there is. Yet it can become very, very thin, very subtle, almost not there. Then, in another place, read that, another part of itself. It can again coalesce, once more clumping together to form what you call matter, and what looks like a discrete unit. Now the two units appear separate from each other, and in truth, there is no separation at all. This is, in very, very simple, elementary terms, the explanation behind the whole physical universe.
Oh, but can it be true? How do I know I haven't just made this all up?
Your scientists are already discovering that the building blocks of all of life are the same. They brought back rocks from the moon and found the same stuff they find in trees. They take apart a tree and find the same stuff they find in you. I tell you this, we are all the same stuff. We are all the same energy, coalesced, compressed in different ways to create different forms and different matter. Nothing matters in and of itself. That is, nothing can become matter all by itself. Jesus said, without the Father, I am nothing. The Father of all is pure thought. This is the energy of life. This is what you have chosen to call absolute love. This is the God and the Goddess, the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end. It is the all in all, the unmoved mover, the prime source. It is that which you have sought to understand from the beginning of time, the great mystery, the endless enigma, the eternal truth. There's only one of us, and so it is that which you are.
Thank you for being here with me in this way. Thank you for being here with all of us. For millions have heard the words in these dialogues, and millions more will yet do so. And we are breathlessly gifted by the coming of you to our hearts.
My dearest beings, I have always been in your hearts. I am only glad you can now actually feel me there. I have always been with you. I have never left you. I am you, and you are me. And we shall never be separated, ever, because that is not possible.
Yet, on some days, I feel so terribly alone. At some moments, I feel that I'm fighting this battle by myself.
That's because you have left me, my child. You have abandoned your awareness of me. Yet where there is awareness of me, you can never be alone.
How can I stay in my awareness?
Bring your awareness to others, not by proselytizing, but by example. Be the source of the love which I am in the lives of all others. For that which you give to others, you give to yourself, because there is only one of us.
Thank you. Yes, you've given me that clue before. Be the source. Whatever you want to experience in yourself, you have said, be the source of it in the lives of others.
Yes, this is the great secret. This is the sacred wisdom. Do unto others as you would have it done unto you. All of your problems, all of your conflicts, all of your difficulties in creating a life on your planet of peace and joy are based in your failure to understand this simple instruction and to follow it.
I get it. Once more, you've said it so plainly, so clearly that I get it. I'll try never to lose it again.
You cannot lose that which you give away. Always remember that.
Thank you. May I ask you a few more questions now about the soul?
I have one more general comment to make about life as you're living it.
Please.
You just said that there are times when you feel as though you're fighting this battle by yourself.
Yes.
What battle?
It was a figure of speech.
I think it was a real indicator of how you and many people really think of life. You have it in your head that it's a battle, that there is some kind of struggle going on here.
Well, it seems that way to me sometimes.
It is not that way inherently, and it doesn't have to seem that way ever.
You'll forgive me, but that's hard for me to believe.
Which is exactly why it hasn't been your reality. For you will make real what you believe is real. Yet I tell you this, your life was never meant to be a struggle, and doesn't have to be, now or ever. I have given you the tools with which to create the grandest reality. You have simply chosen not to use them, or to be more accurate, you have misused them. The tools I am referring to here are the 3 tools of creation. We have talked about them much in our ongoing dialogue. Do you know what they are?
Thought, word, and action.
Good. You've remembered.
Yeah.
I once inspired Mildred Hinckley, a spiritual teacher, to say, "You were born with the creative power of the universe at the tip of your tongue." That is a statement of astonishing implications, as is this truth from another teacher. "As thou hast believed, so be it done unto you." These two statements have to do with thought and word. Another teacher had this to say about action. "The beginning is God. The end is action. Action is God creating, or God experienced."
You said that in Book 1.
Book 1 was brought through by you, my son, just as all great teachings have been inspired by me and brought through human forms. Those who allow such inspirations to move them and who fearlessly share them publicly are my greatest teachers.
I'm not sure I would put myself in that category.
The words you have been inspired to share have touched millions. Millions, my son. They have been translated into 24 languages. They have reached around the world. By what measure would you grant the status of great teacher?
By the measure of one's actions, not one's words.
That is a very wise answer.
And my actions in this lifetime do not speak well of me and certainly do not qualify me as a teacher.
You've just written off half the teachers who have ever lived.
What are you saying?
I'm saying what I said through Judith Schuckman in A Course in Miracles. You teach what you have to learn. Do you believe that you must be demonstrating perfection before you can teach how to reach it? And while you have made your share of what you would call mistakes,
More than my share.
you have also shown great courage in bringing this conversation with me forward.
Or great foolhardiness.
Why do you insist on putting yourself down like that? You all do it, every one of you. You deny your own greatness as you deny the existence of me in you.
Not me. I've never denied that.
What?
Well, not recently.
I tell you before the cock crows, you will deny me 3 times. Every thought of yourself as smaller than you really are is a denial of me. Every word about yourself that puts you down is a denial of me. Every action flowing through yourself that plays out a role of not good enough or lack or insufficiency of any kind is a denial indeed, not just in thought, not just in word, but in deed.
I really didn't
Do
mean...
not allow your life to represent anything but the grandest version of the greatest vision you ever had about who you are. Now, what is the greatest vision you've ever had for yourself? Is it not that you would one day be a great teacher?
Well,
Isn't it?
yes.
Then so be it. And so it is. Until you once again deny it.
I won't deny it again.
You won't?
No.
Prove it.
Prove it?
Prove it.
How?
Say right now, I am a great teacher.
Go
Go ahead, say it.
I am... You see, the problem is all of this is going to be published. I'm aware that everything I'm writing on this legal pad is going to appear in print somewhere. People in Peoria are going to be reading this.
Peoria? Try Beijing.
Okay, China too, that's my point. People have been asking me, bugging me about Book 3 since the month after Book 2 came out. I've tried to explain why it's taken so long. I've tried to get them to understand what it's like, having this dialogue when you know the whole world is watching, waiting. It's not like it was with Book 1 and Book 2. Both of those were dialogues conducted in a void. I never even knew they would be books.
Yes, you did. In your heart of hearts, you did.
Well, maybe I hoped they'd be. But now I know, and it's different writing on this legal pad.
Because now you know everyone will be reading every word you write.
Yes, yes. And now you want me to say that I'm a great teacher, and it's difficult in front of all these people.
You want I should ask you to declare yourself in private? Is that how you think you empower yourself? I asked you to declare who you are in public precisely because you are in public here. The whole idea was to get you to say it in public. Public declaration is the highest form of visioning. Live the grandest version of the greatest vision you ever had about who you are. Begin the living of it by declaring it, publicly. The first step in making it so is saying it is so.
But what of modesty? What of decorum? Is it seemly to declare our grandest idea about ourselves to everyone we see?
Every great master has done so.
Yes, but not arrogantly.
How arrogant is, I am the life and the way? Is that arrogant enough for you? Now, you said you would never deny me again, yet you've spent the last 10 minutes trying to justify doing so.
I'm not denying you. We were talking here about my greatest vision of me.
Your greatest vision of you is me. That is who I am. When you deny the greatest part of you, you deny me. And I tell you, before the dawn tomorrow, you will do this 3 times.
Unless I don't.
Unless you don't. That is right. And only you can decide. Only you can choose. Now, do you know of any great teacher who was ever a great teacher in private? The Buddha, Jesus, Krishna, all were teachers in public, no?
Yes, but there are great teachers who are not widely known. My mother was one. You just said so earlier. It's not necessary to be widely known to be a great teacher.
Your mother was a harbinger, a messenger, a preparer of the way. She prepared you for the way by showing you the way. Yet you, too, are a teacher. And as good a teacher as you know your mother to be, she apparently did not teach you never to deny yourself. You will teach others.
Oh, I want to so badly. That is what I want to do.
Do not want to. You may not have what you want. You merely declare that you are in want of it. And that's where you will be left. And you will be left wanting.
All right, okay, I don't want to. I choose to.
That's better. That's much better. Now, what do you choose?
I choose to teach others never to deny themselves.
Good. And what else do you choose?
I choose to teach others never to deny you, God, because to deny you is to deny themselves, and to deny themselves is to deny you.
Good. And do you choose to teach this haphazardly, almost by chance, or do you choose to teach this grandly, as if on purpose?
I choose to teach it on purpose, grandly, as my mother did. My mother did teach me never to deny myself. She taught it to me every day. She was the greatest encourager I ever had. She taught me to have faith in myself and in you. I should be such a teacher. I choose to be such a teacher. Of all the great wisdoms my mom taught me, she made her whole life a teaching, not just her words. That's what makes a great teacher.
You are right. Your mother was a great teacher, and you were right in your larger truth. A person does not have to be widely known to be a great teacher. I was testing you. I wanted to see where you'd go with this.
Did I go where I was supposed to go?
You went where all great teachers go, to your own wisdom, to your own truth. That is the place to which you must always go, for it is the place you must turn around and come from as you teach the world.
I know. This I know.
And what is your own deepest truth about who you are?
I am a great teacher of eternal truth.
There you have it. Calmly said, softly spoken. There you have it. You know the truth of it in your heart, and you have only spoken your heart. You are not boasting, and no one will hear it as boasting. You are not bragging, and no one will hear it as bragging. You are not beating your chest, you are opening your heart. And there's a big difference. Everyone knows who they are in their heart. They are a great ballerina, or a great lawyer, or a great actor, or a great first baseman. They are a great detective, or a great salesperson, or a great parent, or a great architect, a great poet, or a great leader, a great builder, or a great healer. And they are, each and every one, a great person. Everyone knows who they are in their heart. If they open their heart, if they share with others their heart's desire, if they live their heartfelt truth, they fill their world with magnificence. You are a great teacher. And where do you suppose that gift comes from?
You?
And so when you declare yourself to be who you are merely declaring who I am. Always declare me as source, and no one will mind you declaring yourself as great.
Yet you've always urged me to declare myself as source.
You are the source of everything I am. The great teacher with whom you are most familiar in your life said, I am the life and the way. He also said, all these things come to me from the Father. Without the Father, I am nothing. And he also said, I and the Father are one. Do you understand?
There is only one of us.
Exactly.
Which brings us back to the human soul. Can I now ask some more questions about the soul?
Go.
Okay. How many souls are there?
One.
Yes, in the largest sense, I know, but how many individuations of the one that is all are there?
Say, I like that word. I like the way you use that word. The one energy that is all energy individuates itself into many different parts. I like that.
I'm glad. So how many individuations did you create? How many souls are there?
I cannot answer that in terms you would understand.
Try me. Is it a constant number, a changing number, an infinite number? Have you created new souls since the original batch?
Yes, it is a constant number. Yes, it is a changing number. Yes, it is an infinite number. Yes, I have created new souls, and no, I have not.
Okay, I don't understand.
I know.
So help me.
Did you actually say that?
Say what?
So help me, God.
Oh, clever, clever. Okay, so I'm going to understand this if it's the last thing I do, so help me God.
I will. You are very determined, so I will help you. Although I warn you that it is difficult to grasp or understand the infinite from a perspective that is finite. We will nevertheless give it a whirl.
Coolness.
Yes, coolness. Well, let's begin by noticing that your questions infer that a reality exists called time. In truth, there's no such reality. There's only one moment, and that is the eternal moment of now. All things that have ever happened are happening now, and ever will happen are occurring in this moment. Nothing has happened before because there is no before. Nothing will happen after because there is no after. It is always and only right now. In the right now of things, I am constantly changing. The number of ways in which I individuate, I like your word, is therefore always different and always the same. Given that there is only now, the number of souls is always constant. But given that you like to think of now in terms of now and then, it is always changing. We touched on this earlier when we spoke of reincarnation and lower life forms and how souls come back. Since I'm always changing, the number of souls is infinite. Yet at any given point in time, it appears to be finite. And yes, there are new souls in the sense that they have allowed themselves, having reached ultimate awareness and unified with ultimate reality, to voluntarily forget everything and start over. They've decided to move to a new place on the cosmic wheel, and some have chosen to be young souls again. Yet all souls are part of the original batch. Since all are being created, were created, will be created in the only moment of now. So the number is finite and infinite, changing and unchanged, depending on how you look at it. Because of this characteristic of ultimate reality, I am often called the unmoved mover. I am that which is always moving and has never moved, is always changing, and has never changed.
Okay, I get it. Nothing is absolute with you.
Except that everything is absolute.
Unless it's not.
Exactly. Precisely. You do get it. Bravo.
Well, the truth is I think I've always understood this stuff.
Yes.
Except when I haven't.
That's right.
Unless it's not.
Exactly.
Who's on first?
No, what's on first? Who's on second?
Ta-da! So you're Abbott and I'm Costello, and this is all just a cosmic vaudeville show.
Except when it's not. There are moments and events you may want to take very seriously.
Unless I don't.
Unless you don't.
So, returning once again to the subject of souls.
Boy, that's a great book title there. The Subject of Souls.
Maybe we'll do that one.
Are you kidding? We already have.
Unless we haven't.
That's true.
Unless it's not.
You never know.
Except when you do.
You see, you are getting this. You're remembering now how it really is, and you're having fun with it. You're returning now to living lightly. You're lightening up. This is what is meant by enlightenment.
Cool.
Very cool, which means you're hot.
Yep. That's what's called living within the contradiction. You've talked about it many times. All right, well, let's get back to this subject of souls. What's the difference between an old soul and a young soul?
A body of energy, that is to say, a part of me, can conceive of itself as young or old, depending on what it chooses after it reaches ultimate awareness. When they return to the cosmic wheel, some souls choose to be old souls and some choose to be young. Indeed, if the experience called young did not exist, neither could the experience called old. So some souls have volunteered to be called young, and some to be called old, so that the one soul, which is really all there is, could know itself completely. Similarly, some souls have chosen to be called good, and some bad for exactly the same reason. And this is why no soul is ever punished. For why would the one soul want to punish a part of itself for being a portion of the whole? This is all beautifully explained in the children's storybook The Little Soul and the Sun, which lays it out simply for a child to understand.
You know, you have a way of putting things so eloquently, of articulating terribly complex concepts so clearly that even a child can understand.
Thank you.
Also, here comes another question about souls. Are there such things as soul partners?
Yes, but not the way you think of them.
What's different?
You have romanticized soul partner to mean the other half of you. In truth, the human soul, the part of me that individuates, is much larger than you have imagined.
In other words, what I call the soul is bigger than I think.
Much bigger. It is not the air in one room, it is the air in one entire house. And that house has many rooms. The soul is not limited to one identity. It is not the air in the dining room, nor does the soul split into two individuals who are called soul partners. It is not the air in the living room, dining room combination. It is the air in the whole mansion. And in my kingdom there are many mansions. And while it is the same air flowing around, in, and through every mansion, the air of the rooms in one mansion may feel closer. You might walk into those rooms and say, "It feels close in there." So that you understand, then, there is only one soul. Yet what you call the individuated soul is huge, hovering over, in, and through hundreds of physical forms.
At the same time?
There is no such thing as time. I can only answer this by saying yes and no. Some of the physical forms enveloped by your soul are living now in your understanding. Others individuated in forms that are now what you would call dead. And some have enveloped forms that live in what you call the future. It's all happening right now, of course, and yet your contrivance, called time, serves as a tool, allowing you a greater sense of the realized experience.
So these hundreds of physical bodies my soul has enveloped, now that's an interesting word that you use there, are all my soul partners?
That's closer to being accurate than the way you've been using the term, yes.
And some of my soul partners have lived before?
Yes, as you would describe it, yes.
Whoa, hold it. I think I just got something here. Are these parts of me that have lived before what I would now describe as my former lives?
Good thinking. You're getting it.
Thank you.
Yes, some of these are the other lives you've lived before, and some are not. And other parts of your soul are enveloping bodies that will be alive in what you call your future. And still others are embodied in different forms living on your planet right now. When you run into one of these, you may feel an immediate sense of affinity. Sometimes you may even say, "We must have spent a past life together." And you will be right. You have spent a past life together, either as the same physical form or as two forms in the same space-time continuum.
This is fabulous. This explains everything.
Yes, it does.
Except one thing.
What's that?
How about when I just know that I've spent a past life with someone? I mean, I just know it. I can feel it in my bones. And yet when I mention this to them, they feel none of this at all. What's that about?
It's about you confusing the past with the future.
Huh?
You have spent another life with them. It's just not a past life.
It's a future life?
Precisely. It's all happening in the eternal moment of now. And you have an awareness of what, in a sense, has not yet happened.
Well, then why don't they remember the future too?
These are very subtle vibrations, and some of you are more sensitive to them than others. Also, from person to person, it is different. You may be more sensitive to your past or future experience with one person than another. This usually means you've spent that other time as the part of your very huge soul enveloping the same body. Whereas when there is still that sensation of having met before, but just not as strong of one, it may mean that you have shared the same time together, but not the same body. Perhaps you were or will be husband and wife, brother and sister, parent and child, lover and beloved. These are strong bonds, and it is natural that you would feel them when you meet again for the first time in this life.
Well, if what you're saying is true, that would account for a phenomenon for which I have never been able to account. The phenomenon of more than one person in this lifetime claiming to have memories of being Joan of Arc or Mozart or some other famous person from the past. I've always thought this was proof for those who say that reincarnation is a false doctrine. For how could more than one person claim to have been the same person before? But now I see how this is possible. All that's happened is that several of the sentient beings, now being enveloped by one soul, are remembering, becoming members once again, with the part of their single soul which is now, Joan of Arc or Mozart. Good heavens, this blows the lid off all limitations. It makes all things possible. The minute I catch myself in the future saying that's impossible, I'll know that all I'm doing is demonstrating that there's a great deal I don't know.
That is a good thing to remember. A very good thing to remember.
And if we can have more than one soul partner, that would explain how it's possible for us to experience those intense soul partner feelings with more than one person a lifetime, or even with more than one person at a time.
Indeed.
Then it is possible to love more than one person at a time.
Of course.
No, I mean with the kind of intense personal love that we usually reserve for one person, or at least one person at a time.
Why would you ever want to reserve love? Why would you want to hold it in reserve?
Well, because it's not right to love more than one person that way. It's a betrayal.
Who told you that?
Everybody tells me that. My parents told me that. My religion told me that. My society tells me that. Everybody tells me that.
These are some of those sins of the father being passed on to the son. Your own experience teaches you one thing, that loving everyone full out is the most joyful thing you can do, yet your parents, teachers, ministers tell you something else, that you may only love one person at a time that way. And we're not just talking about sex here. If you consider one person as special as another in any way, you are often made to feel that you have betrayed that other.
Right, exactly. That's how we've got it all set up.
Then you're not expressing true love, but some counterfeit variety.
To what extent will true love be allowed to express itself within the framework of the human experience? What limits shall we, indeed some would say, must we, place on that expression? If all social and sexual energies were to be unleashed without restriction, what would be the result? Is complete social and sexual freedom the abdication of all responsibility or the absolute height of it?
Any attempt to restrict the natural expressions of love is a denial of the experience of freedom, and thus a denial of the soul itself. For the soul is freedom personified. God is freedom by definition, for God is limitless and without restriction of any kind. The soul is God miniaturized. Therefore, the soul rebels at any imposition of limitation and dies a new death each time it accepts boundaries from without. In this sense, birth itself is a death and death a birth. For in birth, the soul finds itself constricted within the awful limitations of a body, and at death escapes those constrictions again. It does the same thing during sleep. Back to freedom the soul flies, and rejoices once again with the expression and experience of its true nature. Yet can its true nature be expressed and experienced while with the body? That is the question you ask, and it drives to the very reason and purpose of life itself. For if life with the body is nothing more than a prison or a limitation, then what good can come of it? And what can be its function, much less its justification?
Yes, I suppose that is what I'm asking. And I ask it on behalf of all beings everywhere who have felt the awful constrictions of the human experience. I am not speaking now of physical limitations.
I know you're not.
But emotional and psychological ones.
Yes, I know. I understand. Yet your concerns all relate to the same larger question.
Yes, all right. Well, still, let me finish. All my life, I've been deeply frustrated by the world's inability to let me love everyone in exactly the way I've wanted to. When I was young, it was about not talking to strangers, not saying things inappropriately. I remember once walking down a street with my father. We came across a poor man begging for coins. I immediately felt sorry for this man and wanted to give him some of the pennies in my pocket. My father stopped me, brushed me past. "Trash," he said. "That's just trash." That was my father's label for all those who did not live up to his definitions of what it meant to be humans of worth. Later, I remember an experience of my older brother, who was no longer living with us, not being allowed into the house on Christmas Eve because of some argument he'd had with my father. I loved my brother and wanted him to be with us that night, but my father stopped him on the front porch and barred him from entering the home. My mother was devastated. It was her son from a previous marriage, and I was simply mystified. How could we not love or want my brother on Christmas Eve simply because of an argument? What kind of disagreement could be so bad that it would be allowed to ruin Christmas, when even wars were suspended for a 24-hour truce? This my little 7-year-old heart begged to know. As I grew older, I learned that it was not just anger that stopped the love from flowing, but also fear. That was why we often talked to strangers, but not just when we were defenseless children. Also when we were adults. I learned that it was just not okay to openly and eagerly meet and greet strangers, and that there were certain etiquettes to be followed with people to whom you had just been introduced, none of which made sense to me. I wanted to know everything about that new person, and I wanted them to know everything about me. But no, the rules said you had to wait. And now in my adult life, when sexuality enters into it, I've learned that the rules are even more rigid and limiting, and I still don't get it. I find that I just want to love and be loved, that I just want to love everyone in whatever way feels natural to me, in whatever way feels good. Yet society has its rules and regulations about all this. And so rigid are they that even if the other person who's involved agrees to an experience, if society doesn't agree, those two lovers are called wrong and are thus doomed. Now, what is that? What is that all about?
Well, you've said it yourself. Fear. It's all about fear.
Yes, but are these fears justified? Aren't these restrictions and constrictions only appropriate given the behaviors of our race? A man meets a younger woman, falls in love, or in lust with her, and leaves his wife, for instance. I use only one example. So there she is, left with the kids and no employment skills at 39 or 43, or worse yet, left high and dry at 64 by a 68-year-old man who's become enamored of a woman younger than his daughter.
Is it your supposing that the man you described has ceased to love his 64-year-old wife?
Well, he sure acts like it.
No, it is not his wife he does not love and seeks to escape. It is the limitations he feels placed on him.
Oh, nonsense. It's lust, pure and simple. It's an old geezer simply trying to recapture his youth, wanting to be with a younger woman, unable to curb his childish appetites and keep his promise to the partner who has remained with him through all the tough and lean years.
Of course, you've described it perfectly. Yet nothing you have said has changed a thing that I have said. In virtually every case, this man has not stopped loving his wife. It is the limitations his wife places on him, or those placed on him by the younger woman, who will have nothing to do with him if he stays with his wife, that creates the rebellion. The point I'm trying to make is that the soul will always rebel at limitation, of any kind. That is what has sparked every revolution in the history of humankind. Not just the revolution which causes a man to leave his wife, or a wife to suddenly leave her husband, which, by the way, also happens.
Surely you're not arguing for the complete abolition of behavioral limitations of any kind. That would be behavioral anarchy, social chaos. Surely you're not advocating people having affairs, or, take my breath away, open marriage.
I do not advocate or fail to advocate anything. I am not for or against anything. The human race keeps trying to make me a for or against kind of God, and I am not that. I merely observe what is so. I simply watch you create your own systems of right and wrong, for and against, and I look to see whether your current ideas about that serve you, given what you say you choose and desire as a species and as individuals. Now to the question of open marriage. I am not for or against open marriage. Whether you are or not depends upon what you decide you want in and out of your marriage. And your decision about that creates who you are with regard to the experience you call marriage. For it is, as I have told you, every act is an act of self-definition. When making any decision, it is important to make sure the right question is being answered. The question with regard to so-called open marriage, for instance, is not, shall we have an open marriage where sexual contact by both parties with persons outside the marriage is allowed? The question is, who am I and who are we with regard to the experience called marriage? The answer to that question will be found in the answer to life's largest question, who am I, period, with regard to anything, in relationship to anything. Who am I, and who do I choose to be? As I have said repeatedly throughout this dialogue, the answer to that question is the answer to every question.
God, that frustrates me. Because the answer to that question is so broad and so general that it answers no other question at all.
Oh, really? Then what is your answer to that question?
According to these books, according to what you seem to be saying in this dialogue, I am love. That is who I really am.
Excellent. You have learned. That is correct. You are love. Love is all there is. So you are love. I am love. And there is nothing which is not love.
What about fear?
Fear is that which you are not. Fear is false evidence appearing real. Fear is the opposite of love, which you have created in your reality so that you may know experientially that which you are. This is what is true in the relative world of your existence. In the absence of that which you are not, that which you are is not.
Yes, we've been through this a number of times now in our dialogue. But it feels as though you have evaded my complaint. I said that the answer to the question of who you are, which is love, is so broad as to render it a non-answer. It is no answer at all to almost any other question. You say it is the answer to every question, and I say it's not the answer to any, much less to one as specific as, should our marriage be an open marriage?
If that is true for you, it is because you do not know what love is.
Does anybody? The human race has been trying to figure that one out since the beginning of time.
Which does not exist.
Which does not exist. Yes, I know. It's a figure of speech.
Let me see if I can find, using your figures of speech, some words and some ways to explain what love is.
Super, that'd be great.
The first word that comes to mind is unlimited. That which is love is unlimited.
Well, we're right back where we started from when we opened this subject. We're going around in circles.
Circles are good. Don't berate them. Keep circling around the question. Circling is okay. Repeating is okay. Revisiting, restating is okay.
I sometimes get impatient.
Sometimes that's pretty funny.
Okay. Go on with what you were saying.
Love is that which is unlimited. There is no beginning and no end to it. No before and no after. Love always was, always is, and always will be. So love is also always. It's the always reality. Now we get back to another word we used before, freedom. For if love is unlimited and always, then love is free. Love is that which is perfectly free. Now, in the human reality, you will find that you always seek to love and to be loved. You will find that you will always yearn for that love to be unlimited. And you will find that you will always wish you could be free to express it. You will seek freedom, unlimitedness, and eternality in every experience of love. You may not always get it, but that is what you will seek. You will seek this because this is what love is. And at some deep place, you know that, because you are love. And through the expression of love, you are seeking to know and to experience who and what you are. You are life expressing life, love expressing love, God expressing God. All these words are therefore synonymous. Think of them as the same thing. God, life, love, unlimited, eternal, free. Anything which is not one of these things is not any of these things. You are all of those things, and you will seek to experience yourself as all of these things, sooner or later.
What does that mean, sooner or later?
It depends on when you get over your fear. As I've said, fear is false evidence appearing real. It is that which you are not. You will seek to experience that which you are when you are through experiencing that which you are not.
Who wants to experience fear?
Nobody wants to. You're taught to. A child experiences no fear. He thinks he can do anything. Nor does a child experience lack of freedom.
She thinks she can love anyone, nor does a child experience lack of life. Children believe they will live forever, and people who act like children think nothing can hurt them. Nor does a child know any ungodly things, until that child is taught ungodly things by grown-ups. And so children run around naked and hug everyone, thinking nothing of it. If adults could only do the same thing.
Well, children do so with the beauty of innocence. Adults can't get back to that innocence, because when adults get naked, there's always that sex thing.
Yes, and of course, God forbid that sex thing be innocent and freely experienced.
Well, actually, God did forbid it. Adam and Eve were perfectly happy running around naked in the Garden of Eden until Eve ate of the fruit of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, and then you condemned us to our present state, for we are all guilty of that original sin.
I did no such thing.
I know. But I had to give organized religion a shot here.
Try to avoid that if you can.
Yes, I should. Organized religionists have very little sense of humor.
There you go again.
Sorry.
As I was saying, you will strive as a species to experience a love that is unlimited, eternal, and free. The institution of marriage has been your attempt at creating eternality. With it, you agreed to become partners for life, but this did little to produce a love which was unlimited and free.
Why not? If the marriage is freely chosen, isn't it an expression of freedom? And to say that you are going to demonstrate your love sexually with no one else but your spouse is not a limitation, it's a choice. And a choice is not a limitation. It's the exercise of freedom.
So long as that continues to be the choice, yes.
Well, it has to be. That was the promise.
Yes, and that's where the trouble begins.
Help me here.
Look, there may come a time when you want to experience a high degree of specialness in the relationship. Not that one person is more special to you than another, but that the way you choose to demonstrate with one person the depth of love you have for all people and for life itself is unique to that person alone. Indeed, the way you now demonstrate love to each person you do love is unique. You demonstrate your love to no two people in exactly the same way. Because you are a creature and a creator of originality. Everything you create is original. It is not possible for any thought, word, or action to be duplicative. You cannot duplicate. You can only originate. You know why no two snowflakes are alike? Because it is impossible for them to be. Creation is not duplication, and the Creator can only create. That is why no two snowflakes are alike. No two people are alike. No two thoughts are alike. No two relationships are alike. And no two of anything are alike. The universe and everything in it exists in singular form, and there truly is nothing else like it.
And this is the divine dichotomy again. Everything is singular, yet everything is one.
Exactly. Each finger on your hand is different, yet it is all the same hand. The air in your house is the air that is everywhere, yet the air from room to room is not the same, but feels markedly different. It is the same with people. All people are one, yet no two people are alike. You could not therefore love two people in the same way, even if you tried, and you would never want to, because love is a unique response to that which is unique. So when you demonstrate your love for one person, you are doing so in a way in which you cannot do so with another. Your thoughts, words, and actions, your responses, are literally impossible to duplicate, one of a kind. just as is the person for whom you have these feelings. If the time has come when you have desired this special demonstration with one person alone, then choose it, as you say. Announce it and declare it. Yet make your declaration an announcement moment to moment of your freedom, not your ongoing obligation. For true love is always free. An obligation cannot exist in the space of love. If you see your decision to express your love in a particular way with only one particular other as a sacred promise, never to be broken, the day may come when you will experience that promise as an obligation, and you will resent it. Yet if you see this decision not as a promise, made only once, but as a free choice made over and over, that day of resentment will never come. Remember this, there's only one sacred promise, and that is to tell and live your truth. All other promises are forfeitures of freedom, and that can never be sacred. For freedom is who you are. If you forfeit freedom, you forfeit yourself. And that is not a sacrament. That is a blasphemy.
So are you saying we should never make promises? That we should never promise anything to anyone?
As most of you are now living your life, there is a lie built into every promise. The lie is that you can know now how you will feel about a thing and what you will want to do about that thing on any given tomorrow. You cannot know this if you are living your life as a reactive being, which most of you are. Only if you are living life as a creative being can your promise not contain a lie. Creative beings can know how they are going to feel about a thing at any time in the future, because creative beings create their feelings rather than experiencing them. Until you can create your future, you cannot predict your future. Until you can predict your future, you cannot promise anything truthfully about it. Yet even one who both creates and predicts her future has the authority and the right to change. Change is a fundamental right of all creatures. Indeed, it is more than a right, for a right is that which is given. Change is that which is. Change is. That which is change. You are. You cannot be given this. You are this. Now, since you are change, and since change is the only thing constant about you, you cannot truthfully promise to always be the same.
Do you mean that there are no constants in the universe? Are you saying that there is nothing which remains constant in all of creativity?
The process you call life is a process of recreation. All of life is constantly recreating itself anew in each moment of now. In this process, identicality is impossible, since if a thing is identical, it is not changed at all. Yet while identicality is impossible, similarity is not. Similarity is the result of the process of change, producing a remarkably similar version of what went before. When creativity reaches a high level of similarity, you call that identicality. And from the gross perspective of your limited viewpoint, it is. Therefore, in human terms, there appears to be great constancy in the universe. That is, things seem to look alike and act alike and react alike. You see consistency here. This is good, for it provides a framework within which you may consider and experience your existence in the physical. Yet I tell you this, viewed from the perspective of all life, that which is physical and that which is non-physical, the appearance of constancy disappears. Things are experienced as they really are, constantly changing.
You're saying that sometimes the changes are so delicate, so subtle, that from our less discerning viewpoint they appear the same, sometimes exactly the same, when in fact they're not.
Precisely.
There are no such things as identical twins.
Exactly, you have captured it perfectly.
And yet we can recreate ourselves anew in a form sufficiently similar to produce the effect of constancy.
Yes.
And we can do this in human relationships, in terms of who we are and how we behave.
Yes. Although most of you find this very difficult. Because true constancy, as opposed to the appearance of constancy, violates the natural law, as we have just learned. And it takes a great master to even create the appearance of identicality. A master overcomes every natural tendency, remember? The natural tendency is toward change, to show up as identicality. In truth, he cannot show up identically from moment to moment, but she can show up sufficiently similar to create the appearance of being identical.
Yet people who are not masters show up identically all the time. I know people whose behaviors and appearances are so predictable you can stake your life on them.
Yet it takes great effort to do this intentionally. The master is one who creates a high level of similarity, what you call consistency, intentionally. A student is one who creates consistency without necessarily intending to. A person who always reacts the same way to certain circumstances, for instance, will often say, "I couldn't help it." A master would never say that. Even if a person's reaction produces an admirable behavior, something for which they receive praise, their response will often be, "Well, it was nothing. It was automatic, really. Anybody would do it." A master would never do that either. A master, therefore, is a person who, quite literally, knows what he is doing. She also knows why. People not operating at levels of mastery often know neither.
This is why it's so difficult to keep promises.
It is one reason. As I said, until you can predict your future, you cannot promise anything truthfully. A second reason people find it difficult to keep promises is that they come into conflict with authenticity.
What do you mean?
I mean that their evolving truth about a thing differs from what they said their truth would always be. And so they are deeply conflicted. What to obey, my truth or my promise?
Advice?
I've given you this advice before. Betrayal of yourself in order not to betray another is betrayal nonetheless. It is the highest betrayal.
But this would lead to promises being broken all over the place. Nobody's word on anything would matter. Nobody could be counted on for anything.
Oh, so you've been counting on others to keep their word, have you? No wonder you've been so miserable.
Who says I've been miserable?
You mean this is the way you look and act when you've been happy?
Okay, all right, so I've been miserable. Sometimes.
Oh, a great deal of the time. Even when you've had every reason to be happy, you've allowed yourself to be miserable, worrying about whether you'll be able to hold on to your happiness. And the reason you've even had to worry about this is that holding on to your happiness has depended to a large degree on other people keeping their word.
You mean that I don't have a right to expect, or at least hope, that other people will keep their word?
Why would you want such a right? The only reason that another person would not keep their word to you would be because they didn't want to.
Or they felt they couldn't, which is the same thing. And if a person did not want to keep his word to you, or for some reason felt he just couldn't, why on earth would you want him to? Do you really want someone to keep an agreement she does not want to keep? Do you really feel people should be forced to do things they don't feel they can do? Why would you want to force anyone to do anything against his will?
Well, try this for a reason. Because to let them get away with not doing what they said they were going to do would hurt me or my family.
So in order to avoid injury, you're willing to inflict injury.
I don't see how it injures another simply to ask him to keep his word.
Yet he must see it as injurious, or he would keep it willingly.
So I should suffer the injury, Or watch my family or children suffer the injury rather than injure the one who made a promise by simply asking that it be kept?
Do you really think that if you force another to keep a promise that you will have escaped injury? I tell you this, more damage has been done to others by persons leading lives of quiet desperation, that is, doing what they felt they had to do, than ever was done by persons freely doing what they wanted to do. When you give a person freedom, you remove danger. You don't increase it. Yes, letting someone off the hook on a promise or commitment made to you may look like it will hurt you in the short run, but it will never damage you in the long run, because when you give the other person their freedom, you give yourself freedom as well. And so now you are free of the agonies and the sorrows, the attacks on your dignity and your self-worth that inevitably follow when you force another person to keep a promise to you that he or she does not want to keep. The longer damage will far outweigh the shorter, as nearly everyone who has tried to hold another person to their word has discovered.
Does this same idea hold true in business as well? How could the world do business that way?
Actually, it is the only sane way to do business. The problem right now in your whole society is that it is based on force, legal force, which you call the force of law, and too often physical force, which you call the world's armed forces. You have not yet learned to use the art of persuasion.
If not by legal force, the force of law through the courts, how would we persuade businesses to meet the terms of their contract or keep their agreements?
Given your current cultural ethic, there may not be another way. Yet with the change of cultural ethic, the way you are now seeking to keep businesses, and individuals for that matter, from breaking their agreements will appear very primitive.
Can you explain?
You are now using force to make sure agreements are kept. When your cultural ethic is changed to include an understanding that you are all one, you would never use force, because that would only damage yourself. You would not slap your left hand with your right.
Even if the left hand was strangling you?
That is another thing which would not happen. You would stop strangling yourself. You would stop biting your nose to spite your face. You would stop breaking your agreements. And of course your agreements themselves would be much different. You would not agree to give something of value which you have to another only if they had something of value to give you in exchange. You would never hold back on giving or sharing something until you got what you call a just return. You would give and share automatically, and so there would be far fewer contracts to break, because a contract is about the exchange of goods and services, whereas your life would be about the giving of goods and services, regardless of what exchange may or may not take place. Yet in this kind of one-way giving would your salvation be found, for you would have discovered what God has experienced, that what you give to another, you give to yourself. What goes around comes around.
All things that proceed from you return to you.
Sevenfold. So there is no need to worry about what you are going to get back. There is only a need to worry about what you are going to give out. Life is about creating the highest quality giving, not the highest quality getting. You keep forgetting, but life is not for getting. Life is for giving. And in order to do that, you need to be forgiving to others, especially those who did not give you what you thought you were going to get. This switch will entail a complete shift of your cultural story. Today, what you call success in your culture is measured largely by how much you get, by how much honor and money and power and possessions you amass. In the new culture, success will be measured by how much you cause others to amass. The irony will be that the more you cause others to amass, the more you will amass effortlessly, with no contracts, no agreements, no bargaining or negotiating or lawsuits or courts which force you to give to each other what was promised. In the future economy, you will not do things for personal profit, but for personal growth, which will be your profit. Yet profit in material terms will come to you as you become a bigger and grander version of who you really are. In those days and times, using force to coerce someone to give you something because they said they would will seem very primitive to you. If another person does not keep an agreement, you will simply allow them to walk their path, make their choices, and create their own experience of themselves. And whatever they have not given you, you will not miss, for you will know that there is more where that came from, and they are not your source of that, but you are.
Whoa, I've got it. But it feels like we've really gotten off the mark here. This whole discussion began with my asking you about love, and if human beings would ever allow themselves to express it without limitation. And that led to a question about open marriage, and suddenly we've gotten way off the mark here.
Not really. Everything we've talked about is pertinent. And this is a perfect lead-in to your questions about so-called enlightened or more highly evolved societies. Because in highly evolved societies, there is neither marriage nor business, nor, for that matter, any of the artificial social constructions you have created to hold your society together.
Yes, well, we'll get into that soon, but right now I just want to close down this subject. You said some intriguing things here. What all of it breaks down to is, as I get it, that most human beings can't keep promises, and so we shouldn't make them. That pretty much scuttles the institution of marriage.
I like your use of the word institution here. Most people experience that when they are in a marriage. They are in an institution.
Yes, it's either a mental institution or a penal institution, or at the very least an institution of higher learning.
Exactly, precisely. That's how most people experience it.
Well, I was kidding along with you here, but I wouldn't say most people. There are still millions of people who love the institution of marriage and want to protect it.
I'll stand by the statement. Most people have a very difficult time with marriage and do not like what it does to them. Your worldwide divorce statistics prove this.
Are you saying that marriage should go?
I have no preference in the matter, only
I know. Observations.
Bravo. You keep wanting to make me a god of preferences, which I am not. Thank you for trying to stop that.
Well, we've not only just scuttled marriage, we've also just scuttled religion.
It is true that religions could not exist if the whole human race understood that God doesn't have preferences, because a religion purports to be a statement of God's preferences.
And if you have no preferences, then religion must be a lie.
Well, that's a harsh word. I would call it a fiction. It's just something you made up.
Like we made up the fiction that God prefers us to be married?
Yes, I don't prefer anything of the sort. But I notice you do.
Why? Why do we prefer marriage if we know it is so difficult?
Because marriage was the only way you could figure out to bring foreverness or eternality into your experience of love. It was the only way a female could guarantee her support and survival, and the only way a male could guarantee the constant availability of sex and companionship. So a social convention was created. A bargain was struck. You give me this and I'll give you that. In this, it was very much like business. A contract was made, and since both parties needed to enforce the contract, it was said to be a sacred pact with God, who would punish those who broke it. Later, when that didn't work, you created man-made laws to enforce it. But even that hasn't worked. Neither the so-called laws of God nor the laws of man have been able to keep people from breaking their marriage vows.
How come?
Because those vows, as you have them normally constructed, run counter to the only law that matters.
Which is?
Natural law.
But it is the nature of things for life to express unity, oneness. Isn't that what I'm getting from all this? And marriage is our most beautiful expression of that. You know, what God has joined together, let no man put asunder, and all that.
Marriage, as most of you have practiced it, is not particularly beautiful, for it violates two of the three aspects of what is true about each human being by nature.
Will you go over it again? I think I'm just starting to pull this together.
Okay. Once more from the top.
Thank you very much.
Who you are is love.
Mm-hmm.
What love is unlimited, eternal, and free.
Okay.
Therefore, that is what you are. That is the nature of who you are. You are unlimited, eternal, and free by nature. Now, any artificial social, moral, religious, philosophical, economic, or political construction which violates or subordinates your nature is an impingement upon your very self, and you will rail against it. What do you suppose gave birth to your own country? Was it not, give me liberty or give me death? Well, you've given up that liberty in your country, and you've given it up in your lives, and all for the same thing, security. You are so afraid to live, so afraid of life itself, that you've given up the very nature of your being in trade for security. The institution you call marriage is your attempt to create security, as is the institution called government. Actually, they are both forms of the same thing, artificial social constructions designed to govern each other's behavior.
Good grief. I never looked at it like that. I always thought that marriage was the ultimate announcement of love.
As you have imagined it, yes, but not as you have constructed it. As you have constructed it, it is the ultimate announcement of fear. If marriage allowed you to be unlimited, eternal, and free in your love, then it would be the ultimate announcement of love. As things are now, you become married in an effort to lower your love to the level of a promise or a guarantee. Marriage is an effort to guarantee that what is so now will always be so, If you didn't need this guarantee, you would not need marriage. And how do you use this guarantee? First, as a means of creating security, instead of creating security from that which is inside of you. And second, if that security is not forever forthcoming, as a means of punishing each other. For the marriage promise which has been broken can now form the basis of the lawsuit which has been opened. You have thus found marriage very useful, even if it is for all the wrong reasons. Marriage is also your attempt to guarantee that the feelings you have for each other you will never have for another, or at least that you will never express them with another in the same way.
Namely sexually.
Namely sexually. Finally, marriage as you have constructed it is a way of saying, this relationship is special. I hold this relationship above all others.
What's wrong with that?
Nothing. Not a question of right or wrong. Right and wrong do not exist. It's a question of what serves you, of what recreates you in the next grandest image of who you really are. If who you really are is a being who says, this one relationship, this single one right over here, is more special than any other, then your construction of marriage allows you to do that perfectly. Yet you might find it interesting to notice that almost no one who is or has been recognized as a spiritual master is married.
Yeah, because masters are celibate. They don't have sex.
No, because masters cannot truthfully make the statement that your present construction of marriage seeks to make, that one person is more special to them than another. This is not a statement that a master makes, and it is not a statement that God makes. The fact is that your marriage vows, as you presently construct them, have you making a very ungodly statement. It is the height of irony that you feel this is the holiest of holy promises, for it is a promise that God would never make. Yet in order to justify your human fears, you have imagined a God who acts just like you. Therefore you speak of God's promise to his chosen people, and of covenants between God and those God loves in a special way. You cannot stand the thought of a God who loves no one in a way which is more special than any other. And so you create fictions about a God who only loves certain people for certain reasons. And you call these fictions religions. I call them blasphemies. For any thought that God loves one more than another is false, and any ritual which asks you to make the same statement is not a sacrament, but a sacrilege.
Oh, my God, stop it, stop it. You're killing every good thought I ever had about marriage. This can't be God saying this. God would never say such things about religion and marriage.
Religion and marriage, the way you have constructed them, is what we are talking about here. You think that this talk is tough? I tell you this. You have bastardized the word of God in order to justify your fears and rationalize your insane treatment of each other. You will make God say whatever you need God to say in order to continue limiting each other, hurting each other, and killing each other in my name. Yea, you have invoked my name and waved my flag and carried crosses on your battlefields for centuries. All is proof that I love one people more than another, and would ask you to kill to prove it. Yet I tell you this. My love is unlimited and unconditional. That is the one thing you cannot hear, the one truth you cannot abide, the one statement you cannot accept, for its all-inclusiveness destroys not only the institution of marriage, as you have constructed it, but every one of your religions and governmental institutions as well. For you have created a culture based on exclusion, and supported it with the cultural myth of a God who excludes. Yet the culture of God is based on inclusion. In God's love, everyone is included. Into God's kingdom, everyone is invited. And this truth is what you call a blasphemy. And you must. Because if it is true, then everything you've created in your life is false. All human conventions and all human constructions are faulty to the degree that they are not unlimited, eternal, and free.
How can anything be faulty if there's no such thing as right and wrong?
Thing is only faulty to the degree that it does not function to suit its purpose. If a door does not open and close, you would not call the door wrong. You would merely say its installation or operation is faulty, because it does not serve its purpose. Whatever you construct in your life, in your human society, which does not serve your purpose in becoming human, is faulty. It is a faulty construction.
And just for a review, my purpose in becoming human is
to decide and to declare, to create and to express, to experience and to fulfill who you really are. To recreate yourself anew in every moment in the grandest version of the greatest vision ever you had about who you really are. That is your purpose in becoming human, and that is the purpose of all life.
So where does that leave us? We've destroyed religion, we've dissed marriage, we've denounced governments. Where are we then?
First of all, we've destroyed, dissed, and denounced nothing. If a construction you've created is not working and not producing what you wanted it to produce, to describe that condition is not to destroy, diss, or denounce the construction. Try to remember the difference between judgment and observation.
Well, I'm not going to argue with you here, but a lot of what you've just said has sounded pretty judgmental to me.
We are constricted here by the awful limitation of words. There are really so few of them. And so we have to use the same ones over and over again, even when they don't always convey the same meaning or the same kinds of thoughts. You say that you love banana splits, but you surely don't mean the same thing as when you say you love each other. So you see, you have very few words really to describe how you're feeling. In communicating with you in this way, in the way of words, I've allowed myself to experience those limitations. And I will concede that because some of this language has also been used by you when you are being judgmental, it would be easy to conclude that I'm being judgmental when I use them. Let me assure you here that I am not. Throughout this whole dialogue, I have simply been trying to tell you how to get where you say you want to go, and to describe as impactfully as possible what is blocking your way, what is stopping you from going there. Now, with regard to religion, you say where you want to go is to a place where you can truly know God and love God. I'm simply observing that your religions do not take you there. Your religions have made God the great mystery and caused you not to love God, but to fear God. Religion has done little as well to cause you to change your behaviors. You're still killing each other, condemning each other, making each other wrong. And in fact, it is your religions which have been encouraging you to do so. So with regard to religion, I merely observe that you say you want it to take you to one place, and it is taking you to another. Now you say you want marriage to take you to the land of eternal bliss, or at least to some reasonable level of peace, security, and happiness. As with religion, your invention called marriage does well with this in the early going when you are first experiencing it. Yet as with religion, the longer you reside in the experience, the more it takes you where you say you don't want to go. Nearly half of the people who become married dissolve their marriage through divorce, and of those who stay married, many are desperately unhappy. Your unions of bliss lead you to bitterness, anger, and regret. Some, and not a small number, take you to a place of outright tragedy. You say you want your governments to ensure peace, freedom, and domestic tranquility, and I observe that as you have devised them, they do none of this. Rather, your governments lead you to war, increasing lack of freedom, and domestic violence and upheaval. You haven't been able to solve the basic problems of simply feeding and keeping people healthy and alive, much less meet the challenge of providing them with equal opportunity. Hundreds of you die every day of starvation on a planet where thousands of you throw away each day enough food to feed nations. You can't handle the simplest task of getting the leftovers from the haves to the have-nots, much less resolve the issue of whether you even want to share your resources more equitably. Now, these are not judgments. These are things which are observably true about your society.
Why? Why? Why is it like this? Why have we made so little progress in conducting our own affairs these past many years?
Years? Try centuries.
Okay, centuries.
It has to do with the first human cultural myth, and with all the other myths which necessarily follow. Until they change, nothing else will change. For your cultural myths inform your ethics, and your ethics create your behaviors. Yet the problem is that your cultural myth is at variance with your basic instinct.
What do you mean?
Your first cultural myth is that human beings are inherently evil. This is the myth of original sin. The myth holds that not only is your basic nature evil, you were born that way. The second cultural myth, arising necessarily out of the first, is that it is the fittest who survive. The second myth holds that some of you are strong and some of you are weak, and that to survive, you have to be one of the strong. You will do all that you can to help your fellow man, but if and when it comes down to your own survival, you will take care of yourself first. You will even let others die. Indeed, you will go further than that. If you think you have to, in order for you and yours to survive, you will actually kill others, presumably the weak, thereby defining you as the fittest. Some of you say that this is your basic instinct. It is called the survival instinct. And it is this cultural myth that has formed much of your societal ethic, creating many of your group behaviors. Yet your basic instinct is not survival, but rather fairness, oneness, and love. This is the basic instinct of all sentient beings everywhere. It is your cellular memory. It is your inherent nature. Thus has exploded your first cultural myth. You are not basically evil. You are not born in original sin. If your basic instinct was survival, and if your basic nature was evil, you would never move instinctively to save a child from falling, a man from drowning, or anyone from anything. And yet, when you act on your basic instincts and display your basic nature and don't think about what you are doing, this is exactly how you behave, even at your own peril. Thus, your basic instinct cannot be survival, and your basic nature is clearly not evil. Your instinct and your nature is to reflect the essence of who you are, which is fairness, oneness, and love. Looking at the social implications of this, it is important to understand the difference between fairness and equality. It is not a basic instinct of all sentient beings to seek equality or to be equal. Indeed, exactly the opposite is true. The basic instinct of all living things is to express uniqueness, not sameness. Creating a society in which two beings are truly equal is not only impossible, but undesirable. Societal mechanisms seeking to produce true equality, in other words, economic, political, and social sameness, work against, not for, the grandest idea and the highest purpose, which is that each being will have the opportunity to produce the outcome of its grandest desire, and thus truly recreate itself anew. Equality of opportunity is what is required for this, not equality in fact. This is called fairness. Equality in fact, produced by exterior forces and laws, would eliminate, not produce, fairness. It would eliminate the opportunity for true self-recreation, which is the highest goal of enlightened beings everywhere. And what would create freedom of opportunity? Systems that would allow society to meet the basic survival needs of every individual, freeing all beings to pursue self-development and self-creation rather than self-survival. In other words, systems that imitate the true system called life, in which survival is guaranteed. Now, because self-survival is not an issue in enlightened societies, these societies would never allow one of its members to suffer if there were enough for all. In these societies, self-interest and mutual best interest are identical. No society created around a myth of inherent evilness or survival of the fittest could possibly achieve such understanding.
Yes, I see this, and this cultural myth question is something I want to explore along with the behaviors and ethics of more advanced civilizations later, in greater detail. But I'd like to double back one last time and resolve the questions I started out with here. One of the challenges of talking with you is that your answers lead us in such interesting directions I sometimes forget where I began. But in this case, I haven't. We were discussing marriage, and we were discussing love and its requirements.
Well, love has no requirements. That's what makes it love. If your love for another carries requirements, then it's not love at all, but some counterfeit version. That is what I've been trying to tell you here. It is what I have been saying in a dozen different ways with every question you've asked here. Within the context of marriage, for example, there is an exchange of vows that love does not require. Yet you require them because you do not know what love is, and so you make each other promise what love would never ask.
Then you are against marriage.
I am against nothing. I am simply describing what I see. You can redesign your social construction called marriage so that it does not ask what love would never ask, but rather declares what only love could declare.
In other words, change the marriage vows.
More than that, change the expectations on which the vows are based. These expectations are going to be difficult to change because they are your cultural heritage. They arise, in turn, from your cultural myths.
Here we go again with the cultural myths routine. What's up with you about this?
I'm hoping to point you in the right direction here. I see where you say you want to go with your society, and I am hoping to find human words in human terms that can direct you there. May I give you an example?
Please.
One of your cultural myths about love is that it's about giving rather than receiving. This has become a cultural imperative, and yet it is driving you crazy and causing more damage than you could ever imagine. It gets and keeps people in bad marriages. It causes relationships of all kinds to be dysfunctional. Yet no one, not your parents to whom you look for guidance, not your clergy to whom you look for inspiration, not your psychologists and psychiatrists to whom you look for clarity, not even your artists and writers to whom you look for intellectual leadership, will dare to challenge the prevailing cultural myth. And so, songs are written, stories are told, movies are made, guidance is given, prayers are offered, and parenting is done which perpetuates the myth. Then you're all left to live up to it. And you can't. Yet it is not you that is the problem. It is the myth.
Love is not about giving rather than receiving?
No.
It isn't?
No, it never has been.
But you said yourself just a moment ago that love has no requirements. You said that's what makes it love.
And so it is.
Well, that sure sounds like giving rather than receiving to me.
Then you need to reread Chapter 8 of Book 1. Everything I'm alluding to here I've explained to you there. This dialogue was meant to be read in sequence and to be considered as a whole.
I know, but for those who nevertheless came to these words now without having read Book 1, could you explain, please, what you're getting at here? Because, frankly, even I could use the review, and I think I now understand this stuff.
Okay, here goes. Everything you do for yourself. This is true because you and all others are one. What you do for another, you therefore do for you. What you fail to do for another, you fail to do for you. What is good for another is good for you. And what is bad for another is bad for you. This is the most basic truth, yet it is the truth you most frequently ignore. Now, when you are in a relationship with another, that relationship has only one purpose. It exists as a vehicle for you to decide and to declare, to create and to express, to experience and to fulfill your highest notion of who you really are. Now, if who you really are is a person who is kind and considerate, caring and sharing, compassionate and loving, then when you are being these things with others, you are giving yourself the grandest experience for which you came into the body. This is why you took a body, because only in the physical realm of the relative could you know yourself as these things. In the realm of the absolute from which you have come, this experience of knowing is impossible. All these things I've explained to you in far greater detail in Book 1. Now, if who you really are is a being who does not love the self and who allows the self to be abused, damaged, and destroyed by others, then you will continue behaviors which allow you to experience that. Yet if you really are a person who is kind and considerate, caring and sharing, compassionate and loving, you will include yourself among the people with whom you are being these things. Indeed, you will start with yourself. You will put yourself first in these matters. Everything in life depends on what you are seeking to be. If, for instance, you are seeking to be one with all others, that is, if you are seeking to experience a conceptualization you already know to be true, you will find yourself behaving in a very specific way. a way which allows you to experience and demonstrate your oneness. And when you do certain things as a result of this, you will not experience that you are doing something for someone else, but rather that you are doing it for yourself. The same will be true no matter what you are seeking to be. If you are seeking to be loved, you will do loving things with others, not for others, but with others. Notice the difference. Catch the nuance. You will be doing loving things with others, for yourself, so that you can actualize and experience your grandest idea about yourself and who you really are. In this sense, it is impossible to do anything for another, for every act of your own volition is literally just that, an act. You are acting, that is, creating and playing a role. Except you're not pretending. You are actually being it. You are a human being, and what you are being is decided and chosen by you. Your Shakespeare said it, all the world's a stage, and all the men and women merely players. He also said to be or not to be, that is the question. And he also said, to thine own self be true, and it must follow as the night the day, thou canst not then be false to any man. When you are true to yourself, when you do not betray yourself, then when it looks like you are giving, you will know you are actually receiving. You are literally giving yourself back to yourself. You cannot truly give to another for the simple reason that there is no other. If we are all one, then there is only you.
You know, this sometimes seems like a semantic trick, a way to change the words around, to alter their meaning.
It's not a trick, but it is magic. And it's not about changing words to alter meaning, but changing perceptions to alter experience. Your experience of everything is based on your perceptions, and your perception is based on your understanding, and your understanding is based on your myths, that is, on what you have been told. Now I tell you this, your present cultural myths have not served you. They have not taken you where you say you want to go. Either you are lying to yourself about where you say you want to go, or you are blind to the fact that you're not getting there. Not as an individual, not as a country, not as a species or a race.
Are there other species which are?
Oh, yes, decidedly.
Okay, I've waited long enough. Now tell me about them.
Soon, very soon. But first I want to tell you about how you can alter your invention called marriage so that it takes you closer to where you say you want to go. Do not destroy it. Do not do away with it. Alter it.
Yes, well, I do want to know about that. I do want to know whether there is any way that human beings will ever be allowed to express true love. So I end this section of our dialogue where I began it, I guess. What limits shall we, indeed, what limits, some would say, must we place on that expression?
None. No limits at all. And that is what your marriage vows should state.
That's amazing, because that's exactly what my marriage vows with Nancy did state.
I know.
When Nancy and I decided to get married, I suddenly felt inspired to write a whole new set of marriage vows.
I know.
And Nancy joined me. She agreed that we couldn't possibly exchange the vows that had become traditional at weddings.
I know.
We sat down and created new marriage vows that defied the cultural imperative, as you might put it.
Yes, you did. I was very proud.
And as we were writing them, as we put the vows down on paper for the minister to read, I truly believe we were both inspired.
Of course you were.
Do you mean that?
What do you think? I only come to you when you're writing books?
Wow.
Yes, wow. So why don't you put those marriage vows here?
Huh?
Go ahead. You've got a copy of them. Put them right here.
Well, we didn't create them to share with the world.
When this dialogue began, you didn't think any of it would be shared with the world. Go ahead. Put them in.
Well, it's just that I don't want people to think that I'm saying we've written the perfect marriage vows.
All of a sudden, you're worried about what people will think?
Come on, you know what I mean.
Look, no one says these are the perfect marriage vows.
Well, okay.
They're just the best anyone on your planet's come up with so far.
Hey.
Just kidding. Let's lighten up here, huh? Go ahead. Put the vows in. I'll take responsibility for them. And people will love them. It'll give them an idea of what we're talking about here. Why, you may even want to invite others to take these vows, which are not really vows at all, but marriage statements.
Well, okay. Here's what Nancy and I said to each other when we got married, thanks to the inspiration we received. Why don't you be the minister?
Okay. Neil and Nancy have not come here tonight to make a solemn promise or to exchange a sacred vow. Nancy and Neil have come here to make public their love for each other, to give notice to their truth, to declare their choice to live and partner and grow together, out loud and in your presence, out of their desire that we will all come to feel a very real and intimate part of their decision, and thus make it even more powerful. They've also come here tonight in the further hope that their ritual of bonding will help bring us all closer together. If you are here tonight with a spouse or a partner, let this ceremony be a reminder, a rededication of your own loving bond. We'll begin by asking the question, why get married? Neil and Nancy have answered this question for themselves, and they've told me their answer. Now I want to ask them one more time so that they can be sure of their answer, certain of their understanding, and firm in their commitment to the truth they share.
And here the minister gets 2 red roses from the table.
This is the ceremony of roses, in which Nancy and Neil share their understandings and commemorate that sharing. Now, Nancy and Neil, you have told me it is your firm understanding that you are not entering into this marriage for reasons of security, that the only real security is not in owning or possessing, nor in being owned or possessed, not in demanding or expecting, and not even in hoping that what you think you need in life will be supplied by the other, but rather in knowing that everything you need in life, all the love, all the wisdom, all the insight, all the power, all the knowledge, all the understanding, all the nurturing, all the compassion, and all the strength resides within you. And that you are not each marrying the other in hopes of getting these things, but in hopes of giving these gifts, that the other might have them in even greater abundance. Is that your firm understanding tonight?
It is.
It is. And Neil and Nancy, you have told me it is your firm understanding you are not entering into this marriage as a means of in any way limiting, controlling, hindering, or restricting each other from any true expression and honest celebration of that which is the highest and best within you, including your love of God, your love of life, your love of people, your love of creativity, your love of work, or any aspect of your being which genuinely represents you and brings you joy. Is that still your firm understanding tonight?
It is.
It is. Finally, Nancy and Neil, you have said to me that you do not see marriage as producing obligations, but rather as providing opportunities for growth, for full self-expression, for lifting your lives to their highest potential, for healing every false thought or small idea you ever had about yourself, and for ultimate reunion with God through the communion of your 2 souls. That this is truly a holy communion, a journey through life with one you love as an equal partner, sharing equally both the authority and the responsibilities inherent in any partnership, bearing equally what burdens there be, basking equally in the glories. Is that the vision you wish to enter into now?
It is.
It is. I now give you these red roses, symbolizing your individual understandings of these earthly things, that you both know and agree how life will be with you in bodily form and within the physical structure called marriage. Give these roses now to each other as a symbol of your sharing of these agreements and understandings with love. Now please, each of you take this white rose. It is a symbol of your larger understandings, of your spiritual nature, and your spiritual truth. It stands for the purity of your real and highest self, and of the purity of God's love, which shines upon you now and always.
And here the minister gives Nancy the rose with my ring on the stem and gives me the rose with Nancy's ring on it.
What symbols do you bring as a reminder of the promises given and received today?
We each remove the rings from the stems, giving them to the minister, who holds them in her hand as she says,
A circle is the symbol of the sun and the earth and the universe. It is a symbol of holiness and of perfection and peace. It is also the symbol of the eternality of spiritual truth, love, and life, that which has no beginning and no end. And in this moment, Neil and Nancy choose for it to also be a symbol of unity, but not of possession, of joining, but not of restricting, of encirclement, but not of entrapment. For love cannot be possessed, nor can it be restricted, and the soul can never be entrapped. Now, Neil and Nancy, please take these rings you wish to give one to the other. Neil, please repeat after me. I, Neil, ask you, Nancy, to be my partner, my lover, my friend, and my wife.
To be my partner, my lover, my friend, and my wife.
I announce and declare my intention to give you my deepest friendship and love.
I announce and declare my intention to give you my deepest friendship and love.
Not only when your moments are high.
Not only when your moments are high.
But when they are low.
But when they are low.
Not only when you remember clearly who you are.
Not only when you remember clearly who you are.
But when you forget.
But when you forget.
Not only when you are acting with love.
Not only when you are acting with love.
But when you are not.
But when you are not.
I further announce.
Before
God and those here present.
Before God and those here present.
That I will seek always to see the light of divinity within you.
That I will seek always to see the light of divinity within you.
And seek always to share.
And seek always to share.
The light of divinity within me.
The light of divinity within me.
Even and especially.
Even and especially.
In whatever moments of darkness may come.
In whatever moments of darkness may come.
It is my intention to be with you forever.
It is my intention to be with you forever.
In a holy partnership of the soul.
In a holy partnership of the soul.
That we may do together God's work.
That we may do together God's work.
Sharing all that is good within us.
Sharing all that is good within us.
With all those whose lives we touch.
Within all those whose lives we touch.
Nancy, do you choose to grant Neil's request that you be his wife?
I do.
Now, Nancy, please repeat after me. I, Nancy, ask you, Neil, to be my partner, my lover, my friend, and my husband.
To be my partner, my lover, my friend, and my husband.
I announce and declare my intention to give you my deepest friendship and love.
I announce and declare my intention to give you my deepest friendship and love.
Not only when your moments are high.
Not only when your moments are high.
But when they are low.
But when they are low.
Not only when you remember clearly who you are.
Not only when you remember clearly who you are.
But when you forget.
But when you forget.
Not only when you are acting with love.
Not only when you are acting with love.
But when you are not.
But when you are not.
I further announce.
Before
God and those here present.
Before God and those here present.
That I will seek always to see the light of divinity within you.
That I will seek always to see the light of divinity within you.
And seek always to share. The light of divinity within me.
The light of divinity within me.
Even and especially. In whatever moments of darkness may come. It is my intention to be with you forever. In a holy partnership of the soul. That we may do together God's work. Sharing all that is good within us. With all those whose lives we touch. Neil, do you choose to grant Nancy's request that you be her husband?
I do.
Please then, both of you, take hold of the rings you would give each other and repeat after me. With this ring. I thee wed. I take now the ring you give me.
I take now the ring you give me.
And give it place upon my hand.
And give it place upon my hand.
That all may see and know.
That all may see and know.
Of my love for you.
Of my love for you.
We recognize with full awareness that only a couple can administer the sacrament of marriage to each other. And only a couple can sanctify it. Neither my church nor any power vested in me by the state can grant me the authority to declare what only two hearts can declare, and what only two souls can make real. And so now, inasmuch as you, Nancy, and you, Neil, have announced the truths that are already written in your hearts, and have witnessed the same in the presence of these your friends and the one living Spirit, we observe joyfully that you have declared yourself to be husband and wife. Let us now join in prayer. Spirit of love and life, out of this whole world, two souls have found each other. Their destinies shall now be woven into one design, and their perils and their joys shall not be known apart. Neil and Nancy, may your home be a place of happiness for all who enter it, a place where the old and the young are renewed in each other's company, a place for growing and a place for sharing, a place for music and a place for laughter, a place for prayer and a place for love. May those who are nearest to you be constantly enriched by the beauty and the bounty of your love for one another. May your work be a joy of your life that serves the world, and may your days be good and long upon the earth. Amen and amen.
I'm so touched by that. I'm so honored, so blessed to have found someone in my life who could say those words with me and mean them. Dear God, thank you for sending me Nancy.
You're a gift to her, too, you know.
I hope so.
Trust me.
You know what I wish?
No, what?
I wish that all people could make those marriage statements. I wish people could cut them out or copy them and use them for their wedding. I bet we'd see the divorce rate plummet.
Some people would have a very hard time saying those vows, and many would have a hard time staying true to them.
I just hope that we can stay true to them. I mean, the problem with putting those words here is that now we have to live up to them.
You are not planning on living up to them?
Well, of course we were, but we're human, just like everybody else. Yet now if we fail, if we falter, if anything should happen to our relationship, or good grief, if we should ever choose to end it in its present form, all kinds of people are going to be disillusioned.
Nonsense. They'll know that you're being true to yourself. They'll know that you have made a later choice, a new choice. Remember what I told you in Book 1? Do not confuse the length of your relationship with its quality. You're not an icon, and neither is Nancy, and no one should put you there, and you should not put yourself there. Just be human. Just be fully human. If at some later point you and Nancy feel you wish to reform your relationship in a different way, you have a perfect right to do that. That is the point of this whole dialogue.
And it was the point of the statements we made.
Exactly. I'm glad that you see that.
Yes, I like those marriage statements, and I'm glad we put them in. It's a wonderful new way to begin a life together. No more asking the woman to promise to love, honor, and obey. It was self-righteous, self-inflated, self-serving men who demanded that.
You're right, of course.
And it was even more self-righteous and self-serving for men to claim that such male preeminence was God-ordained.
Again, you are right. I never ordained any such thing.
At last, marriage words which really are inspired by God. Words which make a chattel personal property out of no one. Words which speak the truth about love. Words which place no limitations but promise only freedom. Words to which all hearts can remain true.
There are those who will say, of course, anyone can keep vows which ask nothing of you. What will you say to that?
I will say it is much more difficult to free someone than to control them. When you control someone, you get what you want. When you free someone, they get what they want.
You will have spoken wisely.
I have a wonderful idea. I think we should make a little booklet out of those marriage statements, kind of a little prayer book for people to use on their wedding day. Could be a small little book. It would contain not only those words, but a whole ceremony and key observations about love and relationship from all three books in this dialogue, as well as some special prayers or meditations on marriage, which it turns out you're not against. I'm so happy because it started to sound for a minute as if you were anti-marriage.
How could I be against marriage? We are all married. We are married to each other, now and forevermore. We are united. We are one. Ours is the biggest marriage ceremony ever held. My vow to you is the grandest vow ever made. I will love you forever and free you for everything. My love will never bind you in any way, and because of this, you are bound to love me, for freedom to be who you are is your greatest desire and my greatest gift. Do you take me now to be your lawfully wedded partner and co-creator according to the highest laws of the universe?
I do. And do you take me now as your partner and co-creator?
I do, and I always have. Now and through all eternity, we are one. Amen.
And amen. When does the soul join the body?
When do you think?
When it chooses to.
Good.
But people want a more definitive answer. They want to know when life begins, life as they know it.
I understand.
So what is the signal? Is it the emergence of the body from the womb, the physical birth? Is it the moment of conception, the physical joining of the elements of physical life?
Life has no beginning because life has no end. Merely extends, creates new forms.
It must be like that globby material in those heated lava lamps that were so popular in the 60s. Remember that? The globs would lay in big, soft, round balls at the bottom, then rise from the heat, separating and forming new globs, shaping themselves as they rose, rejoining each other at the top, cascading together to form even larger globs of the all, and starting all over again. There were never any new globs in the tubes. It was all the same stuff, reforming itself into what looked like new and different stuff. The varieties were endless. It was fascinating to watch the process unfold over and over again.
That's a great metaphor. That's how it is with souls. The one soul, which is really all there is, reforms itself into smaller and smaller parts of itself. All the parts were there at the beginning. There are no new parts, merely portions of the all that always was, reforming itself into what looks like new and different parts.
There's a brilliant pop song written and performed by Joan Osborne that asks, what if God were one of us, just a slob like one of us? I'm going to have to ask her to change the lyric line to, what if God was one of us, just a glob like one of us?
Ah, that's very good. And you know, her song was a brilliant song. It pushed people's buttons all over the place. People couldn't stand the thought that I am no better than one of them.
That reaction is an interesting comment, not so much on God, but on the human race. If we consider it a blasphemy for God to be compared to one of us, what does that say about us?
What indeed?
Yet you are one of us. That's exactly what you've been saying here. So Joan was right.
She certainly was, profoundly right.
Well, I want to get back to my question. Can you tell us anything about when life as we know it starts? At what point does the soul enter the body?
The soul doesn't enter the body. The body is enveloped by the soul. Remember what I said before? The body does not house the soul. It is the other way around. Everything is always alive. There is no such thing as dead. There is no such state of being. That which is always alive simply shapes itself into a new form, a new physical form. That form is charged with living energy, the energy of life, always. Life, if you are calling life the energy that I am, is always there. It is never not there. Life never ends. So how can there be a point when life begins?
Come on, help me out here. You know what I'm trying to get at.
Yes, I do. You want me to enter the abortion debate.
Yes, I do. I admit it. I mean, I've got God here, and I have a chance to ask the monumental question. When does life begin?
And the answer is so monumental you can't hear it.
Try me again.
It never begins. Life never begins. Because life never ends. You want to get into biological technicalities so that you can make up a rule based on what you want to call God's law about how people should behave. Then punish them if they do not behave that way.
What's wrong with that? That would allow us to kill doctors in the parking lots of clinics with impunity.
Yes, I understand. You have used me and what you have declared to be my laws as justification for all sorts of things through the years.
Oh, come on. Why won't you just say that terminating a pregnancy is murder?
You cannot kill anyone or anything.
No, but you can end its individuation, and in our language, that's killing.
You cannot stop the process wherein which a part of me individually expresses in a certain way without the part of me that is expressing in that way agreeing.
What? What are you saying?
I am saying that nothing happens against the will of God. Life and all that is occurring is an expression of God's will. Read that, your will, made manifest. I have said in this dialogue, your will is my will. That is because there is only one of us. Life is God's will expressing perfectly. If something was happening against God's will, it couldn't happen. By definition of who and what God is, it couldn't happen. Do you believe that one soul can somehow decide something for another? Do you believe that as individuals you can affect each other in ways in which the other does not want to be affected? Such a belief would have to be based on the idea that you are separate from each other. Do you believe that you can somehow affect life in a way in which God does not want life to be affected? Such a belief would have to be based on an idea that you are separate from me. Both ideas are false. It is arrogant beyond measure for you to believe that you can affect the universe in a way with which the universe does not agree. You are dealing with mighty forces here, and some of you believe that you are mightier than the mightiest force. Yet you are not, nor are you less mighty than the mightiest force. You are the mightiest force. No more, no less. So let the force be with you.
Are you saying that I can't kill anybody without his or her permission? Are you telling me that at some higher level, everyone who has ever been killed has agreed to be killed?
You are looking at things in earthly terms and thinking of things in earthly terms, and none of this is going to make sense to you.
I can't help thinking in earthly terms. I am here, right now, on the earth.
I tell you this, you are in this world, but not of it.
So my earthly reality is not reality at all?
Did you really think it was?
I don't know.
You've never thought there's something larger going on here?
Well, yes, sure I have.
Well, this is what's going on. I'm explaining it to you.
Okay, I got it. So that means I guess I can just go out and kill anybody because I couldn't have done it anyway if they hadn't agreed.
In fact, the human race acts that way. It's interesting that you're having such a hard time with this, yet you're going around acting as if it were true anyway. Or worse yet, you are killing people against their will as if it didn't matter.
Well, of course it matters. It's just that what we want matters more. Don't you get it? In the moment we humans kill somebody, we're not saying that the fact that we've done that doesn't matter. It would be flippant to think that. It's just that what we want matters more.
I see. So it's easier for you to accept that it's okay to kill others against their will. This you can do with impunity. It's doing it because it is their will that you feel is wrong.
I never said that. That's not how humans think.
That isn't? Let me show you how hypocritical some of you are. You say it is okay to kill somebody against their will so long as you have a good and sufficient reason for wanting them dead, as in war, for instance, or an execution, or a doctor in the parking lot of an abortion clinic. Yet if the other person feels they have a good and sufficient reason for wanting themselves dead, you may not help them die. That would be assisted suicide, and that would be wrong.
Now you're making mock of me.
No, you are making mock of me. You are saying that I would condone your killing someone against his will, and that I would condemn your killing someone in accordance with his will. This is insane. Still, you not only fail to see the insanity, you actually claim that those who point out the insanity are the ones who are crazy. You are the ones who have your head on straight, and they are just troublemakers. Now, this is the kind of tortured logic with which you construct entire lives and complete theologies.
I never looked at it quite that way.
I tell you this, the time has come for you to look at things a new way. This is the moment of your rebirth, as an individual and as a society. You must recreate your world now before you destroy it with your insanities. Now listen to me. We are all one. There is only one of us. You are not separate from me, and you are not separate from each other. Everything we are doing in concert with each other. Our reality is a co-created reality. If you terminate a pregnancy, we terminate a pregnancy. Your will is my will. No individual aspect of divinity has power over any other aspect of divinity. It is not possible for one soul to affect another against its will. There are no victims and there are no villains. You cannot understand this from your limited perspective, but I am telling you it is so. There's only one reason to be, do, or have anything as a direct statement of who you are. If who you are as an individual and as a society is who you choose and desire to be, there's no reason to change anything. If, on the other hand, you believe there's a grander experience waiting to be had, an even greater expression of divinity than the one currently manifesting, then move into that truth. Since all of us are co-creating, it may serve us to do what we can to show others the way that some parts of us wish to go. You can be a way-shower, demonstrating the life that you'd like to create, and inviting others to follow your example. You might even say, I am the life and the way. Follow me. But be careful. Some people have been crucified for making such statements.
Thank you. I'll heed the warning. I'll keep a low profile.
I can see that you're doing a real good job of that.
Well, when you say you're having a conversation with God, it's not easy to keep a low profile.
As others have discovered.
Which might be a good reason for me to keep my mouth shut.
It's a little late for that.
Well, whose fault is that?
I see what you mean.
It's okay. I forgive you.
You do?
Yes.
How can you forgive me?
Because I can understand why you did it. I understand why you came to me, started this dialogue. And when I understand why something was done, I can forgive all the complications that it may have caused or created.
Well, that's interesting. Would that you could think of God as being so magnificent as you.
Touché.
You have an unusual relationship with me. In some ways you think you could never be as magnificent as me. And in other ways you think I cannot be as magnificent as you. Don't you find that interesting?
Fascinating.
Because you think we are separated. These imaginings would leave you if you thought that we were one. This is the main difference between your culture, which is a baby culture, really, a primitive culture, and the highly evolved cultures of the universe. The most significant difference is that in highly evolved cultures, all sentient beings are clear that there is no separation between themselves and what you call God.
They are also clear that there is no separation between themselves and others. They know that they are each having an individual experience of the whole.
Oh, good. Now you're going to get into the highly evolved societies of the universe. I've been waiting for this.
Yes, I think it's time we explored that.
But before we do, I simply must return one last time to the abortion issue. You're not saying here, are you, that because nothing can happen to the human soul against its will, it's okay to kill people? You're not condoning abortion or giving us a way out on this issue, are you?
I'm neither condoning nor condemning abortion, any more than I condone or condemn war. The people of every country think I condone the war they are fighting and condemn the war that their opponent is fighting. The people of every nation believe they have God on their side. Every cause assumes the same thing. Indeed, every person feels the same thing, or at least hopes it is true whenever any decision or choice is made. And do you know why all creatures believe God is on their side? Because I am. And all creatures have an intuitive knowing of this. This is just another way of saying, your will for you is my will for you. And that is just another way of saying, I have given you all free will. There is no free will if to exercise it in certain ways produces punishment. That makes a mockery of free will and renders it counterfeit. So with regard to abortion or war, buying that car or marrying that person or having sex or not having sex, doing your duty or not doing your duty, there is no such thing as right or wrong, and I have no preference in the matter. You are all in the process of defining yourselves. Every act is an act of self-definition. If you are pleased with how you have created yourself, if it serves you, you will continue doing so in that way. If you are not, you will stop. This is called evolution. The process is slow because as you evolve, you keep changing your ideas about what really serves you. You keep changing your concepts of pleasure. Remember what I said earlier? You can tell how highly a person or society has evolved by what that being or society calls pleasure. And I will add here, by what it declares to serve it. If it serves you to go to war and kill other beings, you will do so. If it serves you to terminate a pregnancy, you will do so. The only thing that changes as you evolve is your idea of what serves you. And that is based on what you think you are trying to do. If you are trying to get to Seattle, it will not serve you to head toward San Jose. It is not morally wrong to go to San Jose. It simply doesn't serve you. The question of what you are trying to do then becomes a question of prime importance, not just in your life in general, but in every moment of your life specifically, because it is in the moments of life that a life itself is created. All of this was covered in great detail in the beginning of our holy dialogue, which you have come to call Book 1. I'm repeating it here because you seem to need a reminder, or you would never have asked me your question on abortion. When you are preparing to have your abortion, therefore, or when you are preparing to smoke that cigarette, or when you are preparing to fry and eat that animal, and when you are preparing to cut that man off in traffic, whether the matter is large or small, whether the choice is major or minor, there is only one question to consider. Is this who I really am? Is this who I now choose to be? And understand this, no matter is inconsequential. There is a consequence to everything. The consequence is who and what you are. You are in the act of defining yourself right now. That is your answer to the abortion question. That is your answer to the war question. That is your answer to the smoking question and the meat-eating question and to every question about behavior you've ever had. Every act is an act of self-definition. Everything you think, say, and do declares, this is who I am. I want to tell you, my dearest children, that this matter of who you are and who you choose to be is of great importance, not only because it sets the tone of your experience, but because it creates the nature of mine. All of your life you have been told that God created you. I come now to tell you this: you are creating God. That is a massive rearrangement of your understanding, I know, and yet it is a necessary one if you are to go about the true work for which you came. This is holy work we are up to, you and I. This is sacred ground we walk. This is the path. In every moment, God expresses himself in, as, and through you. You are always at choice as to how God will be created now, and I will never take that choice from you, nor will I punish you for making the wrong choice. Yet you are not without guidance in these matters, nor will you ever be. Built into you is an internal guidance system that shows you the way home. This is the voice that speaks to you always of your highest choice, that places before you your grandest vision. All you need do is heed that voice and not abandon the vision. Throughout your history, I've sent you teachers. During every day and time have my messengers brought you glad tidings of great joy. Holy scriptures have been written and holy lives have been lived, that you might know of this eternal truth. You and I are one. Now again I send you scriptures. You are writing them right now. Now again I send you messengers, seeking to bring you the word of God. Will you listen to these words? Will you hear these messengers? Will you become one of them? That is the great question. That is the grand invitation. That is the glorious decision. The world awaits your announcement, and you make that announcement with your life lived. The human race has no chance to lift itself from its own lowest thoughts until you lift yourself to your own highest ideas. Those ideas expressed through you, as you create the template, set the stage, serve as a model for the next level of human experience. You are the life and the way. The world will follow you. You are not at choice in this matter. It is the only matter in which you have no free choice. It is simply the way it is. Your world will follow your idea about yourself. Ever it has been, ever it will be. First comes your thought about yourself, then follows the outer world of physical manifestation. What you think, you create. What you create, you become. What you become, you express. What you express, you experience. What you experience, you are. What you are, you think. The circle is complete. The holy work in which you are engaged has really just begun, for now at last you understand what you are doing. It is you who have caused yourself to know this. You who have caused yourself to care, and you do care now, more than ever before, about who you really are. For now at last you see the whole picture. Who you are, I am. You are defining God. I have sent you a blessed part of me into physical form that I might know myself experientially as all that I know myself to be conceptually. Life exists as a tool for God to turn concept into experience. It exists for you to do the same, for you are God doing this. I choose to recreate myself anew in every single moment. I choose to experience the grandest version of the greatest vision ever I had about who I am. I have created you so that you might recreate me. This is our holy work. This is our greatest joy. This is our very reason for being.
You know, I'm filled with awe and reverence at the reading of those words. Thanks for being here with me in this way. Thanks for being here with all of us.
You're welcome. Thank you for being here for me.
I've just got a few remaining questions, some having to do with those evolved beings, and then I'm going to allow myself to finish this dialogue.
My beloved, you will never finish this dialogue, nor will you ever have to. Your conversation with God will go on forever. And now that you're actively engaged in it, that conversation will soon lead to friendship. All good conversations eventually lead to friendship, and soon your conversation with God will produce a friendship with God.
You know, I feel that. I feel that we've actually become friends.
And, as happens in all relationships, that friendship, if it is nurtured, kindled, and allowed to grow, will produce at last a sense of communion. You will feel and experience yourself as being in communion with God. This will be a holy communion, for then we will speak as one.
So this dialogue will continue then.
Yes, always.
And I won't have to say goodbye at the end of this book.
You never have to say goodbye. You only have to say hello.
You're marvelous. Do you know that? You're simply marvelous.
And so are you, my son, and so are you, as are all my children everywhere.
Say, do you have children everywhere?
Of course.
No. I mean literally everywhere. I mean, is there life on other planets? Are your children elsewhere in the universe?
Again, of course.
Are these civilizations more advanced?
Some of them, yes.
In what way?
In every way. Technologically, politically, socially, spiritually, physically, and psychologically. For instance, your penchant for, your insistence upon comparisons, and your constant need to characterize something as better or worse, higher or lower, good or bad, demonstrates how far into duality you have fallen, how deeply into separatism you have submerged.
In more advanced civilizations, you do not observe these characteristics? And what do you mean, by the way, by duality?
The level of a society's advancement is reflected inevitably in the degree of its duality thinking. Social evolution is demonstrated by movement toward unity, not separatism.
Why? Why is unity such a yardstick?
Because unity is the truth. Separatism is the illusion. As long as a society sees itself as separate, a series or collection of separate units, it lives in the illusion. All of life on your planet is built on separatism, based in duality. You imagine yourselves to be separate families or clans, gathered in separate neighborhoods or states, collected in separate nations or countries, comprising a separate world or planet. You imagine your world to be the only inhabited world in the universe. You imagine your nation to be the finest nation on earth. You imagine your state to be the best state in the nation, and your family the most wonderful in the state. Finally, you think that you are better than anyone else in your family. Oh, you claim you don't think any of this, but you act as if you do. Your true thoughts are reflected every day in your social decisions, your political conclusions, your religious determinations, your economic choices, and your individual selections of everything, from friends to belief systems, to your relationship with God, that is, me. You feel so separate from me that you imagine I won't even talk to you. And so you are required to deny the veracity of your own experience. You experience that you and I are one, but you refuse to believe it. Thus you are separate not only from each other, but from your own truth.
Whoa, how can a person be separate from his or her own truth?
By ignoring it, by seeing it and denying it, or by changing it, twisting it, contorting it to fit a preconceived notion you have about what must be so. Take the question with which you started off here. You asked, is there life on other planets? I answered, of course.
I said, of course, because the evidence is so obvious. It is so obvious that I'm surprised you even asked the question. Yet this is how a person can be separate from his own truth, by looking truth in the eye so squarely he can't miss it, and then denying what he sees. Denial is the mechanism here, and nowhere is denial more insidious than in self-denial. You've spent a lifetime denying who and what you really are. It would be sad enough if you limited your denials to less personal things, such as your depletion of the ozone layer, your rape of old-growth forests, your horrible treatment of your young. But you're not content with denying all that you see around you. You won't rest until you deny all that you see within you as well. You see goodness and compassion within you, but you deny it. You see wisdom within you, but you deny it. You see infinite possibility within you, but you deny it. And you see and experience God within you, yet you deny it. You deny that I am within you, that I am you. And in this you deny me my rightful and obvious place.
I have not and do not deny you.
You admit that you are God?
Well, I wouldn't say that.
Exactly. And I tell you this, before the cock crows, you will deny me 3 times. By your very thoughts will you deny me. By your very words will you deny me. By your very actions will you deny me. You know in your heart that I am with you, in you, that we are one, yet you deny me. Or some of you say I exist all right, but away from you, way out there somewhere. And the further away you imagine me to be, the further away you step from your own truth. As with so much else in life, from depletion of your planet's natural resources to the abuse of children in so many of your homes, you see it, but you don't believe it.
But why? Why? Why do we see and yet not believe?
Because you are so caught up in the illusion, you are so deep in the illusion that you cannot see past it. Indeed, you must not, for the illusion to continue. This is the divine dichotomy. You must deny me if you are to continue seeking to become me. And that is what you are wanting to do. Yet you cannot become what you already are, so denial is important. It is a useful tool. Until it is not anymore. The Master knows that denial is for those who are choosing to have the illusion continue. Acceptance is for those who choose now for the illusion to end. Acceptance, proclamation, demonstration. Those are the 3 steps to God. Acceptance of who and what you really are. Proclamation of it for all the world to hear, and demonstration in every way. Self-proclamation is always followed by demonstration. You will demonstrate yourself to be God, even as you now demonstrate what you think of yourself. Your whole life is a demonstration of that. Yet with this demonstration will come your greatest challenge. For the moment you stop denying yourself, others will deny you. The moment you proclaim your oneness with God, others will proclaim your partnership with Satan. The moment you speak the highest truth, others will say you speak the lowest blasphemy. And as happens with all masters who gently demonstrate their mastery, you will be both worshipped and reviled, elevated and denigrated, honored and crucified. Because while for you the cycle will be over, those who are still living in the illusion will not know what to make of you.
Yet what will happen to me? I don't understand. I'm confused. I thought you've said over and over again that the illusion must go on, that the game must continue in order for there to be any game at all.
Yes, I have said that, and it does. The game does go on. Because 1 or 2 of you end the cycle of illusion, that does not end the game. Not for you, and not for the other players. The game is not ended until all in all becomes one again. Even then it is not ended. For in the moment of divine reunion, all with all, will the bliss be so magnificent, so intense, that we, you, will literally burst wide open with gladness, exploding with joy, and the cycle will begin all over again. It will never end, my child. The game will never end, for the game is life itself, and life is who we are.
But what happens to the individual element, or part of all, as you call it, which rises to mastery, which achieves all-knowing?
That master knows that only his part of the cycle is complete. She knows that only her experience of the illusion has ended. Now the master laughs because the master sees the master plan. The master sees that even with her completion of the cycle, the game goes on. The experience continues. The master then also sees the role he may now play in the experience. The master's role is to lead others to mastery. And so the master continues to play, but in a new way and with new tools. For seeing the illusion allows the master to step outside of it. This the master will do from time to time when it suits his purpose and pleasure. Thus she proclaims and demonstrates her mastery, and he is called God, Goddess by others. When all in your race are led to mastery and achieve it, then your race as a whole, for your race is a whole, will move easily through time and space. You will have mastered the laws of physics as you understood them, and you will seek to assist those belonging to other races and other civilizations in coming to mastery as well.
Even as those of other races and other civilizations are doing so now with us?
Exactly. Precisely.
And only when all the races of all the universe have achieved mastery,
Or, as I would put it, only when all of me has known the oneness.
will this part of the cycle end.
You've put it wisely, for the cycle itself will never end.
Because the very ending of this part of the cycle is the cycle itself.
Bravo, magnifico. You have understood. So yes, there is life on other planets, and yes, much of it is more advanced than your own.
In what way? You never really did answer that question.
Yes, I did. I said in every way. Technologically, politically, socially, spiritually, physically, psychologically.
Yes, but give me some examples. Those are statements so broad that they are meaningless to me.
You know, I love your truth. It's not everyone who would look God in the eye and announce that what he is saying is meaningless.
So, what are you going to do about it?
Exactly. You have exactly the right attitude. Because, of course, you're right. You can challenge me, confront me, and call me into question as much as you want, and I'm not going to do a damn thing. I may, however, do a blessed thing, such as I'm doing here with this dialogue. Is this not a blessed event?
Yes, it is. And many people have been helped by this. Millions of people are being touched by this.
I know that. It's all part of the master plan. The plan for how you become masters.
You knew from the beginning that this trilogy would become a massive success, didn't you?
Well, of course I did. What do you suppose has made it such a success? Who do you imagine has caused those people who are hearing this to have found their way to it? I tell you this. I know every person who will come to this material, and I know the reason each has been brought, and so do they. Now the only question is, will they deny me again?
Does it matter to you?
Not in the least. All my children will one day come back to me. It is not a question of whether, but of when. And so it may matter to them. Therefore, let those who have ears to hear listen.
Yes. Well, we were talking about life on other planets, and you were about to give me some examples of how it is so much more advanced than life on Earth.
Technologically, most other civilizations are far ahead of you. There are those which are behind you, so to speak, but not many. Most are far ahead of you.
In what way? Give me an example.
Okay. The weather. You don't seem able to control it. You can't even accurately predict it. You are therefore subject to its whims. Most worlds are not. The beings on most planets can control the local temperature, for example.
They can. I thought temperature on a planet was a product of its distance from the sun, its atmosphere, so forth.
Those things establish the parameters. Within those parameters, much can be done.
How so? In what way?
By controlling the environment, by creating or failing to create certain conditions in the atmosphere. You see, it is not only a matter of where you are in relationship to a sun, but what you place between yourself and that sun. You have placed the most dangerous things in your atmosphere and taken out some of the most important. Yet you are in denial about this. That is, most of you will not admit it. Even when the finest minds among you prove beyond doubt the damage you are doing, you will not acknowledge it. You call the finest minds among you crazed and say that you know better. Or you say that these wise people only have an axe to grind, a point of view to validate, and their own interests to protect. Yet it is you who are grinding an axe. It is you who are seeking to validate a point of view. And it is you who are protecting your special interests. And your chief interest is yourself. Every evidence, no matter how scientific, no matter how demonstrable or compelling, will be denied if it violates your self-interest.
That's a rather harsh statement. I'm not even sure it's true.
Really? Now you're calling God a liar?
Well, I wouldn't put it that way exactly.
Do you know how long it has taken your nations to agree to simply stop poisoning the atmosphere with fluorocarbons?
Yes, well...
Well, nothing. Why do you suppose it took so long? Never mind, I'll tell you. It took so long because to stop the poisoning would cost many major companies a great deal of money. It took so long because it would cost many individual people their conveniences. It took so long because for years many people and nations chose to deny, needed to deny, the evidence in order to protect their interest in the status quo, in keeping things the way they are. Only when the rate of skin cancers increased alarmingly. Only when the temperatures began rising and the glaciers and snows began melting and the oceans got warmer and the lakes and rivers began flooding did more of you begin paying attention. Only when your own self-interest demanded it did you see the truth that your finest minds had been placing before you for years.
Well, what's wrong with self-interest? I thought you said in Book 1 that self-interest was the place to start.
I did, and it is. Yet in other cultures and other societies on different planets, the definition of self-interest is much larger than it is on your world. It is very clear to enlightened creatures that what hurts one hurts the many, and that what benefits the few must benefit the many, or ultimately it benefits no one. On your planet, it is just the opposite. What hurts one is ignored by the many, and what benefits the few is denied the many. This is because your definition of self-interest is very narrow, barely reaching past the individual being to his loved ones, and to those only when they do his bidding. Yes, I said in Book 1 that in all relationships, do what is in the best interests of the self. But I also said that when you see what is in your highest self-interest, you will see that it is that which is also in the highest interest of the other. For you and the other are one. You and all others are one. And this is a level of knowingness that you have not attained. You're asking about advanced technologies, and I tell you this, you cannot have advanced technologies in any beneficial way without advanced thinking. Advanced technology without advanced thought creates not advancement but demise. You've already experienced that on your planet, and you are very nearly about to experience it again.
Whoa, wait a minute. What do you mean? What are you talking about?
I am saying that once before on your planet you had reached the heights, beyond the heights really, to which you now are slowly climbing. You had a civilization on Earth more advanced than the one now existing, and it destroyed itself. Not only did it destroy itself, it nearly destroyed everything else as well. It did this because it did not know how to deal with the very technologies it had developed. Its technological evolution was so far ahead of its spiritual evolution that it wound up making technology its god. The people worshipped technology and all that it could create and bring, and so they got all that their unbridled technology brought, which was unbridled disaster. They literally brought their world to an end.
This all happened here, on this Earth?
Yes.
Are you talking about the lost city of Atlantis?
Some of you have called it that.
And Lemuria, the land of Mu?
That is also part of your mythology.
So then it is true. We did get to that place before.
Oh, beyond it, my friend, way beyond it.
And we did destroy ourselves.
Why are you surprised? You're doing the same thing now.
I know we are. Will you tell us how we can stop?
There are many other books devoted to this subject. Most people ignore them.
Well, give us one title. I promise you we won't ignore it.
Read The Last Hours of Ancient Sunlight.
By a man named Tom Hartman. Yes, I love that book.
Good. This messenger is inspired. Bring this book to the attention of the world.
I will.
It says everything that I would say here in answer to your last question. There's no need for me to rewrite that book through you. It contains a summary of many of the ways in which your Earth home is being damaged and ways that you can stop the ruination.
So far, what the human race has been doing on this planet is not very smart. In fact, throughout this dialogue, you've described our species as primitive. Ever since you first made that remark, I've been wondering what it must be like living in a non-primitive culture. You say there are many such societies or cultures in the universe.
Yes.
How many?
Oh, a great many.
Dozens? Hundreds?
Thousands.
Thousands? There are thousands of advanced civilizations?
Yes, and there are other cultures more primitive than yours.
What else marks a society as either primitive or advanced?
The degree to which it implements its own highest understandings. This is different from what you believe. You believe that a society should be called primitive or advanced based on how high its understandings are. But what good are the highest understandings if you do not implement them? The answer is they're no good at all. Indeed, they are dangerous. It is the mark of a primitive society to call regression progress. Your society has moved backward, not forward. Much of your world demonstrated more compassion 70 years ago than it does today.
Some people are going to have a hard time hearing this, you know. You say you're a non-judgmental God, yet some people may feel judged and made wrong all over the place here.
We've been over this before. If you say you want to go to Seattle and you're actually driving to San Jose, is the person of whom you're asking directions being judgmental if you're told you're heading in a direction that won't get you where you say you want to go?
Calling us primitive is not simply giving us directions. The word primitive is pejorative.
Really? And yet you say you so admire primitive art, and certain music is often savored for its primitive qualities, to say nothing of certain women.
You're using wordplay now to change things around.
Not at all. I'm merely showing you that primitive is not necessarily pejorative. It is your judgment that makes it so. Primitive is merely descriptive. It simply says what is true. A certain thing is in the very early stages of development. It says nothing more than that. It says nothing about right or wrong. You add those meanings. I've not made you wrong here. I have merely described your culture as primitive. That would only sound wrong to you if you have a judgment about being primitive. I have no such judgment. Understand this. An assessment is not a judgment. It is merely an observation of what is. I want you to know that I love you. I have no judgments about you. I look at you and see only beauty and wonder.
Like that primitive art.
Precisely. I hear your melody and I feel only excitement.
As with primitive music.
You're understanding me now. I feel the energy of your race as you would the energy of a man or woman of primitive sensuality. And like you, I am aroused. Now that is what is true about you and me. You do not disgust me. You do not disturb me. You do not even disappoint me. You arouse me. I am aroused to new possibilities, to new experiences yet to come. In you I am awakened to new adventures and to the excitement of movement to new levels of magnificence. Far from disappointing me, you thrill me. I am thrilled at the wonder of you. You think you are at the pinnacle of human development, and I tell you, you're just beginning. You have only just begun to experience your splendor. Your grandest ideas are as yet unexpressed, and your grandest vision unlived. But wait, look, notice. The days of your blossoming are at hand. The stalk has grown strong, and the petals are soon to open. And I tell you this, the beauty and the fragrance of your flowering shall fill the land, and you shall yet have your place in the garden of the gods.
Now that's what I want to hear. That's what I came here to experience. Inspiration, not degradation.
You are never degraded unless you think you are. You are never judged or made wrong by God.
Well, a lot of people don't get this idea of a God who says there's no such thing as right and wrong and who proclaims that we will never be judged.
Well, make up your mind. First you say I'm judging you, then you're upset because I'm not.
I know. It's all very confusing. We're all very complex. We don't want your judgments, but we do. We don't want your punishments, yet we feel lost without them. And when you say, as you did in the other two books, I will never punish you, we can't believe that. And some of us almost get mad about it, because if you're not going to judge and punish us, what will keep us walking the straight and narrow? And if there's no justice in heaven, who will undo all the injustice on earth?
Why are you counting on heaven to correct what you call injustice? Do not the rains fall from the heavens?
Yes.
And I tell you this, the rain falls on the just and the unjust alike.
But what about vengeance is mine, saith the Lord?
I never said that. One of you made that up, and the rest of you believed it.
Oh.
Justice is not something you experience after you act a certain way, but because you act a certain way. Justice is an act, not a punishment for an act.
I see that the problem with our society is that we seek justice after an injustice has occurred rather than doing justice in the first place.
Right on the head. You've hit the nail right on the head. Justice is an action, not a reaction. Do not therefore look to me to somehow fix everything in the end by imposing
some form of celestial justice in the afterlife. I tell you this, there is no afterlife, but only life. Death does not exist. And the way you experience and create your life as individuals and as a society is your demonstration of what you think is just.
And in this you do not see the human race as very evolved, do you? I mean, if the whole of evolution were placed on a football field, where would we be?
On the 12-yard line.
You're kidding.
No.
We're on the 12-yard line of evolution?
Hey, you've moved from the 6 to the 12 in the past century alone.
Any chance of ever scoring a touchdown?
Of course, if you don't fumble the ball again.
Again?
As I've said, this isn't the first time your civilization has been at this brink. I want to repeat this because it is vital that you hear this. Once before on your planet, the technology you developed was far greater than your ability to use it responsibly. You're approaching the same point in human history again. It's vitally important that you understand this. Your present technology is threatening to outstrip your ability to use it wisely. Your society is on the verge of becoming a product of your technology, rather than your technology being a product of your society. When a society becomes a product of its own technology, it destroys itself.
Why is that? Can you explain that?
Yes. The crucial issue is the balance between technology and cosmology, the cosmology of all life.
What do you mean, the cosmology of all life?
Simply put, it is the way things work, the system, the process. There is a method to my madness, you know.
I was hoping there was.
And the irony is that once you figure out that method, once you begin to understand more and more of how the universe works, you run a greater risk of causing a breakdown. In this way, ignorance can be bliss. The universe is itself a technology. It is the greatest technology. It works perfectly, on its own. But once you get in there and start messing around with universal principles and universal laws, you run the risk of breaking those laws, and that's a 40-yard penalty.
A major setback for the home team.
Yes.
So, are we out of our league here?
You're getting close. Only you can determine whether you're out of your league. You'll determine that with your actions. For instance, you know enough about atomic energy now to blow yourselves to kingdom come.
Yeah, but we're not going to do that. We're smarter than that. We'll stop ourselves.
Really? You keep proliferating your weapons of mass destruction the way you've been doing, and pretty soon they'll get into the hands of somebody who will hold the world hostage to them, or destroy the world trying. You're giving matches to children, then hoping they won't burn the place down, and you've yet to learn how to use the matches yourselves. The solution to all this is obvious. Take the matches away from the children, then throw your own matches away.
Well, it's too much to expect a primitive society to disarm itself. And so nuclear disarmament, our only lasting solution, appears out of the question. We can't even agree on a halt to nuclear testing. We are a race of beings singularly unable to control ourselves.
And if you don't kill yourselves with your nuclear madness, you'll destroy your world with your environmental suicide. You're dismantling your home planet's ecosystem, and you continue to say that you're not. As if that weren't enough, you're tinkering with the biochemistry of life itself, cloning and genetically engineering, and not doing so with sufficient care to have this be a boon to your species, but threatening instead to make it the greatest disaster of all time. If you are not careful, you will make the nuclear and environmental threats look like child's play. By developing medicines to do the work that your bodies were intended to do, you've created viruses so resistant to attack that they stand poised to knock out your entire species.
Hey, you're getting me a little scared here. Is all lost then? Is the game over?
No, but it is 4th and 10. It's time to throw a Hail Mary, and the quarterback is looking around for receivers in the clear. Are you clear? Are you able to receive this? I'm the quarterback, and the last time I looked, you and I were wearing the same colored jersey. Are we still on the same team?
I thought there was only one team. Who's on the other team?
Every thought which ignores our oneness, every idea which separates us, every action which announces that we are not united. The other team is not real, yet it is part of your reality, for you have made it so. If you are not careful, your own technology, that which was created to serve you, will kill you.
Right now I can hear some people saying, but what can one person do?
They can start by dropping that what can one person do stuff. I've already told you. There are hundreds of books on this subject. Stop ignoring them. Read them. Act on them. Awaken others to them. Start a revolution. Make it an evolution revolution.
Isn't that what's been going on for a long time?
Yes and no. The process of evolution has been ongoing forever, of course. But now that process is taking a new twist. There's a new turn here. Now you have become aware that you are evolving. And not only that you are evolving, but how. Now you know the process by which evolution occurs, and through which your reality is created. Before you were simply an observer of how your species was evolving. Now you are a conscious participant. More people than ever before are aware of the power of the mind, their interconnectedness with all things, and their real identity as a spiritual being. More people than ever before are living from that space, practicing principles that invoke and produce specific results, desired outcomes, and intended experiences. This truly is an evolution revolution. For now larger and larger numbers of you are creating consciously the quality of your experience, the direct expression of who you really are, and the rapid manifestation of who you choose to be. That's what makes this such a critical period. That's why this is the crucial moment. For the first time in your presently recorded history, although not for the first time in human experience, you have both the technology and the understanding of how to use it to destroy your entire world. You can actually render yourselves extinct.
These are the exact points made in a book by Barbara Marx Hubbard called Conscious Evolution.
Yes, that is so.
It's a document of breathtaking sweep, with wondrous visions of how we can avoid the dire outcomes of previous civilizations and truly produce heaven on earth. You probably inspired it.
I think Barbara might say that I had a hand in it.
You know, you said before that you've inspired hundreds of writers, many messengers. Are there other books we should be aware of?
Way too many to list here. Why not conduct your own search and make a list of the ones that have particularly appealed to you and share that with others? I have been speaking through authors, poets, and playwrights from the beginning of time. I've placed my truth in the lyrics of songs and on the faces of paintings, in the shapes of sculptures, and in every beat of the human heart for ages past, and I will for ages to come. Each person comes to wisdom in a way that is most understandable, along a path that is most familiar. Each messenger of God derives truth from the simplest moments and shares it with equal simplicity. You are such a messenger. Go now and tell your people to live together in their highest truth. Share together their wisdom, experience together their love, for they can exist in peace and harmony. Then will yours, too, be an elevated society, such as those we have been discussing.
So the main difference between our society and more highly evolved civilizations elsewhere in the universe is this idea we have of separation.
Yes. The first guiding principle of advanced civilization is unity, acknowledgement of the oneness and the sacredness of all life. And so what we find in all elevated societies is that under no circumstances would one being willfully take the life of another of its own species against its will.
No circumstances?
None.
Even if it were being attacked?
Such a circumstance would not occur within that society or species.
Well, perhaps not within the species, but what about from without?
If a highly evolved species were attacked by another, it is a guarantee that the attacker would be the lesser evolved. Indeed, the attacker would be essentially a primitive being, for no evolved being would attack anyone.
I see.
The only reason a species under attack would kill another would be that the attacked being forgot who it really is. If the first being thought it was its corporal body, its physical form, then it might kill its attacker, for it would fear the end of its own life. If, on the other hand, the first being understood full well that it was not its body, it would never end the corporal existence of another, for it would never have a reason to. It would simply lay down its own corporal body and move into the experience of its non-corporal self.
Like Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Well, exactly. The writers of what you call your science fiction are often leading you to greater truth.
I've got to stop here. This seems directly at variance with what was said in Book 1.
What was that?
Book 1 said that when someone is abusing you, it does no good to allow the abuse to continue. Book 1 said that when acting with love, include yourself among those you love. And the book seemed to say, do whatever it takes to stop the attack on you. It even said that war was okay as a response to attack. And now this is a direct quote, despots cannot be allowed to flourish, but must be stopped in their despotism. It also says choosing to be godlike does not mean you choose to be a martyr, and it certainly doesn't mean you choose to be a victim. Now you are saying that highly evolved beings would never end the corporal life of another. How can these statements stand side by side?
Read the material in Book 1 again.
Closely. My responses there were all given and must all be considered within the context you created, the context of your question. Read your statement on the bottom of page 127 in Book 1. In that statement, you allow as to how you are not now operating at a level of mastery. You say that other people's words and actions sometimes hurt you. Given that this is so, you asked how best to respond to these experiences of hurt or damage. My responses are all to be taken within that context. I first of all said that the day will come when the words and actions of others will not hurt you. Like Obi-Wan Kenobi, you will experience no damage, even when someone is killing you. This is the level of mastery that has been reached by the members of the societies I am now describing. The beings in these societies are very clear who they are and who they are not. It is very difficult to cause one of them to experience being damaged or hurt, least of all by placing their corporal body in danger. They would simply exit their body and leave it for you if you felt the need to hurt it so much. The next point I made in my response to you in Book 1 is that you react the way you do to the words and action of others because you have forgotten who you are. But I say there, that is all right. That is part of the growth process. It is part of evolution. Then I make a very important statement. All during your growth process, you must work at the level at which you are, the level of understanding, the level of willingness, the level of remembrance. Everything else I have said there is to be taken within that context. I have even said on page 129, I assume for the purpose of this discussion that you are still seeking to realize, make real, who you truly are. Within the context of a society of beings who do not remember who they really are, the responses I gave you in Book 1 stand as given. But you didn't ask me those questions here. You asked me here to describe the highly evolved societies of the universe. Not only with regard to the subject at hand, but with regard to all the other topics we will cover here, It will be beneficial if you do not see these descriptions of other cultures as criticisms of your own. There are no judgments here, nor will there be any condemnation if you do things differently, react differently than beings who are more evolved. And so what I have said here is that the highly evolved beings of the universe would never kill another sentient being in anger. First, they would not experience anger. Second, they would not end the corporal experience of any other being without that being's permission. And third, to answer specifically your specific inquiry, they would never feel attacked, even from outside their own society or species. Because to feel attacked, you have to feel that someone is taking something from you, your life, your loved ones, your freedom, your property, your possessions, something. And a highly evolved being would never experience that, because a highly evolved being would simply give you whatever you thought you needed so badly that you were prepared to take it by force, even if it cost the evolved being its corporal life. Because the evolved being knows she can create everything all over again. She would quite naturally give it all away to a lesser being who did not know this. Highly evolved beings are therefore not martyrs, nor are they victims of anyone's despotism. Yet it goes beyond this. Not only is the highly evolved being clear that he can create everything all over again, he is also clear that he doesn't have to. He is clear that he needed none of it to be happy or to survive. He understands that he requires nothing exterior to himself, and that the himself which he is has nothing to do with anything physical. Lesser evolved beings and races are not always clear about this. Finally, the highly evolved being understands that she and her attackers are one. She sees the attackers as a wounded part of herself. Her function in that circumstance is to heal all wounds, so that the all-in-one can again know itself as it really is. Giving away all that she has would be like giving yourself an aspirin.
Whoa, what a concept. What an understanding. But I need to go back to something you said earlier. You said that highly evolved beings...
Let's abbreviate that as HEBs from now on. It's a long name to have to use over and over again.
Good, okay. Well, you said that HEBs would never end the corporal experience of another without the being's permission.
That's right.
But why would one being give another being permission to end its physical life?
There could be any number of reasons. It might offer itself as food, for instance, or to serve some other necessity, like stopping a war.
You know, this must be why, even in our own culture, there are those who would never kill any animal for food or hides without asking the spirit of that being for permission.
Yes, this is the way of your Native Americans, who would not even pick a flower, an herb, or a plant without having this communication. All of your indigenous cultures do the same. Interestingly, those are the tribes and cultures that you call primitive.
Oh, man, are you telling me I can't even pick a radish without asking if it's okay?
You can do anything you choose to do. You asked me what Hebs would do.
So Native Americans are highly evolved beings?
As with all races and species, some are and some are not. It's an individual thing. As a culture, though, they have reached a very high level. The cultural myths which inform much of their experience are very elevated. But you have forced them to mix their cultural myths with your own.
Wait a minute, what are you saying? The red man was a savage. That's why we had to kill them by the thousands and put the rest in land prisons we called reservations. Why, even now we take their sacred sites and put golf courses on them. We have to. Otherwise, they might honor their sacred sites and remember their cultural stories and perform their sacred rituals. We can't have that.
I get the picture.
No, really. Why, if we hadn't taken over and tried to erase their culture, they might have impacted ours. Then how would we have wound up? We'd be respecting the land and the air, refusing to poison our rivers. And then where would our industry be? The whole population would probably still be walking around naked, with no shame, bathing in the river, living off the land, instead of crowding into high-rises and condominiums and bungalows and going to work in the asphalt jungle. Why, we'd probably still be listening to ancient wisdom teachings around a campfire instead of watching TV. We would have made no progress at all.
Well, fortunately, you know what's good for you.
Tell me more about highly evolved civilizations and highly evolved beings, will you? Outside of the fact that they don't kill each other for any reason, what else makes them different from us?
They share.
Hey, we share.
No, they share everything, with everyone. Not a being goes without. All the natural resources of their world, of their environment, are divided equally and distributed to everyone. A nation or a group or a culture isn't thought to own a natural resource simply because it happens to occupy the physical location where that resource is found. The planet or planets, which a group of species calls home, is understood to belong to everyone, to all the species in that system. Indeed, the planet or group of planets itself is understood to be a system. It is viewed as a whole system. not as a bunch of little parts or elements, any one of which can be eliminated, decimated, or eradicated without damage to the system itself.
The ecosystem, as we call it.
Well, it's larger than that. It's not just the ecology, which is the relationship of the planet's natural resources to the planet's inhabitants. It's also the relationship of the inhabitants to themselves, to each other, and to the environment. It's the interrelationship of all the species of life.
The species system.
Yes, I like that word. It's a good word. Because what we're talking about is larger than the ecosystem. It's truly the species system, or what your Buckminster Fuller called the noosphere.
I like species system better. It's easier to understand. I always wondered what in blazes the noosphere was.
Bucky likes your word, too. He's not attached. He always liked whatever made things simpler or easier.
You're talking to Buckminster Fuller now? You've turned this dialogue into a seance?
Let's just say I have reason to know that the essence which identified itself as Buckminster Fuller is delighted with your new word.
Wow, that's great. I mean, that is so cool, just to be able to know that.
It is cool, I agree.
So in highly evolved cultures, it's the species system that matters.
Yes, but it isn't that individual beings don't matter. Quite to the contrary. The fact that individual beings do matter is reflected in the fact that effect on the species system is uppermost when considering any decision. It is understood that the species system supports all life and every being at the optimum level. Doing nothing that would harm the species system is therefore a statement that each individual being is important. Not only the individual beings with status or influence or money, not only the individual beings with power or size or the presumption of greater self-awareness, all beings and all species in the system.
How can that work? How can that be possible? On our planet, the wants and needs of some species have to be subordinated to the wants and needs of others, or we couldn't experience life as we know it.
You are moving dangerously close to the time when you will not be able to experience life as you know it, precisely because you have insisted on subordinating the needs of most species to the desires of only one.
The human species.
Yes, and not even all members of that species, but only a few. Not even the largest number, which might have some logic to it, but by far the smallest.
The richest and the most powerful.
You've called it.
Well, here we go. Another tirade against the rich and the accomplished.
Far from it. Your civilization does not deserve a tirade, any more than a room full of small children deserves one. Human beings will do what they are doing, to themselves and to each other, until they realize that it is no longer in their best interests. No amount of tirades will change that. If tirades changed things, your religions would have been far more effective long before now.
Whoa, zip, zing, you're getting everyone today, aren't you?
I'm doing nothing of the sort. Are these simple observations stinging you? Look then to see why. This much we both know. The truth is often uncomfortable. Yet this book has come to bring the truth, as have others which I have inspired, and movies and television programs.
I'm not sure I want to encourage people to watch television.
For better or worse, television is now the campfire of your society. It is not the medium that is taking you in directions you say you do not wish to go. It is the messages you allow to be placed there. Do not denounce the medium. You may use it one day yourself to send a different message.
Let me get back if I can. Can I get back to my original question here? I'm still wanting to know how a species system can work with the needs of all species in the system treated equally.
The needs are all treated equally, but the needs themselves are not all equal. It's a question of proportion and of balance. Highly evolved beings deeply understand that all living things within what we have chosen here to call the species system have needs which must be met if the physical forms that both create and sustain the system are to survive. They also understand that not all these needs are the same or equal in terms of the demands they place on the system itself. Let's use your own species system as an example.
Okay.
Let's use the two living species you call trees and humans.
I'm with you.
Obviously, trees do not require as much daily maintenance as humans, so their needs are not equal, yet they are interrelated. That is, one species depends on the other. You must pay as much attention to the needs of trees as to the needs of humans. But the needs themselves are not as great. Yet if you ignore the needs of one species of living thing, you do so at your peril. The book I mentioned earlier as being of critical importance, The Last Hours of Ancient Sunlight, describes all of this magnificently. It says that trees take carbon dioxide out of your atmosphere, using the carbon portion of this atmospheric gas to make carbohydrates, that is, to grow. Nearly everything of which a plant is made, including roots, stems, leaves, even the nuts and fruits which the tree bears, are carbohydrates. Meanwhile, the oxygen portion of this gas is released by the tree. It is the tree's waste matter. Human beings, on the other hand, need oxygen to survive. Without trees to convert the carbon dioxide, which is plentiful in your atmosphere, into oxygen, which is not, you, as a species, cannot survive. You in turn breathe out carbon dioxide, which the tree needs to survive. Do you see the balance?
Of course. It's ingenious.
Thank you. Now please quit destroying it.
Oh, come on. We plant 2 trees for every one we cut down.
Yes, it will take only 300 years for those trees to grow to the strength and size which will allow them to produce as much oxygen as many of the old-growth trees you are chopping down. The oxygen manufacturing plant which you call the Amazon rainforest can be replaced in its capacity to balance your planet's atmosphere in, say, 2,000 or 3,000 years. Not to worry. You're clearing thousands of acres every year, but not to worry.
Why? Why are we doing that?
You clear the land so that you can raise cattle to slaughter and eat. Raising cattle is said to provide more income for the indigenous peoples of the rainforest country. So all this is proclaimed to be about making the land productive. In highly evolved civilizations, however, eroding the species system is not looked at as productive, but rather destructive. So Hebs have found a way to balance the total needs of the species system. They choose to do this rather than serve the desires of one small portion of the system, for they realize that no species within the system can survive if the system itself is destroyed.
Man, that seems so obvious. That seems so painfully obvious.
The obviousness of it may be even more painful on Earth in the years ahead if your so-called dominant species doesn't wake up.
I get that, man. I get it big. And I want to do something about it, but I feel so helpless. I feel sometimes so helpless. What can I do to bring about change?
There's nothing you have to do, but there's a great deal you can be.
Okay, help me with that.
Human beings have been trying to solve problems at the doingness level for a long time without much success. That's because true change is always made at the level of being, not doing. Oh, you've made certain discoveries, all right, and you've advanced your technologies, and so in some ways you've made your lives easier. But it's not clear whether you've made them better. And on the larger issues of principle, you have made very slow progress. You are facing many of the same problems of principle that you've faced for centuries on your planet. Your idea that Earth exists for the exploitation of the dominant species is a good example. You clearly will not change what you are doing around that until you change how you are being. You have to change your idea about who you are in relationship to your environment and everything in it before you will ever act differently. It is a matter of consciousness, and you have to raise consciousness before you can change consciousness.
How can we do that?
Stop being quiet about all this. Speak up, raise a ruckus, raise the issues. You might even raise some collective consciousness. On just one issue, for instance. Why not grow hemp and use it to make paper? Do you have any idea how many trees it takes just to supply your world with daily newspapers? To say nothing of paper cups, carry-out cartons, and paper towels. Hemp can be grown inexpensively and harvested easily, and used not only for making paper, but the strongest rope and the longest-lasting clothing, and even some of the most effective medicines your planet can provide. In fact, cannabis can be planted so inexpensively and harvested so easily and has so many wonderful uses that there's a huge lobby working against it. Too many would lose too much to allow the world to turn to this simple plant, which can be grown almost anywhere. This is just one example of how greed replaces common sense in the conduct of human affairs. So give this program to everyone you know, not only so that they get this, but so that they get everything else that's being said here. And there's still a great deal more.
Yeah, but you know what? I'm getting depressed, like a lot of people said they felt after book 2. Is this going to be more and more talk about how we're destroying things here and really blowing it? Because I'm not sure I'm really up for this, you know.
Are you up for being inspired? Are you up for being excited? Because learning about and exploring what other civilizations, advanced civilizations, are doing should both inspire and excite you. Think of the possibilities. Think of the opportunities. Think of the golden tomorrows just around the corner.
If we wake up.
You will wake up. You are waking up. The paradigm is shifting. The world is changing. It's happening right in front of your eyes. This program is part of it. You are part of it. Remember, you are in the room to heal the room. You are in the space to heal the space. There is no other reason for you to be here. Don't give up. Don't give up. The grandest adventure has just begun.
All right. All right. I choose to be inspired by the example and wisdom of highly evolved beings, not discouraged by it.
Good. That is a wise choice, given where you say you want to go as a species. You have much you can remember from observing these beings. Hebs live in unity, and with a deep sense of interrelatedness. Their behaviors are created by their sponsoring thoughts, what you might call the basic guiding principles of their society. Your behaviors, too, are created by your sponsoring thoughts, or the basic guiding principles of your society.
Well, what are the basic guiding principles of a Heb society?
Their first guiding principle is we are all one. Every decision, every choice, all of what you would call morals and ethics is based upon this principle. The second guiding principle is everything in the one interrelates. Under this principle, no one member of a species could or would keep something from another simply because he had it first, or it's his possession, or it's in short supply. The mutual dependency of all living things in the species system is recognized and honored. The relative needs of every species of living organism within the system are always kept in balance, because they are always kept in mind.
Does this second guiding principle mean that there is no such thing as personal ownership?
Not as you understand it. A Heb experiences personal ownership in the sense of holding personal responsibility for every good thing in his care. The closest word in your language to describe what a highly evolved being feels about what you would call a prized possession is stewardship. A Heb is a steward, not an owner. The word own and your concept behind it are not part of the culture of Hebs. There's no such thing as possession in the sense of something being a personal belonging. Hebs do not possess, Hebs caress. That is, they hold, embrace, love, and care for things, but they do not own them. Humans possess, Hebs caress. In your language, this is how the difference could be described. Early in your history, humans felt they had the right to personally possess everything they laid their hands on. This included wives and children, land, and the riches of the land. Stuff, and whatever other stuff their stuff could get them, was also theirs. Much of this belief is still held as truth today in human society. Humans became obsessed with this concept of ownership. Hebs who watch this from a distance call this your possession obsession. Now, as you have evolved, you understand more and more that you can really, truly possess nothing, least of all your spouses and children. Many of you, though, still cling to the notion that you can possess land and everything on it, under it, and over it. Yes, you even talk about air rights. The Hebs of the universe, by contrast, deeply understand that the physical planet beneath their feet is not something that can be possessed by any single one of them. Although an individual Heb may be granted, through the mechanisms of his or her society, a parcel of land for which to care. If she is a good steward of the land, she may be asked, to pass stewardship on to her offspring and they to theirs. Yet if at any time either he or his offspring prove to be poor stewards of the land is no longer kept in their care.
Wow, if that were the guiding principle here, half the industries in the world would have to give up their property.
And the world's ecosystem would dramatically improve overnight. You see, in a highly evolved culture, a corporation, as you call it, would never be allowed to despoil the land in order to make a profit, for it would be clearly seen that the quality of the lives of the very people who own or work for the corporation are being irrevocably damaged. What profit is there in that?
Well, the damage might not be felt for many years, whereas the benefits are realized right here, right now. So that would be what's called, I guess, short-term profit, long-term loss. But who cares about long-term loss if you're not going to be there to experience it?
Highly evolved beings do. But then they live a lot longer.
How much longer?
Many times longer. In some Heb societies, beings live forever, or as long as they choose to remain in corporal form. So in Heb societies, individual beings are usually around to experience the long-term consequences of their actions.
How do they manage to stay alive so long?
Of course, they are never not alive, any more than you are. But I know what you mean. You mean with the body.
Yes. So how do they manage to stay with the body for so long? Why is this possible?
Well, first, because they don't pollute their air, their water, and their land. They do not put chemicals into the ground, for instance, which are then taken up by plants and animals and brought into the body upon consumption of those plants and animals. A Heb, in fact, would never consume an animal, much less fill the ground and the plants which the animal eats with chemicals, then fill the animal itself with chemicals, and then consume it. A Heb would correctly assess such a practice to be suicidal. So Hebs do not pollute their environment, their atmosphere, and their own corporal bodies as humans do. Your bodies are magnificent creations made to last infinitely longer than you allow them to. Hebs also exhibit different psychological behaviors that equally prolong life.
Such as?
A Heb never worries, and wouldn't even understand the human concept of worry or stress. Neither would a Heb hate or feel rage or jealousy or panic. Therefore, the Heb does not produce biochemical reactions within her own body that eat away at it and destroy it. A Heb would call this eating itself, and a Heb would no sooner consume itself than it would consume another corporal being.
How does a Heb manage this? Are humans capable of such control over emotions?
First, a Heb understands that all things are perfect, that there is a process in the universe that is working itself out, and that all they have to do is not interfere with it. So a Heb never worries, because a Heb understands the process. And to answer your second question, yes, humans have this control, although some don't believe they have it, and others simply don't choose to exercise it. The few who do make an effort live a great deal longer, assuming chemicals and atmospheric poisons haven't killed them, and also assuming that they haven't voluntarily poisoned themselves in other ways.
Wait a minute, we voluntarily poison ourselves?
Some of you do, yes.
How?
As I said, you eat poisons. Some of you drink poisons. Some of you even smoke poisons. A highly evolved being finds such behaviors incomprehensible. He can't imagine why you would deliberately take into your body substances that you know can't be doing you any good.
Well, we find eating, drinking, and smoking certain things enjoyable.
A Heb finds life in the body enjoyable, and can imagine doing anything that she knows ahead of time could limit or terminate that or make it painful.
Well, some of us don't believe that eating red meat plentifully or drinking alcohol or smoking plants will limit or terminate our lives or make them painful.
Then your observational skills are very dull. They need sharpening. A Heb would suggest that you simply look around you.
Yes, well, what else can you tell me about what life is like in the highly evolved societies of the universe?
There is no shame,
No shame?
nor any such thing as guilt.
Well, how about when a being proves to be a bad steward of the land? You just said they take the land away from him. Doesn't that mean he's being judged and found guilty?
No, it means he's been observed and found unable. In highly evolved cultures, beings would never be asked to do something they've demonstrated an inability to do.
What if they still wanted to do it?
They would not want to.
Why not?
Their own demonstrated inability would eliminate their desire. This is a natural outcome of their understanding that their inability to do a particular thing could potentially damage another. This they would never do, for to damage the other is to damage the self, and they know this.
So it is still self-preservation that drives the experience, just like on Earth.
Certainly. The only thing that's different is their definition of self. A human defines self very narrowly. You speak of yourself, your family, your community. A Heb defines self quite differently. She speaks of the self, the family, the community.
As if there were only one.
There is only one. That's the whole point.
I understand.
And so in a highly evolved culture, a being would never, for instance, insist on raising offspring if that being consistently demonstrated to itself its own inability to do so. This is why in highly evolved cultures, children don't raise children. Offspring are given to elders to raise. This doesn't mean that new offspring are torn from those who gave them life, taken from their arms, and given to virtual strangers to raise. It's nothing like that. In these cultures, elders live closely with the young ones. They're not shuffled off to live by themselves. They're not ignored and left to work out their own final destinies. They are honored, revered, and held close as part of a loving, caring, vibrant community. When a new offspring arrives, the elders are right there, deep within the heart of that community and that family, and their raising of the offspring is as organically correct as it feels in your society to have the parents do this. The difference is that though they always know who their parents are, the closest term in their language would be life-givers, these offspring are not asked to learn about the basics of life from beings who are still learning about the basics of life themselves. In Heb societies, the elders organize and supervise the learning process, as well as housing, feeding, and caring for the children. Offspring are raised in an environment of wisdom and love, great patience, and deep understanding. The young ones who gave them life are usually off somewhere, meeting the challenges and experiencing the joys of their own young lives. They may spend as much time with their offspring as they choose. They may even live in the dwelling of the elders with the children, to be right there with them in a home environment, and to be experienced by them as part of it. It is all a very unified, integrated experience, but it is the elders who do the raising, who take the responsibility. And it is an honor, for upon the elders is placed the responsibility for the future of the entire species. And in Heb societies, it is recognized that this is more than should be asked of young ones. I touched on this earlier when we talked about how you raise offspring on your planet and how you might change that.
Yes, and thank you for further explaining this and how it could work. So getting back, a Heb does not feel guilt or shame, no matter what he does?
No, because guilt and shame is something which is imposed on a being from outside of itself. It can then be internalized, no question about that, but it is initially imposed from the outside, always. No divine being, and all beings are divine, ever knows itself or anything it is doing to be shameful or guilty until someone outside of itself labels it that way. In your culture, is a baby ashamed of its bathroom habits? Not until you tell it to be. Does a child feel guilty for pleasuring itself with its genitals? Of course not. Not until you tell it to feel guilty. The degree to which a culture is evolved is demonstrated by the degree to which it labels a being or an action shameful or guilty.
Are no actions to be called shameful? Is a person never guilty no matter what he does?
As I've already told you, there is no such thing as right or wrong.
There are still some people who don't understand that.
To understand what is being said here, this dialogue must be read in its entirety. Taking any statement out of context could make it not understandable. Books 1 and 2 contain detailed explanations of the wisdom above. You are asking me here to describe the highly evolved cultures of the universe. They already understand this wisdom.
How else are these cultures different from our own?
In many other ways. They do not compete. They realize that when one loses, everyone loses. They therefore do not create sports and games which teach children and perpetuate in adults the extraordinary thought that someone winning while another is losing is entertainment. Also, as I said, they share everything. When another is in need, they would never dream of keeping or hoarding something they had simply because it was in scarce supply. On the contrary, that would be their very reason for sharing it. In your society, the price goes up for that which is rare, if you share it at all. In this way, you ensure that if you are going to share something which you possess, at least you'll be enriched doing it. Highly evolved beings are also enriched by sharing rare things. The only thing that is different between Hebs and humans is how Hebs define being enriched. A Heb feels enriched by sharing everything freely, without needing to profit. Indeed, this feeling is the profit. There are several guiding principles of your culture which produce your behaviors. As I said earlier, one of your most basic ones is survival of the fittest. This might be called your second guiding principle. It underlies everything your society has created, its economics, its politics, its religions, its education, its social structures. Yet to a highly evolved being, the principle itself is an oxymoron. It is self-contradicting. Since the first guiding principle of a Heb is we are all one, the one is not fit until the all is fit. Survival of the fittest is therefore impossible, or the only thing that is possible, therefore a contradiction, since the fittest is not fit until it is. Are you following this?
Yes. We call it communism.
On your planet, you have rejected out of hand any system which does not allow for the advancement of one being at the expense of another. If a system of governance or economics requires an attempt at equitable distribution to all of the benefits created by all, with the resources belonging to all, you have said that system of governance violates the natural order. Yet in highly evolved cultures, the natural order is equitable sharing.
Even if a person or group has done nothing to deserve it? Even if there has been no contribution to the common good? Even if they are evil?
The common good is life. If you are alive, you are contributing to the common good. It is very difficult for a spirit to be in physical form. To agree to take such a form is, in one sense, a great sacrifice, yet one that is necessary and even enjoyed if the all is to know itself experientially and to recreate itself anew in the next grandest version of the greatest vision it ever held about who it is. It is important to understand why we came here.
We?
The souls which make up the collective.
You're losing me.
As I've already explained, there is only one soul, one being, one essence. Some of you call this God. This single essence individuates itself as everything in the universe. In other words, all that is. This includes all the sentient beings, or what you have chosen to call souls.
So, God is every soul that is?
Every soul that is now, ever was, and ever will be.
So God is a collective?
That's the word I chose, because it comes closest in your language to describing how things are.
Not a single awesome being, but a collective?
It doesn't have to be one or the other. Think outside the box.
God is both? A single awesome being, which is a collective of individualized parts?
Good, very good.
And why did the collective come to Earth?
To express itself in physicality, to know itself in its own experience, to be God, as I've already explained in detail in Book 1.
You created us to be you?
We did, indeed. That is exactly why you were created.
And humans were created by a collective?
Your own Bible said, "Let us create man in our image and after our likeness," before the translation was changed. Life is the process through which God creates itself and then experiences the creation. This process of creation is ongoing and eternal. It is happening all the time. Relativity and physicality are the tools with which God works. Pure energy, what you call spirit, is what God is. This essence is truly the Holy Spirit. By a process through which energy becomes matter, spirit is embodied in physicality. This is done by the energy literally slowing itself down, changing its oscillation, or what you would call vibration. That which is all does this in parts. That is, parts of the whole do this. These individuations of spirit are what you have chosen to call souls. In truth, there is only one soul, reshaping and reforming itself. This might be called the Reformation. You are all gods in formation. God's information. That is your contribution, and it is sufficient unto itself. To put this simply, by taking form, you have already done enough. I need nothing more. You have contributed to the common good. You have made it possible for that which is common, the one common element, to experience that which is good. Even you have written that God created the heavens and the earth, and the animals who walk upon the land, and the birds of the air, and the fishes of the sea, and it was very good. Good does not, cannot exist experientially without its opposite. Therefore have you also created evil, which is the backward motion or opposite direction of good. It is the opposite of life, and so have you created what you call death. Yet death does not exist in ultimate reality, but is merely a concoction, an invention, an imagined experience through which life becomes more valued by you. Thus evil is live spelled backward. So clever you are with language. You fold into it secret wisdoms that you do not even know are there. Now, when you understand this entire cosmology, you comprehend the great truth. You could then never demand of another being that it give you something in return for your sharing the resources and necessities of physical life.
As beautiful as that is, there are still some people who would call it communism.
If they wish to do so, then so be it. Yet I tell you this, until your community of beings knows about being in community, you will never experience Holy Communion and cannot know who I am. The highly evolved cultures of the universe understand deeply all that I have explained here. In those cultures, it would not be possible to fail to share. Nor would it be possible to think of charging increasingly exorbitant prices the more rare a necessity became. Only extremely primitive societies would do this. Only very primitive beings would see scarcity of that which is commonly needed as an opportunity for greater profits. Supply and demand does not drive the Hebb system. This is part of a system that humans claim contributes to their quality of life and to the common good. Yet from the vantage point of a highly evolved being, your system violates the common good, for it does not allow that which is good to be experienced in common. Another distinguishing and fascinating feature of highly evolved cultures is that within them there is no word or sound for, nor any way to communicate the meaning of, the concept of yours and mine. Personal possessives do not exist in their language, and if one were to speak in earthly tongues, one could only use articles to describe things. Employing that convention, my car becomes the car I am now with. My partner or my children becomes the partner or the children I am now with. The term now with or in the presence of is as close as your languages can come to describing what you would call ownership or possession. That which you are in the presence of becomes the gift. These are the two presents of life. Thus, in the language of highly evolved cultures, one could not even speak in terms of my life, but could only communicate the life I am in the presence of. This is something akin to your speaking of being in the presence of God. When you are in the presence of God, which you are, any time you are in the presence of each other, you would never think of keeping from God that which is God's, meaning any part of that which is. You would naturally share, and share equally, that which is God's with any part of that which is God. This is the spiritual understanding which undergirds the entire social, political, economic, and religious structures of all highly evolved cultures. This is the cosmology of all of life, and it is merely failure to observe this cosmology, to understand it and to live within it, which creates all of the discord of your experience on Earth.
What are the beings like on other planets? I mean, physically.
Take your pick. There are as many varieties of beings as there are species of life on your planet. Actually, more.
Are there beings who look very much like us?
Of course. Some look exactly like you, given minor variations.
Well, how do they live? What do they eat? How are they dressed? In what way do they communicate? I want to learn all about ETs here. Come on, out with it.
I understand your curiosity, yet these books are not being given to you to satisfy curiosity. The purpose of our conversation is to bring a message to your world.
Oh, come on, just a few questions. And by the way, they're more than curiosities. We may have something to learn here, or more accurately, to remember.
That really is more accurate, for you have nothing to learn, but merely to remember who you really are.
Well, you made that wonderfully clear in Book 1. Do these beings on other planets remember who they are?
As you might expect, all beings elsewhere are in various stages of evolution. But in what you have here termed highly evolved cultures, yes, the beings have remembered.
Well, how do they live, work, travel, communicate?
Travel as you know it in your culture does not exist in highly evolved societies. Technology has advanced far beyond the necessity of using fossil fuels to drive engines embedded in huge machines that move bodies around. In addition to what has been provided by new physical technologies, understandings of the mind and of the very nature of physicality itself have also advanced. As a result of the combination of these two types of evolutionary advances,
it has become possible for Hebbs to disassemble and reassemble their bodies at will, allowing most beings in most highly evolved cultures to be wherever they choose, whenever they choose.
Including light years across the universe?
Yes. In most cases, yes. Such long-distance travel across galaxies is done like a stone skipping across water. No attempt is made to go through the matrix, which is the universe, but rather to skip around on it. That is the best imagery which can be found in your language to explain the physics of it. As for what you call in your society work, such a concept does not exist in most Hebb cultures. Tasks are performed and activities are undertaken based purely on what a being loves to do and sees as the highest expression of self.
Well, that's super if one can do it, but how does the menial labor get done?
The concept of menial labor does not exist. What you would label as menial in your society is often the most highly honored in the world of highly evolved beings. Hebs who do the daily tasks that must be done for a society to exist and to function are the most highly rewarded, highly decorated workers in the service of all. I put the word workers in quotes here because to a Heb this is not considered work at all, but the highest form of self-fulfillment. The ideas and experiences that humans have created around self-expression, which you've called work, are simply not part of the Heb culture. Drudgery, overtime, pressure, and similar self-created experiences are not chosen by highly evolved beings who, among other things, are not attempting to get ahead, rise to the top, or be successful. The very concept of success as you have defined it is foreign to a Heb, precisely because its opposite, failure, does not exist.
Well, then how do Hebs ever have an experience of accomplishment or achievement?
Not through the construction of an elaborate value system surrounding competition, winning and losing, as is done in most human societies and activities, even and especially in your schools, but rather through a deep understanding of what real value is in a society and a true appreciation for it. Achieving is defined as doing what brings value, not doing what brings fame and fortune, whether it is of value or not.
Well, then Hebs do have a value system.
Oh, yes, of course, but one very unlike most humans. Hebs value that which produces benefit to all.
Well, so do we.
Yes, but you define benefit so differently. We see greater benefit in throwing a little white sphere at a man with a bat, or taking one's clothes off on a big silver screen, than in leading offspring to remember life's greatest truths, or sourcing society's spiritual sustenance. So you honor and pay ball players and movie stars more than you do teachers and ministers. In this you have everything backward, given where you say that you want to go as a society. You've not developed very keen powers of observation. Hebs always see what's so and do what works. Humans very often do not. Hebs do not honor those who teach or minister because it is morally right. They do so because it is what works, given where they choose for their society to go.
Still, where there is a value structure, there must be haves and have-nots. So in Heb societies, it's the teachers who are rich and famous and the ball players who are poor.
There are no have-nots in a Heb society. No one lives in the depths of degradation to which you have allowed many humans to fall. And no one dies of starvation as 400 children an hour and 30,000 people a day do on your planet. And there is no such thing as a life of quiet desperation as there is in human work cultures. No. In Heb society, there is no such thing as the destitute and the poor.
Well, how have they avoided that? How?
By applying two basic principles. We are all one. There's enough. Hebs have an awareness of sufficiency and a consciousness that creates it. Through the Heb consciousness of the interrelatedness of all things, nothing is wasted or destroyed of the natural resources on a Heb's home planet. This leaves plenty for everyone, hence, there's enough. The human consciousness of insufficiency, of not enoughness, is the root cause of all worry, all pressure, all competition, all jealousy, all anger, all conflict, and ultimately all killing on your planet. This, plus the human insistence on believing in the separation rather than the unity of all things, is what has created 90% of the misery in your lives, the sadness in your history, and the impotence of your previous efforts to make things better for everyone. If you would change these two elements of your consciousness, everything would shift.
How? I want to do that, but I don't know how. Give me a tool, not just platitudes.
Good, that's fair. So here's a tool. Act as if. Act as if you were all one. Just start acting that way tomorrow. See everyone as you, just having a difficult time. See everyone as you, just wanting a fair chance. See everyone as you, just having a different experience. Try it. Just go around tomorrow and try it. See everyone through new eyes. Then start acting as if there's enough. If you had enough money, enough love, enough time, what would you do differently? Would you share more openly, freely, equitably?
Well, that's interesting. That's interesting because we're doing exactly that with our natural resources and being criticized by ecologists for it. I mean, we're acting as if there's enough.
What's really interesting is that you act as if the things which you think benefit you are in short supply. So you watch your supply of that very carefully, often even hoarding those things. Yet you play fast and loose with your environment, natural resources, and ecology. So it can only be assumed that you do not think the environment, natural resources, and your ecology benefit you.
Or that we're acting as if there's enough.
But you aren't. If you were, you would share these resources more equitably. Yet right now, 1/5 of the world's people are using 4/5 of the world's resources. And you show no signs of changing that equation. There is enough for everybody if you would stop thoughtlessly squandering all of it on the privileged few. If all people used resources wisely, you would use less than you do with a few people using them unwisely. Use the resources, but don't abuse the resources. That's all the ecologists are saying.
Well, I'm depressed again. You keep making me depressed.
Here's something, you know that? You're driving down a lonely road, lost and having forgotten how to get where you say you want to go. Someone comes along and gives you directions. Eureka! You're ecstatic, right? No, you're depressed. Amazing.
I'm depressed because I don't see us taking these directions. I don't see us even wanting to. I see us marching right into the wall, and yes, it depresses me.
You are not using your powers of observation. I see hundreds of thousands of people cheering as they hear this. I see millions recognizing the simple truths here. And I see a new force for change growing in intensity on your planet. Entire thought systems are being discarded. Ways of governing yourselves are being abandoned. Economic policies are being revised. Spiritual truths are being re-examined. Yours is a race awakening. These noticements and observations need not be a source of discouragement. That you recognize them as truth can be tremendously encouraging if you allow this to be the fuel that drives the engine of change. You are the change agent. You are the one who can make a difference in how humans create and experience their lives.
How? But what can I do?
Be the difference. Be the change. Embody the consciousness of we are all one and there's enough. Change yourself. Change the world. You have given yourself this book and all the conversations with God material so that you might remember once again how it was to live as highly evolved beings.
We lived this way once before, didn't we? You mentioned earlier that we lived this way once before.
Yes. In what you would call ancient times and ancient civilizations. Most of what I've been describing here has been experienced by your race before.
Boy, now a part of me wants to be even more depressed. You mean we got there and then lost it all? What's the point of all this going around in circles that we're doing?
Evolution. Evolution is not a straight line. You have a chance now to recreate the best experiences of your ancient civilizations while avoiding the worst. You don't have to let personal egos and advanced technology destroy your society this time. You can do it differently. You can make a difference. That could be very exciting to you if you allow it to be.
Okay, I get it. And when I allow myself to think of it that way, I am excited, and I will make a difference. Tell me more. I want to remember as much as I can about how it was with us in our advanced ancient civilizations and how it is today, for that matter, with all highly evolved beings. How do they live?
They live in clusters, or what your world would call communities. But for the most part, they have abandoned their version of what you call cities or nations.
Oh, really? Why?
Because cities became too big and no longer supported the purpose of clustering, but worked against that purpose. They produced crowded individuals instead of a clustered community.
It's the same on this planet. There's more of a sense of community in our small towns and villages, even in our wide-open rural areas, than there is in most of our big cities.
Yes, there's only one difference on that score between your world and the other planets we are now discussing.
Which is?
The inhabitants of those other planets have learned this. They've observed more closely what works.
We, on the other hand, keep creating larger and larger cities, even though we see that they're destroying our very way of life.
Yes.
We even take pride in our rankings. A metropolitan area moves up from number 12 to number 10 on our list of biggest cities, and everyone thinks that's a cause for celebration. Chambers of Commerce actually advertise it.
It is the mark of a primitive society to view regression as progress.
You know, you've said that before. You're getting me depressed again.
More and more of you are no longer doing this. More and more of you are recreating small, intended communities.
Ah, so you think we should abandon our megacities and return to our towns and villages, huh?
I don't have a preference about it one way or the other. I am simply making an observation.
As always. So what is your observation regarding why we continue to migrate to bigger and bigger cities even though we see it's not good for us?
Because many of you do not see that it is not good for you. You believe that grouping together in large cities solves problems when it only creates them. It is true that in large cities there are services, there are jobs, there are entertainments which are not and cannot be found in smaller towns and villages. But your mistake is in calling these things valuable, when in fact they're detrimental.
Aha, so you do have a point of view on this. You just gave yourself away. You said we made a mistake.
If you're headed towards San Jose...
Oh, here we go again.
Well, you insist on calling observations judgments and statements of fact preferences. And I know you are seeking greater accuracy in your communications and in your perceptions, so I'm going to call you on this every time.
Okay.
If you are headed towards San Jose, all the while saying you wish to go to Seattle, is it wrong for the bystander of whom you are asking directions to say that you have made a mistake? Is the bystander expressing a preference?
I guess not.
You guess not.
Okay, he's not.
Then what is he doing?
He's merely saying what's so, given where we say we want to go.
Excellent, you've got it.
But you've made this point before, repeatedly. Why do I keep reverting to an idea about you as having preferences and judgments?
Because that's the God who's supported by your mythology, and you will throw me into that category any time you can. Besides, if I did have a preference, that would make everything easier for you. Then you wouldn't have to figure things out and come to your own conclusions. You just have to do as I say. Of course, you'd have no way of knowing what it is that I say, since you don't believe I've said anything for thousands of years. So you have no choice but to rely on those who claim to be teaching what I used to say during the days when I was actually communicating. But even this is a problem, because there are as many different teachers and teachings as there are hairs on your head. So you're right back where you started from, having to come to your own conclusions.
Is there a way out of this maze and the cycle of misery it's created for the human race? Will we ever get it right?
There is a way out, and you will get it right. You merely have to increase your observational skills. You have to better see what serves you. This is called evolution. Actually, you cannot not get it right. You cannot fail. It is merely a question of when, not of whether.
But aren't we running out of time on this planet?
Well, if that's your parameter, if you want to get it right on this planet, that is, while this particular planet still supports you, then within that context, you'd better hurry.
How can we go faster? Help us.
I am helping you. What do you suppose this dialogue is about?
Okay, so give us some more help. You said a little bit ago that in highly evolved cultures on other planets, beings also abandoned the concept of nations. Why did they do that?
Because they saw that a concept such as what you would call nationalism works against their first guiding principle, we are all one.
On the other hand, nationalism supports our second guiding principle, survival of the fittest.
Exactly. You separate yourself into nations for reasons of survival and security and produce just the opposite. Highly evolved beings refuse to join together in nations. They believe in simply one nation. You might even say they have formed one nation under God.
Ah, clever. But do they have liberty and justice for all?
Do you?
Touché.
The point is that all races and species are evolving, and evolution, the purpose of observing what serves you and making behavioral adaptations, seems to keep moving in one direction and away from another. It keeps moving toward unity and away from separation. This is not surprising, since unity is the ultimate truth, and evolution is just another word for movement toward truth.
I also noticed that observing what serves you and making behavioral adaptations sounds suspiciously like survival of the fittest, one of our guiding principles.
It does, doesn't it? So now it's time to observe that survival of the fittest, that is, evolution of the species, is not achieved, but indeed entire species have been doomed, have actually self-destructed by calling a process a principle.
Whoops, you lost me.
The process is called evolution. The principle which guides the process is what directs the course of your evolution. You're right, evolution is survival of the fittest. That is the process. Yet do not confuse process and principle. If evolution and survival of the fittest are synonymous, and if you are claiming survival of the fittest as a guiding principle, then you are saying a guiding principle of evolution is evolution. Yet that is the statement of a race which does not know that it can control the course of its own evolution. That is the statement of a species which thinks itself to be relegated to the status of observer of its own evolution. Because most people think that evolution is a process which is simply going on, not a process which they are directing according to certain principles. And so the species is announcing, we evolve by the principle of, well, evolution. But they never say what that principle is, because they have confused the process and the principle. The species, on the other hand, which has become clear that evolution is a process, but a process over which the species has control, has not confused process with principle, but consciously chooses a principle which it uses to guide and direct its process. This is called conscious evolution, and your species has just arrived there.
Wow, that's an incredible insight. That's why you gave Barbara Marx Hubbard that book. As I said, she actually called it Conscious Evolution.
Of course she did. I told her to.
I love it. I love it. All right, so I'd like to get back now to our conversation about ETs. How do these highly evolved beings organize themselves? If not in nations, how do they govern themselves?
They do not use evolution as their first guiding principle of evolution, but rather they have created a principle based on pure observation. They have simply observed that they are all one, and they have devised political, social, economic, and spiritual mechanisms which undergird rather than undermine that first principle.
Well, what does that look like? In government, for instance.
When there is only one of you, how do you govern yourself?
Come again?
When you are the only one there is, how do you govern your behavior? Who governs your behavior? Who outside of yourself?
No one. When I'm all alone, if I were on a deserted island someplace, for instance, no one outside of myself would govern or control my behaviors. I would eat, dress, do exactly as I want. I would probably not dress at all, actually, and I would eat whenever I was hungry, and whatever felt good, whatever made me feel healthy. I would do whatever I felt like doing. And some of that would be determined, I guess, by what I thought I needed to do to survive.
Well, as usual, you have all of the wisdom within you. I've told you before, you have nothing to learn. You only have to remember.
This is how it is in advanced civilizations? They run around naked, picking berries and carving canoes? That sounds like barbarians.
Well, who do you think is happier and closer to God?
We've been through this before.
Yes, we have. It is the mark of a primitive culture to imagine that simplicity is barbarian and complexity is highly advanced. Interestingly, those who are highly advanced see it as being just the other way around.
Yet the movement of all cultures, indeed the process of evolution itself, is toward higher and higher degrees of complexity.
In one sense, yes. Yet here is the greatest divine dichotomy. The greatest complexity is the greatest simplicity. The more complex a system is, the more simple is its design. Indeed, it is utterly elegant in its simplicity. The Master understands this. That is why a highly evolved being lives in utter simplicity. It is why all highly evolved systems are also utterly simple. Highly evolved systems of governance, highly evolved systems of education, highly evolved systems of economics or religion, all are utterly, elegantly simple. Highly evolved systems of governance, for instance, involve virtually no governance at all, save self-governance.
As if there was only one being participating, as if there was only one being affected.
Which is all there is.
Which highly evolved cultures understand.
Precisely.
I'm starting to put it all together now.
Well, good. We have not much time left.
Well, what, you have to go?
This book is getting very long.
Wait, hold it. You can't quit now. I've got more questions about ETs. Are they someday going to appear on Earth to save us? Will they rescue us from our own madness by bringing us, I don't know, new technologies to control the planet's polarities, clean up our atmosphere, harness our sun's energy, regulate our weather, cure all disease, and bring us a better quality of life in our own little nirvana?
You may not want that to happen. Hebs know this. They know that such an intervention would only subjugate you to them, making them your gods, rather than the gods to whom you now claim to be subjugated. The truth is, you are subjugated to no one, and this is what the beings from highly advanced cultures would have you understand. If, therefore, they would share with you some technologies, these would be given in a way and at a rate which would allow you to recognize your own powers and potentials, not those of another. Similarly, if Hebs were to share with you some teachings, these too would be shared in a way and at a rate that would allow you to see greater truths and your own powers and potentials, and not make gods of your teachers.
Too late. We've already done that.
Yes, I've noticed.
Which brings us to one of our greatest teachers, the man called Jesus. Even those who did not make him a god have recognized the greatness of his teachings.
Teachings which have been largely distorted.
Yeah. Was Jesus one of these Hebs, highly evolved beings?
Do you think he was highly evolved?
Oh, yes. As was the Buddha, Lord Krishna, Moses, Babaji, Sai Baba, and Paramahansa Yogananda, for that matter.
Indeed, and many others you have not mentioned.
Well, in Book 2, you hinted that Jesus and these other teachers may well have come from outer space, and that they may have been visitors here, sharing with us the teachings and wisdoms of highly evolved beings. So it's time to let the other shoe fall. Was Jesus a spaceman?
You are all spacemen.
What does that mean?
You're not natives of this planet you now call home.
We aren't.
No. The genetic stuff of which you are made was placed on your planet deliberately. It didn't just show up there by accident. The elements that have formed your life didn't combine themselves through some process of biological serendipity. There was a plan involved. There is something much larger going on here. Do you imagine that the 1,000,000,001 biochemical reactions it has taken to cause life as you know it to appear on your planet?
It all occurred haphazardly. Do you see this outcome as simply a fortuitous chain of random events producing a happy result by chance?
No, of course not. I agree that there was a plan. God's plan.
Good, because you are right. It was all my idea. And it was all my plan and my process.
Well, so what then? Are you saying that you are a spaceman?
Where have you traditionally looked when you've imagined yourself to be talking to me?
Up. I've looked up.
Why not now?
I don't know. Everybody always looks up to the heavens.
From where I come?
I guess, yes.
Does that make me a spaceman?
I don't know, does it?
And if I am a spaceman, would that make me any less a god?
Well, based on what most of us say you can do, no, I guess not.
And if I am a god, does that make me any less a spaceman?
It would all depend on our definitions, I guess.
What if I am not a man at all, but rather a force, an energy in the universe? That is the universe, and that is, in fact, all that is. What if I am the collective?
Well, that is, in fact, what you've said that you are. In this dialogue, you've said that.
Indeed I have, and do you believe it?
Yes, I think I do. At least in the sense that I think that God is all that is.
Good. Now, do you think there are such things as what you call spacemen?
You mean beings from outer space?
Yes.
Yes, I do. I think I've always believed that. And now, here, you've told me there are, so I surely believe it.
And are these beings from outer space part of all that is?
Well, yes, of course.
And if I am all that is, wouldn't that make me a spaceman?
Well, yes, by that definition. But by that definition, you are also me.
Bingo.
Yes, but you've danced away from my question. I asked you if Jesus was a spaceman, and I think you know what I mean. I mean, was he a being from outer space, or was he born here on Earth?
Your question once again assumes either or. Think outside the box. Reject either or and consider both and.
Are you saying that Jesus was born on Earth, but has spaceman blood, so to speak?
Who was Jesus' father?
Joseph.
Yes, but who is said to have conceived him?
Well, some people believe it was an immaculate conception. They say that the Virgin Mary was visited by an archangel. Jesus was conceived by the Holy Ghost, born of the Virgin Mary.
Do you believe this?
I don't know what to believe about that.
Well, if Mary was visited by an archangel, from where do you imagine the angel would have come?
From heaven.
Did you say from the heavens?
I said from heaven, from another realm, from God.
I see. And did we not just agree that God is a spaceman?
Well, not exactly. We agreed that God is everything, and that since spacemen are part of everything, God is a spaceman, in the same sense that God is us, all of us. God is everything. God is the collective.
Good. So this archangel who visited Mary came from another realm, a heavenly realm.
Yes.
A realm deep within yourself, because heaven is within you.
I didn't say that.
Well, then, a realm within the inner space of the universe.
No, I wouldn't say that either, because I don't know what that means.
Then from where? A realm in outer space?
You're playing with words now.
I'm doing the best I can. I'm using words, in spite of their awful limitations, to get as close as I can to an idea, a concept of things which, in truth, cannot be described in the limited vocabulary of your language, or understood within the limitations of your present level of perception. I'm seeking to open you to new perceptions by using your language in a new way.
Okay, so you're saying that Jesus was fathered by a highly evolved being from some other realm, and thus he was human, but also a Heb?
There have been many highly evolved beings walking your planet, and there are many today.
You mean there are aliens among us?
I can see that your work in newspapers, radio talk shows, and television has served you well.
How do you mean?
You can find a way to sensationalize anything. I didn't call highly evolved beings aliens, and I didn't call Jesus an alien. There's nothing alien about God. There are no aliens on earth. We are all one. If we are all one, no individuation of us is alien to itself. Some individuation of us, that is, some individual beings, remember more than others. The process of remembering, reuniting with God, or becoming once again one with the all, with the collective, is a process you call evolution. You are all evolving beings. Some of you are highly evolved. That is, you remember more. You know who you really are. Jesus knew it and declared it.
Okay, so I get that we're going to do a word dance here on the Jesus thing.
Not at all. I will tell you outright. The spirit of that human you call Jesus was not of this earth. That spirit simply filled a human body, allowed itself to learn as a child, become a man, and self-realize. He was not the only one to have done this. All spirits are not of this earth. All souls come from another realm, then enter the body. Yet not all souls self-realize in a particular lifetime. Jesus did. He was a highly evolved being, what some of you have called a god. And he came to you for a purpose, on a mission.
Yeah, to save our souls.
In a sense, yes, but not from everlasting damnation. There is no such thing as you have conceived it. His mission is, to save you from not knowing and never experiencing who you really are. His intention was to demonstrate that by showing you what you can become. Indeed, what you are, if you will only accept it. Jesus sought to lead by example. That is why he said, I am the way and the life. Follow me. He didn't mean follow me in the sense that you would all become his followers, but in the sense that you would all follow his example and become one with God. He said, I and the Father are one, and ye are my brethren. He couldn't have put it more plainly.
So Jesus did not come from God, he came from outer space.
Your mistake is in separating the two. You keep insisting on making a distinction.
Just as you insist on making a separation and a distinction between humans and God. And I tell you, there is no distinction.
Okay. Well, can you tell me a few final things about beings from other worlds before we end? What do they wear? How do they communicate? And please don't say this is still all about idle curiosity. I think I've demonstrated that there may be something we can learn here.
All right, briefly then. In highly evolved cultures, beings see no need to be clothed, except when some kind of covering is required to protect them from elements or conditions over which they have no control, or when ornaments are used to indicate some rank or honor. A Heb would not understand why you wear total body coverings when you do not have to. She certainly wouldn't understand the concept of shame or modesty, and could never relate to the idea of coverings to make oneself prettier. To a Heb, there could be nothing more beautiful than the naked body itself, and so the concept of wearing something on top of it to somehow render it more pleasing or attractive would be utterly incomprehensible. Equally incomprehensible would be the idea of living, spending most of one's time in boxes, which you call buildings and houses. Hebs live in the natural environment and would only stay inside a box if their environment became inhospitable, which it rarely does, since highly evolved civilizations create, control, and care for their environments. Hebs also understand that they are one with their environment, that they share more than space with their environments, but also share a mutually dependent relationship. A Heb could never understand why you would damage or destroy that which is supporting you, and so can only conclude that you do not understand that it is your environment which supports you, that you are beings of very limited observational skills. As for communication, a Heb uses as his first level of communication the aspect of his being which you would call feelings. Hebs are aware of their feelings and the feelings of others, and no attempt is ever made by anyone to hide feelings. Hebs would find it self-defeating and therefore incomprehensible to hide feelings and then complain that no one understands how they feel. Feelings are the language of the soul, and highly evolved beings understand this. It is the purpose of communication in a society of Hebs to know each other in truth. A Heb therefore cannot and could never understand your human concept called lying. To be successful in getting one's way by communicating an untruth would be for a Heb a victory so hollow as to render it not a victory at all, but a staggering defeat. Hebs do not tell the truth. Hebs are the truth. Their whole beingness comes from what is so and what works, and Hebs learned long ago in a time beyond memory when communication was still accomplished through guttural utterances that untruth does not work. You have not yet learned this in your society. On your planet, much of society is based on secrecy. Many of you believe it is what you keep from each other, not what you tell to each other, that makes life work. Secrecy has thus become your social code, your code of ethics. It is truly your secret code. This is not true of all of you. Your ancient cultures, for instance, and your indigenous people do not live by such a code, and many individuals in your present society have refused to adopt these behaviors. Yet your government runs by this code, your business is adopted, and many of your relationships reflect it. Lying about things large and small has become so accepted by so many that they even lie about lying. Thus you have developed a secret code about your secret code. Like the fact that the emperor is wearing no clothes. Everybody knows it, but nobody's talking about it. You even try to pretend it's not so. And in this, you are lying to yourself.
You've made this point before.
I'm repeating in this dialogue the essential points, the main points you must get if you truly are to change things, as you say you wish to. And so I will say it again. The differences between human cultures and highly evolved cultures is that highly evolved beings, 1, observe fully, 2, communicate truthfully. They see what works and say what's so. This is another tiny but profound change which would immeasurably improve life in your planet. And this is not, by the way, a question of morals. There are no moral imperatives in a Heb society, and that would be a concept equally as puzzling as lying. It is simply a matter of what is functional, of what brings benefit.
Hebs have no morals?
Not as you understand them. The idea of some group devising a set of values by which individual Hebs are called upon to live would violate their understanding of what works, which is that each individual is the sole and final arbiter of what is and is not appropriate behavior for them. The discussion is always around what works for a Heb society, what is functional and produces benefit for all. not around what humans call right and wrong.
Haven't we simply called what works right and what doesn't work for us wrong?
You have attached guilt and shame to those labels, concepts equally foreign to Hebs, and you have labeled an astonishing number of things wrong, not because they don't work, but simply because you imagine them to be inappropriate, sometimes not even in your eyes, but in the eyes of God. You have thus constructed artificial definitions of what works and what doesn't, definitions having nothing to do with what's really so. Honestly expressing one's feelings, for example, is often deemed by human society as wrong. Such a conclusion could never be arrived at by a Heb, since precise awareness of feelings facilitates life in any community or cluster. So, as I said, a Heb would never hide feelings or find it socially correct to do so. It would be impossible in any event because a Heb receives vibes, actual vibrations, from other beings, which makes their feelings plain enough. Just as you can sometimes feel the air when you walk into a room, a Heb can feel what another Heb is thinking and experiencing. Actual utterances, what you would call words, are rarely, if ever, used. This telepathic communication occurs between all highly evolved sentient beings. Indeed, it could be said that the degree to which a species or a relationship between members of the same species has evolved is demonstrated by the degree to which beings require the use of words to convey feelings, desires, or information. And before you ask the question, yes, human beings can develop, and some have developed, the same capacity. Thousands of years ago, in fact, it was normal. You have since regressed to the use of primal utterances, noises, actually, to communicate. But many of you are returning to a cleaner form of communication, more accurate and more elegant. This is especially true between loved ones, emphasizing a major truth. Caring creates communication. Where there is deep love, words are virtually unnecessary. The reverse of this axiom is also true. The more words you have to use with each other, the less time you must be taking to care for each other, because caring creates communication. Ultimately, all real communication is about truth, and ultimately the only real truth is love. That is why when love is present, so is communication. And when communication is difficult, it's a sign that love is not fully present.
That is beautifully put. I must say, beautifully communicated.
Thank you. To summarize, then, the model for life in a highly evolved society, beings live in clusters, or what you would call small intentional communities. These clusters are not further organized into cities, states, or nations, but each interacts with the others on a co-equal basis. There are no governments as you would understand them, and no laws. There are councils or conclaves, usually of elders, and there are what could best be translated into your language as mutual agreements. These have been reduced to a triangular code: awareness, honesty, and responsibility. Highly evolved beings have decided long ago that this is how they choose to live together. They've made their choice based not on a moral structure or spiritual revelation that some other being or group has brought forth, but rather on a simple observation of what is so and what works.
And there are truly no wars or conflicts?
No, mainly because a highly evolved being shares everything he has and would give you anything you sought to take by force. He does this out of his awareness that everything belongs to everyone anyway, and that he can always create more of what he gave away if he really desires it. There is no concept of ownership or loss in a society of Hebs, who understand that they are not physical beings, but beings being physical. They also understand that all beings proceed from the same source, and thus we are all one.
I know you said this before, but even if someone was threatening a Heb with his life, there would still be no conflict?
There would be no argument. He would simply lay down his body, literally leaving the body there for you. He would then create another body if he chose to, by coming into physicality again as a fully formed being, or by returning as the newly conceived offspring of a loving pair of other beings. This is by far the preferred method of re-entry into physicality, because no one is more honored in highly evolved societies than newly created offspring, and the opportunities for growth are unparalleled. Hebs have no fear of what your culture calls death, because Hebs know that they live forever, and it is just a matter of what form they are going to take. Hebs can live in a physical body usually indefinitely, because a Heb has learned to take care of the body and the environment. If for some reason having to do with physical laws a Heb's body is no longer functional, the Heb simply leaves it, joyfully returning its physical matter to the all of everything for recycling. What you understand is dust into dust.
Let me go back here just a bit. I know you said that there are no laws as such, but what if somebody does not behave according to the triangular code? Then what? Kaboom?
No kaboom. There is no trial or punishment, just a simple observation of what so and what works. It is carefully explained that what the being has done, is now at variance with what works, and that when something does not work for the group, it ultimately will not work for the individual, because the individual is the group, and the group is the individual. All Hebs get this very quickly, usually early in what you would call youth, and so it is extremely rare that a mature Heb is found to act in a way which produces a what so that is not what works.
Yes, but when one does...
He is simply allowed to correct his mistake. Using the triangular code, he is first made aware of all the outcomes related to something he has thought or said or done. Then he is allowed
to assess and declare his role in producing those outcomes. Finally, he is given an opportunity to take responsibility for those outcomes by putting corrective or remedial or healing measures into place.
What if he refuses to do so?
A highly evolved being would never refuse to do so. It is inconceivable. He would then not be a highly evolved being, and you are now talking about a different level of sentient being altogether.
Where does a Heb learn all this stuff? In school?
There is no school system in a Heb society, merely a process of education by which offspring are reminded of what so and what works. Offspring are raised by elders, not by those who conceive them, though they are not necessarily separated from their parents during the process, who may be with them whenever they wish and spend as much time with them as they choose. In what you would call school, actually best translated as learning time, offspring set their own curriculum, choosing which skills they would like to acquire rather than being told what they are going to have to learn. Motivation is thus at its highest level, and life skills are acquired quickly, easily, and joyfully. The triangular code, these are not really codified rules, but this is the best term one can find in your languages, is not something which is pounded into the young Heb, but something which is acquired almost by osmosis through the behaviors modeled for the child by adults. Unlike your society in which adults model behaviors opposite to those which they want their children to learn, in highly evolved cultures, adults understand that children do what they see others doing. It would never occur to Hebs to place their offspring for many hours in front of a device that shows pictures of behaviors they'd like their offspring to avoid. Such a decision would be to a Heb incomprehensible. It would be equally incomprehensible if a Heb did do this, to then deny that the pictures had anything to do with their offspring's suddenly aberrant behaviors. I will say again that the difference between Heb society and human society breaks down to one really very simple element which we shall call truthful observation. In Heb societies, beings acknowledge everything they see. In human societies, many deny what they see. They see television ruining their children, and they ignore it. They see violence and losing used as entertainment, and deny the contradiction. They observe that tobacco harms the body and pretend it does not. They see a father who is drunken and abusive, and the whole family denies it, letting no one say a word about it. They observe that over thousands of years their religions have failed utterly to change mass behaviors, and deny this too. They see clearly that their governments do more to oppress than to assist, and they ignore it. They see a healthcare system that is really a disease care system, spending 1/10 of its resources on preventing disease and 9/10 on managing it, and deny that profit motive is what stops any real progress on educating people in how to act and eat and live in a way which promotes good health. They see that eating the flesh of animals that have been slaughtered after having been force-fed chemical-laden foods is not doing their health any good, yet they deny what they see.
They do more than that. They try to sue talk show hosts who even dare discuss the subject. You know, there's a wonderful book on this that explores the whole food topic with exquisite insight. It's called Diet for a New America by John Robbins.
People will read that book and deny that it makes any sense. And that is the point. Much of your race lives in denial. They deny not just the painfully obvious observations of everyone around them, but the observations of their own eyes. They deny their personal feelings and eventually their own truth. Highly evolved beings, which some of you are becoming, deny nothing. They observe what's so. They see clearly what works. Using these simple tools, life becomes simple. The process is on it.
Yes, but how does the process work?
To answer that, I have to make a point that I've made before, repeatedly, in fact, in this dialogue. Everything depends on who you think you are and what you are trying to do. If your objective is to live a life of peace, joy, and love, violence does not work. This has already been demonstrated. If your objective is to live a life of good health and great longevity, consuming dead flesh, smoking known carcinogens, and drinking volumes of nerve-deadening, brain-frying liquids does not work. This has already been demonstrated. If your objective is to raise offspring free of violence and rage, putting them directly in front of vivid depictions of violence and rage for years does not work. This has already been demonstrated. If your objective is to care for Earth and wisely husband her resources, acting as if those resources are limitless does not work. This has already been demonstrated. If your objective is to discover and cultivate a relationship with a loving God, so that religion can make a difference in the affairs of humans, then teaching of a God of punishment and terrible retribution does not work. This, too, has already been demonstrated. Motive is everything. Objectives determine outcomes. Life proceeds out of your intention. Your true intention is revealed in your actions, and your actions are determined by your true intention. As with everything in life, and life itself, it is a circle. Hebs see the circle, humans do not. Hebs respond to what is so, humans ignore it. Hebs tell the truth always. Humans too often lie to themselves as well as others. Hebs say one thing and do what they say. Humans say one thing and do another. Deep down, you know that something is wrong, that you intended to go to Seattle, but you are in San Jose. You see the contradictions in your behaviors, and you are truly ready now to abandon them. You see clearly both what is so and what works, and you are becoming unwilling any further to support divisions between the two. Yours is a race awakening. Your time of fulfillment is at hand. You need not be discouraged by what you have heard here, for the groundwork has been laid for a new experience, a larger reality, and all this was merely preparation for it. You are ready now to step through the door. This dialogue in particular has been intended to throw open that door, first to point to it. See, there it is. For the light of truth will forever show the way. And the light of truth is what you've been given here. Take this truth now and live it. Hold this truth now and share it. Embrace this truth now and treasure it forevermore. For in these 3 books, the Conversations with God trilogy, have I spoken to you again of what is so. There is no need to go further. There is no need to ask more questions or hear more answers or satisfy more curiosities or provide more examples or offer more observations. All you need in order to create the life you desire you have found here, in this trilogy as presented so far. There is no need to go further. Yes, you have more questions. Yes, you have more, but what ifs Yes, you are not done yet with this exploration we have enjoyed, because you are never done with any exploration. It is clear, then, that this book could go on forever, and it will not. Your conversation with God will. This book will not. Well, the answer to any other question you could ask will be found here, in this now complete trilogy. All we can do now is repeat, re-amplify, return to the same wisdom over and over again. Even this trilogy was an exercise in that. There's nothing new here, but simply ancient wisdom revisited. It is good to revisit. It is good to become familiar once again. This is the process of remembrance of which I have so often spoken. You have nothing to learn. You have only to remember. So revisit this trilogy often. Turn to it time and time again. When you have a question that you feel has not been answered here, listen to it again. You will find that your question has been answered. Yet if you really feel it has not, then seek your own answers. Have your own conversation with me. Create your own truth. In this will you experience who you really are.
I don't want you to go.
I'm not going anywhere. I'm always with you. Always.
Please, before we stop, just a few more questions, some final closing inquiries.
You do understand, don't you, that you may go within at any time, return to the seat of eternal wisdom, and find your answers there?
Yes, I understand that, and I'm grateful to the bottom of my heart that it is this way, that life has been created this way, that I have that resource always. But this has been working for me. This dialogue has been a great gift. Can't I just ask a few last questions?
Of course.
Is our world really in danger? Is our species flirting with self-destruction, with actual extinction?
Yes. And unless you consider the very real possibility of that, you cannot avoid it. For what you resist persists. Only what you hold can disappear. Remember also what I told you about time and events. All the events you could possibly imagine, indeed have imagined, are taking place right now in the eternal moment. This is the holy instant. This is the moment that precedes your awareness. It is what is happening before the light gets to you. This is the pre-sent moment, sent to you, created by you, before you even know it. You call this the present, and it is a present. It is the greatest gift given to you by God. You have the ability to choose which of all the experiences you've ever imagined you choose to experience now.
You've said it, and I'm now beginning, even in my limited perception, to understand it. None of this is really real, is it?
No. You are living an illusion. This is a big magic show, and you are pretending that you don't know the tricks, even though you are the magician. It is important to remember this, otherwise you will make everything very real.
But what I see, feel, smell, touch does seem very real. If that isn't reality, what is?
Keep in mind that what you are looking at, you are not really seeing. Your brain is not the source of your intelligence. It is simply a data processor. It takes in data through receptors called your senses. It interprets this energy information according to its previous data on the subject. It tells you what it perceives, not what really is. Based on these perceptions, you think you know the truth about something when actually you do not know the half of it. In reality, you are creating the truth that you know.
Including this entire dialogue with you.
Most assuredly.
Oh, man, I'm afraid that'll only give fuel to those who are saying he's not talking to God, he's making it all up.
Tell them gently that they might try thinking outside the box. They are thinking either or. They might try thinking both and. You cannot comprehend God if you are thinking inside your current values, concepts, and understandings. If you wish to comprehend God, you must be willing to accept that you currently have limited data, rather than asserting that you know all there is to know on this subject. I draw your attention to the words of Werner Erhard, who declared that true clarity can come only when someone is willing to notice. There is something I do not know, the knowing of which could change everything. It is just possible that you are both talking to God and making it all up. Indeed, here's the grandest truth. You are making everything up. Life is the process by which everything is being created. God is the energy, the pure, raw energy, which you call life. By this awareness, we come to a new truth. God is a process.
I thought you said God was a collective, that God is the all.
I did, and God is. God is also the process by which all is created and experiences itself. I have revealed this to you before.
Yes. Yes, you gave me that wisdom when I was writing a booklet called Recreating Yourself.
Indeed, and now I say it here for a much larger audience to receive. God is a process. God is not a person, place, or thing. God is exactly what you have always thought, but not understood.
Again?
You have always thought that God is the supreme being.
Yes.
You've been right about that. I am exactly that. A being. Notice that being is not a thing. It is a process. I am the supreme being. That is the supreme, being. I am not the result of a process. I am the process itself. I am the creator, and I am the process by which I am created. Everything you see in the heavens and the earth is me being created. The process of creation is never over. It is never complete. I am never done. This is another way of saying everything is forever changing. Nothing stands still. Nothing is without motion. Everything is energy in motion. In your earthly shorthand, you've called this emotion. You are God's highest emotion. When you look at a thing, you are not looking at a static something that is standing there in time and space. No. You are witnessing an event because everything is moving, changing, evolving. Everything. It was Buckminster Fuller who said, "I seem to be a verb." He was right. God is an event. You've called that event life. Life is a process. That process is observable, knowable, predictable. The more you observe, the more you know, and the more you can predict.
That's a tough one for me. I've always thought that God is the unchangeable, the one constant, the unmoved mover. It was within this inscrutable, absolute truth about God that I found my security.
But that is the truth. The one unchanging truth is that God is always changing. That is the truth, and you can't do anything to change it. The one thing that never changes is that everything is always changing. Life is change. God is life. Therefore, God is change.
But I want to believe that the one thing that never changes is God's love for us.
My love for you is always changing.
Because you are always changing, and I love you just the way you are. For me to love you just the way you are, my idea of what is lovable must change as your idea of who you are changes.
You mean you find me lovable even if who I decide I am is a murderer?
And we've been through all this before.
I know, but I just can't get it.
Nobody does anything inappropriate given their model of the world. I love you always, always. There is no way you can be that could cause me not to love you.
Yeah, but you'll punish us, right? I mean, you will lovingly punish us. You will send us to everlasting torment with love in your heart and sadness that you had to do it. What are you laughing about?
No, I have no sadness ever, because there is nothing I have to do. Who would make me have to do it? I will never punish you, although you may choose to punish yourself in this life or another, until you don't anymore. I will not punish you because I have not been hurt or damaged, nor can you hurt or damage any part of me, which all of you are. One of you may choose to feel hurt or damaged. Yet when you return to the eternal realm, you will see that you have not been damaged in any way. In this moment will you forgive those you imagine to have damaged you, for you will have understood the larger plan.
What is the larger plan?
Do you remember the parable of the little soul and the sun that I gave you in Book 1?
Yes.
There's a second half to that parable. Here it is. You may choose to be any part of God you wish to be, I said to the little soul. You are absolute divinity experiencing itself. What aspect of divinity do you now wish to experience as you? You mean I have a choice? Asked the little soul. And I answered, yes, you may choose to experience any aspect of divinity in, as, and through you. Okay, said the little soul, then I choose forgiveness. I want to experience myself as that aspect of God called complete forgiveness. Well, this created a little challenge, as you can imagine. There was no one to forgive. All I have created is perfection and love. No one to forgive? Asked the little soul somewhat incredulously. No one, I repeated. Look around you. Do you see any souls less perfect, less wonderful than you? At this, the little soul twirled around and was surprised to see himself surrounded by all the souls in heaven. They had come from far and wide throughout the kingdom because they heard that the little soul was having an extraordinary conversation with God. I see none less perfect than I, the little soul exclaimed. Who then shall I have to forgive? Just then another soul stepped forward from the crowd. You may forgive me, said this friendly soul. For what? The little soul asked. I will come into your next physical lifetime and do something for you to forgive, replied the friendly soul. But what? What could you, a being of such perfect light, do to make me want to forgive you? The little soul wanted to know. Oh, smiled the friendly soul, I'm sure we can think of something. But why would you want to do this? The little soul could not figure out why a being of such perfection would want to slow down its vibrations so much that it could actually do something bad. Simple, the friendly soul explained. I would do it because I love you. You want to experience yourself as forgiving, don't you? Besides, you've done the same for me. I have? Asked the little soul. Of course, don't you remember? We've been all of it, you and I. We've been the up and the down of it, and the left and the right of it. We've been the here and the there of it, and the now and the then of it. We've been the big and the small of it, the male and the female of it, the good and the bad of it. We've all been the all of it. And we've done it by agreement, so that each of us might experience ourselves as the grandest part of God. For we have understood that, in the absence of that which you are not, that which you are is not. In the absence of cold, you cannot be warm. In the absence of sad, you cannot be happy. Without a thing called evil, the experience you call good cannot exist. If you choose to be a thing, something or someone opposite to that has to show up somewhere in your universe to make that possible. The friendly soul then explained that those people are God's special angels, and these conditions, God's gifts. I ask only one thing in return, the friendly soul declared. Anything, anything, the little soul cried. He was excited now to know that he could experience every divine aspect of God. He understood now the plan. In the moment that I strike you and smite you, said the friendly soul, in the moment that I do the worst to you that you could ever imagine, in that self-same moment, remember who I really am. Oh, I won't forget, promised the little soul. I will see you in the perfection with which I hold you now, and I will remember who you are, always.
That is an extraordinary story. An incredible parable.
And the promise of the little soul is the promise I make to you. That is what is unchanging. Yet have you, my little soul, kept this promise to others?
No, I'm sad to say I have not.
Do not be sad. Be happy to notice what is true, and be joyous in your decision to live a new truth. For God is a work in progress, and so are you. And remember this always. If you saw you as God sees you, you would smile a lot. So go now and see each other as who you really are. Observe, observe, observe. I have told you the major difference between you and highly evolved beings is that highly evolved beings observe more. If you wish to increase the speed with which you are evolving, seek to observe more.
That in itself is a wonderful observation.
And I would have you now observe that you too are an event. You are a human, being. You are a process, and you are in any given moment the product of your process. You are the creator and the created. I am saying these things to you over and over again in these last few moments we have together. I am repeating them so that you will hear them, understand them. Now, this process that you and I are is eternal. It always was, is now, and always will be occurring. It needs no help from you in order to occur. It happens automatically, and when left alone, it happens perfectly. There is another saying that has been placed into your culture by Werner Erhard. Life resolves itself in the process of life itself. This is understood by some spiritual movements as let go and let God. That is a good understanding. If you will just let go, you will have gotten yourself out of the way. The way is the process, which is called life itself. This is why all masters have said, I am the life and the way. They have understood what I have said here perfectly. They are the life, and they are the way, the event in progress, the process. All wisdom asks you to do is trust the process. That is, trust God. Or if you wish, trust yourself, for thou art God. Remember, we are all one.
How can I trust the process when the process, life, keeps bringing me things I don't like?
Like the things life keeps bringing you. Know and understand that you are bringing it to yourself. See the perfection. See it in everything, not just in things that you call perfect. I have carefully explained to you in this trilogy why things happen the way they happen and how. You do not need to read that material again here, although it might do you benefit to review it often until you understand it thoroughly.
Please, just on this one point, a summarizing insight, please. How can I see the perfection of something that I experience as not perfect at all?
No one can create your experience of anything. Other beings can and do co-create the exterior circumstances and events of the life you live in common. But the one thing that no one else can do is cause you to have an experience of anything you do not choose to experience. In this you are a supreme being, and no one can tell you how to be. The world can present you with circumstances, but only you decide what those circumstances mean. Remember the truth I gave you long ago. Nothing matters.
Yes. I'm not sure I fully understood it then. That came to me in an out-of-body experience in 1980. I recall it vividly.
And what do you remember of it?
But I was confused at first. How could nothing matter? Where would the world be? Where would I be if nothing mattered at all?
What answer did you find to that very good question?
I got that nothing mattered intrinsically, in and of itself, but that I was adding meaning to events and so causing them to matter. I got this at a very high metaphysical level as well, giving me a huge insight about the process of creation itself.
And the insight?
I got that all is energy, and that energy turns into matter, that is, physical stuff and occurrences, according to how I thought about them. I understood then that nothing matters means that nothing turns into matter, except as we choose for it to. Then I forgot that insight for over 10 years, until you brought it to me again earlier in this dialogue.
Everything I've brought you in this dialogue you've known before. I've given it to you before, all of it, through others whom I've sent you, or to whose teachings I have brought you. There is nothing new here, and you have nothing to learn. You have only to remember. Your understanding of the wisdom nothing matters is rich and deep and serves you well.
I'm sorry, but I can't let this dialogue end without pointing out a glaring contradiction.
Which is?
Well, you taught me over and over again that what we call evil exists so that we may have a context within which to experience good. You said that what I am cannot be experienced if there is no such thing as what I am not. In other words, no warm without cold, no up without down, and so on.
That's right.
And you even used this to explain to me how I could see every problem as a blessing and every perpetrator as an angel.
Correct again.
All right, then how come every description of the life of highly evolved beings contains virtually no evil? All you've described is paradise.
Oh, good. Very good. You are really thinking about all this.
Yeah, well, actually, Nancy pointed this out. She was listening to me read some of the material out loud to her, and she said, I think you need to ask about this before the dialogue is over. How do Hebs experience themselves as who they really are if they've eliminated all the negative stuff from their lives? I thought it was a pretty good question. In fact, it stopped me cold. And I know you just said we didn't need any more questions, but I think you need to address this one.
Okay, one for Nancy, then. As it happens, it's one of the best questions in the book. Well, it is. I'm surprised you didn't catch this when we were talking about Hebs. I'm surprised you didn't think of it.
I did.
You did?
Well, we're all one, aren't we? Well, the part of me which is Nancy thought of it.
Yeah, excellent. And of course true.
So, what's your answer?
I will return to my original statement. In the absence of that which you are not, that which you are is not. That is, in the absence of cold, you cannot know the experience called warmth. In the absence of up, the idea of down is an empty, meaningless concept. This is the truth of the universe. Indeed, it explains why the universe is the way it is, with its cold and its warmth, its ups and downs, and yes, its good and its evil. And know this, you are making it all up. You are deciding what is cold and what is warm and what is up and what is down. Get out in space and watch your definitions disappear. You are deciding what is good and what is evil. And your ideas about all these things have changed through the years, indeed, even through the seasons. On a summer day, you would call 42 degrees Fahrenheit cold. In the middle of winter, however, you would say, boy, what a warm day. The universe merely provides you with the field of experience, what might be called a range of objective phenomena. You decide what to label them. The universe is a whole system of such physical phenomena, and the universe is enormous, vast, unfathomably huge, endless, in fact. Now here is a great secret. It is not necessary for an opposite condition to exist right next to you in order to provide a contextual field within which the reality that you choose may be experienced. The distance between contrasts is irrelevant. The entire universe provides the contextual field within which all contrasting elements exist, and all experiences are thus made possible. That is the purpose of the universe. That is its function.
But if I've never experienced cold in person, but merely see that it's cold somewhere else, very far away from me, how do I know what cold is?
You have experienced cold. You have experienced all of it. If not in this lifetime, then in the last, or the one before that, or one of the many others. You have experienced cold, and big, and small, and up and down, and here and there, and every contrasting element that there is, and these are burned into your memory. You do not have to experience them again if you don't want to. You need merely remember them, know that they exist, in order to invoke the universal law of relativity. All of you have experienced everything. That goes for all beings in the universe, not only humans. You have all not only experienced everything, you are everything. You are all of it. You are that which you are experiencing. Indeed, you are causing the experience.
I'm not sure I fully understand that.
I'm about to explain it to you in mechanical terms. What I want you now to understand is that what you are doing now is simply remembering everything you are and choosing the portion of which you prefer to experience in this moment, in this lifetime, on this planet, in this physical form.
My God, you make it sound so simple.
It is simple. You have separated yourself from the body of God, from the all, from the collective, and you are becoming a member of that body once again. This is the process called remembering. As you remember, you give yourself once again all the experiences of who you are. This is a cycle. You do this over and over again and call this evolution. You say that you evolve. Actually, you revolve. Just as the Earth revolves around the sun, just as the galaxy revolves around its center, everything revolves. Revolution is the basic movement of all of life. Life energy revolves. That is what it does. You're in a truly revolutionary movement.
Whoa, how do you do that? How do you keep finding words that make everything so clear?
It is you who are making it clear. You've done this by clearing up your receiver. You've tuned out the static. You've entered into a new willingness to know. This new willingness will change everything for you and for your species, for in your new willingness you've become a true revolutionary, and your planet's greatest spiritual revolution has just begun.
Well, it had better hurry. We need a new spirituality now. We're creating incredible misery all around us.
That is because even though all beings have already lived through all contrasting experiences, some do not know it. They have forgotten and have not yet moved into full remembering. With highly evolved beings, this is not so. It is not necessary to have negativity right in front of them in their own world for them to know how positive their civilization is. They are positively aware of who they are without having to create negativity to prove it. Hebs merely notice who they are not by observing it elsewhere in the contextual field. Your own planet, in fact, is one to which highly evolved beings look if they seek a contrasting field. As they do so, they are reminded of how it was when they experienced what you are now experiencing, and they thus form an ongoing frame of reference through which they may know and understand what they are now experiencing. Do you now understand why Hebs do not require evil or negativity in their own society?
Yes, but why then do we require it in ours?
You do not. That is what I've been telling you throughout this whole dialogue. You do have to live within a contextual field within which that which you are not exists, in order for you to experience that which you are. This is the universal law, and you cannot avoid it. Yet you are living in such a field right now. You do not have to create one. The contextual field in which you are living is called the universe. You do not have to create a smaller contextual field in your own backyard. This means that you can change life on your planet right now and eliminate all that you are not without endangering in any way your ability to know and experience that which you are.
Wow, this is the greatest revelation in the book. What a way to end it. So I don't have to keep calling forth the opposite in order to create and experience the next grandest version of the greatest vision I ever had about who I am.
That's right. That is what I've been telling you from the very beginning.
But you didn't explain it this way.
You would not have understood it until now. You do not have to create the opposite of who you are and what you choose in order to experience it. You merely need to observe that it has already been created elsewhere. You need only remember that it exists. This is the knowledge of the fruit of the tree of good and evil, which I've already explained to you was not a curse, not the original sin, but what Matthew Fox has called original blessing. And to remember that it exists, to remember that you have experienced it all before, everything, that is, in physical form, all you have to do is look up.
You mean look within?
No, I mean just what I said. Look up. Look to the stars. Look to the heavens. Observe the contextual field. I've told you before, all you need to do to become highly evolved beings is to increase your observational skills. See what's so, and then do what works.
So by looking elsewhere in the universe, I can see how things are in other places. And I can use those contrasting elements to form an understanding of who I am right here, right now.
Yes, this is called remembering.
Well, not exactly. It's called observing.
What do you think you are observing?
Life on other planets, in other solar systems, other galaxies. I suppose if we gathered sufficient technology, this is what we might observe. This is what I assume the Hebs have the ability to observe right now, given their advanced technology. You said yourself that they're observing us, right here on Earth. So that is what we would be observing.
But what is it actually that you would be observing?
I don't understand the question.
Then I will give you the answer. You are observing your own past.
What?
When you look up, you see the stars, as they were hundreds, thousands, millions of years ago. What you are seeing is not actually there. You are seeing what was there. You are seeing the past, and it is a past in which you participated.
Say again?
You were there, experiencing those things, doing those things.
I was?
Have I not told you that you have lived many lives?
Yes, but what if I were to travel to one of those places so many light years away? What if I had the ability to go there, actually go there, to be there right now, in the very moment that I am not able to see on Earth for hundreds of light years? What would I see then? Two me's? Are you saying that I would then see myself existing in two places at once?
Of course. And you would discover what I have told you all along, that time does not exist, and that you are not seeing the past at all, that it is all happening now. You are also right now living lives in what in Earth time would be your future. It is the distance between your many selves that allows you to experience discrete identities and moments in time. Thus the past that you remember and the future that you would see is the now that simply is.
Whoa, that's incredible.
Yes, and it is true on another level as well. It is, as I have told you before, there is only one of us. So when you look up at the stars, you are seeing what you would call our past.
I can't keep up with this.
Hang on. There's one thing more I have to tell you. You are always seeing what by your terms you would define as the past, even when you are looking at what is right in front of you.
I am.
It is impossible to see the present. The present happens, then turns into a burst of light, formed by energy dispersing, and that light reaches your receptors, your eyes, and it takes time for it to do that. All the while that light is reaching you, life is going on, moving forward. The next event is happening while the light from the last event is reaching you. The energy burst reaches your eyes. Your receptors send that signal to your brain, which interprets the data and tells you what you are seeing. Yet that is not what is now in front of you at all. It is what you think you are seeing. That is, you are thinking about what you have seen, telling yourself what it is, and deciding what you're going to call it, while what is happening now is preceding your process and awaiting it. To put this simply, I'm always one step ahead of you.
My God, this is unbelievable.
Now listen, the more distance you place between yourself and the physical location of any event, the further into the past that event recedes. Place yourself a few light years back, and what you are looking at happened very, very long ago indeed. Yet it did not happen long ago. It is merely physical distance which has created the illusion of time and allowed you to experience yourself as being both here now, all the while you are being there then. One day you will see that what you call space and time are the same thing. Then you will see that everything is happening right here, right now.
This is wild. I mean, I don't know what to make of all this.
When you understand what I've told you, you will understand that nothing you see is real. You are seeing the image of what was once an event, yet even that image, that energy burst, is something you are interpreting. Your personal interpretation of that image is called your imagination, your image-ination. And you can use your imagination to create anything because, and here is the greatest secret of all, your image-ination works both ways.
Please?
You not only interpret energy, you create it. Imagination is a function of your mind, which is 1/3 of your three-part being. In your mind, you image something, and it begins to take physical form. The longer you image it, And the more of you who image it, the more physical that form becomes, until the increasing energy you have given it literally bursts into light, flashing an image of itself into what you call your reality. You then see the image, and once again decide what it is. Thus the cycle continues. This is what I have called the process. This is what you are. You are this process. This is what God is. God is this process. This is what I have meant when I have said you are both the creator and the created. I have now brought it all together for you. We are concluding this dialogue, and I have explained to you the mechanics of the universe, the secret of all life.
I'm bowled over. I'm flabbergasted. Now I just want to find a way to apply all of this in my daily life.
You are applying it in your daily life. You cannot help but apply it. This is what is happening. The only question will be whether you apply it consciously or unconsciously, whether you are at the effect of the process or the cause of it. In everything, be cause. Children understand this perfectly. Ask a child, "Why did you do that?" And a child will tell you, "Just because." That is the only reason to do anything.
This is astounding. This is an astounding rush to an astounding ending to this astounding dialogue.
The most significant way in which you may consciously apply your new understanding is to be the cause of your experience, not at the effect of it. And know that you do not have to create the opposite of who you are in your personal space or personal experience in order to know and experience who you really are and who you choose to be. Armed with this knowledge, you can change your life, and you can change your world. And this is the truth I have come to share with all of you.
Whoa. Wow. I got it. I got it.
Good. Now know that there are 3 basic wisdoms that run through the entire dialogue. These are, 1, we are all one. 2, there's enough. 3, there's nothing we have to do. If you decided that we are all one, you would cease treating each other the way you do. If you decided that there's enough, you would share everything with everyone. If you decided that there's nothing we have to do, you would stop trying to use doingness to solve your problems, but rather move to and come from a state of being which would cause your experience of those problems to disappear and the conditions themselves to thus evaporate. This is perhaps the most important truth of all for you to understand at this stage in your evolution, and it is a good place to end this dialogue. Remember this always, and make it your mantra. There's nothing I have to have, there's nothing I have to do, and there's nothing I have to be except exactly what I'm being right now. This does not mean that having and doing will be eliminated from your life. It means that what you experience yourself having or doing will spring from your being, not lead you to it. When you come from happiness, you do certain things because you are happy, as opposed to the old paradigm in which you did things that you hoped would make you happy. When you come from wisdom, you do certain things because you are wise, not because you are trying to get to wisdom. When you come from love, you do certain things because you are love, not because you want to have love. Everything changes, everything turns around when you come from being rather than seeking to be. You cannot do your way to being. Whether you are trying to be happy, be wise, be love, or be God, you cannot get there by doing. And yet it is true that you will be doing wonderful things once you get there. Here is the divine dichotomy. The way to get there is to be there. Just be where you choose to get. It's that simple. There's nothing you have to do. You want to be happy? Be happy. You want to be wise? Be wise. You want to be love? Be love. That is who you are in any event. You are my beloved.
Oh, I just lost my breath. You have such a wondrous way of putting things.
It is the truth that is eloquent. Truth has an elegance that startles the heart to its own reawakening. That is what these conversations with God have done. They have touched the heart of the human race, and reawakened it. Now they lead you to a critical question. It is a question
all of humanity must ask itself. Can and will you create a new cultural story? Can and will you devise a new first cultural myth upon which all other myths are based? Is the human race inherently good or inherently evil? This is the crossroads to which you have come. The future of the human race depends on which way you go. If you and your society believe you are inherently good, you will make decisions and laws that are life-affirming and constructive. If you and your society believe that you are inherently evil, you will make decisions and laws that are life-denying and destructive. Laws that are life-affirming are laws that allow you to be, do, and have what you wish. Laws that are life-denying are laws that stop you from being, doing, and having what you wish. Those who believe in original sin, and that the inherent nature of man is evil, claim that God has created laws which stop you from doing as you wish, and promote human laws, an endless number of them, that seek to do the same. Those who believe in original blessing, and that the inherent nature of man is good, proclaim that God has created natural laws which allow you to do as you wish, and promote human laws that seek to do the same. What is your viewpoint of the human race? What is your viewpoint of yourself? Left entirely to your own devices, do you see yourself as being able to be trusted in everything? How about others? How do you view them? Until they reveal themselves to you one way or the other, what is your basic assumption? Now answer this. Do your assumptions further your society in breaking down or breaking through?
I see myself as trustworthy. I never did before, but now I do. I have become trustworthy because I've changed my ideas on the kind of person I am. I'm also clear now on what God wants and what God doesn't want. I'm clear about you. These conversations with God have played a huge role in that, in making that shift possible. And now I see in society what I see in myself. Not something that is breaking down, but something that is breaking through. I see a human culture that is at last awakening to its divine heritage, aware of its divine purpose, and increasingly conscious of its divine self.
If that is what you see, that is what you will create. Once you were lost, but now you are found. You were blind, but now you see. And this has been an amazing grace. You have sometimes been apart from me in your heart, but now we are whole again, and we can be forever. For what you have joined together, no one but you can put asunder. Remember this, you are always a part, because you are never apart. You're always a part of God, because you are never apart from God. This is the truth of your being. We are whole, so now you know the whole truth. This truth has been food for the hungry soul. Take and eat of it. The world is thirsted for this joy. Take and drink of it. Do this in remembrance of me. For truth is the body, and joy is the blood of God, who is love. Truth, joy, love. These three are interchangeable. One leads to the other, and it matters not in which order they appear. All lead to me, all are me. And so I end this dialogue as it began. As with life itself, it comes full circle. You have been given truth here. You have been given joy. You have been given love. You've been given here the answers to the largest mysteries of life. There's now only one question remaining. It is the question with which we began. The question is not, to whom do I talk, but who listens?
Thank you. Thank you for talking to all of us. We have heard you, and we will listen. I love you. And as this dialogue ends, I am filled with truth and joy and love. I'm filled with you, and I feel my oneness with God.
That place of oneness is heaven. You are there now. You are never not there, because you are never not one with me. This is what I would have you know. This is what I would have you take at last from this conversation. And here is my message, the message I would seek to leave with the world. My children who art in heaven, hallowed is your name. Your kingdom is come, and your will is done, on earth as it is in heaven.
You are given this day your daily bread, and you are forgiven your debts and your trespasses, exactly to the degree that you have forgiven those who trespass against you.
Lead yourself not into temptation, but deliver yourself from the evils you have created.
For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever. Amen.
And amen. Go now and change your world. Go now and be your highest self. You understand now all that you need to understand. You know now all that you need to know. You are now all that you need to be. You never were anything less. You simply did not know this. You did not remember it. Now you remember. Seek to carry this remembrance with you always. Seek to share it with all those whose lives you touch. For yours is a destiny grander than you might ever have imagined. You have come to the room to heal the room. You have come to the space to heal the space.
There is no other reason for you to be here. And know this: I love you. My love is always yours, both now and even forevermore. I am with you always. Always.
Goodbye, God. Thank you for this dialogue. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
And you, my wonderful creation, thank you. For you have given God a voice again, and a place in your heart. And that is all either of us have ever really wanted.
We are together again.
And it is very good.